Вообще без задержки прям, да?
Да.
Microphone muted.
Ну,
Не, у тебя есть были небольшая задержка.
Устал, мужики, пизда. Нереально уже.
First question, an easy one. Can you guys, between you, name all of the coaches that made playoffs in this
Microphone
tournament?
activated.
Сейчас приду.
Including yourselves.
Пойду
Yeah.
пока почились.
Mini.
Mhm.
Playoffs, right?
Mhm.
Chet.
After from EG.
Yeah, good one, good
How
one.
many do we have? 5?
Fraud.
Yeah.
And 2 of us?
Um.
This one?
You got one.
Парик
Yes,
интересный.
you named all of them. Well
Ага.
done, you guys.
Повторю.
Well
Better
done.
than not bad.
Next one's a tiny bit harder. Now, if you add all of your players' ages together, and that's CGRS in this case, not something, the starting roster for you as well, what number would you get? So add everyone's ages together.
Including both teams.
Yes, both teams. So maybe you can calculate your own players and come together.
How old they are.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, add that together.
I think I have 4 22-year-olds, so you would think this would be easy. You say
90?
Probably 90.
Okay, 90 plus 96?
Yes, 100 something.
91.
91 plus 96, is that what you're doing? Equals?
91, 96, 180,
187. Oh God.
187 divided by...
Carry me, Alex. What's going
18,
on?
you're right, 18.7?
Okay, I'm just gonna say you're
Cut.
both catastrophically wrong.
Oh, God.
It's actually 111 on both teams, so you know. Anyway, last question is.
Both teams were 111.
Yeah, added
Maybe
together.
90.
What are the chances? Last question here. What maps have you both played?
Lotus.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
One more.
Split.
That was really, really fast. Yeah. Correct.
Thought there were more.
All right, correct. Thank you very much. You too. Maybe work on the math, but everything else absolutely spot on. And I hope you guys at home were playing along as well to see if your brains were as big as these two.
I mean, I took the 1,000 points, but Kakuka, you any good at maths? Would you have got that one?
I think I would have. Yeah, I'm very good with numbers. So,
Oh, not
yeah,
me.
No, it was the
I don't
only
know
thing.
what
It was the
those
only
are.
thing
I
that I
don't
was
know. Yeah,
good at
that's
in
where I would have
school.
lost. I'd be like, I don't know.
I can add up 111, times 2, or even the 97, 96.
All right,
whatever.
Kakuka's got the biggest brain out of all of us.
No, I
We are
don't.
going to step away for just a minute, but we do have a very special guest joining us after this. Then we're going to get together our brains plus Kakuka's big one and do a breakdown of our teams. We'll be right back after this. welcome back, everyone. As you can see, we have a special guest with us on the desk, Chrissy Constanza. You were with us at Istanbul, so it's been a while since we had you back. So tell me, what are you going to be doing at this event? It's really, really exciting to have you here.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm so excited to be back. Also, one of my favorite places in the world, so I'm just pumped to be here in general. But we're actually doing something really special. It's going to be Riot's first live broadcast on TikTok of an esports event. I'm going to be hanging out with Doug. We have this whole area set up, but not just an area that we have set up, but we also have a mobile cam. So we're going to be showing off the event space a little bit. We're going to be bringing up some of the content creators that are here. Maybe tomorrow we'll get some of the players that get eliminated today, you know, ease the burn a little bit. Show off the concession stand, which I'm very excited about, and some of the other cool things that we've got set up around the venue. So it's going to be a ton of fun. I'm very excited to do it, and it's a brand new experience. So
the For You page is going to be popping. It's going to be popping. Who are you excited to see here? Which players, teams?
Listen, all of the teams that are here are great. Two of the teams probably shouldn't be here, the ones that we have playing today. So I love things that happen like that when no one expected it to get to this point. So I'm excited to see who's going to come out the winner here and go against Fnatic. I think Fnatic's probably going to take the whole thing, or at least they should, but I love Paper X, so, you know, fingers crossed that we see them there tomorrow. But I want to show off the space that we have set up a little bit. So, Doug, would you mind showing off our little TikTok setup today?
Chrissy, it would be my pleasure. But the first thing I've got to point out is this freaking crowd. It looks amazing. The energy in here is outrageous. It feels like an old school like LAN, but packed to the brim. Everything feels so tangible. I feel like there are literally people right behind us, so close to the stage.
Okay,
there are seats everywhere. It's going to be so much fun. We've got a full thing of Kit Kats here, and I can't tell you what we're going to use these for, but you'll find out later. We have signs. We've got everything all over the place. This is going to be so much fun. I've never done anything like this, and I'm so freaking excited for it. We're also going to have guests on the show. We're going to be moving around, as Chrissy was saying, checking out the concession stands, going through a couple of spots that only pro players get to go through. So we're going to give you guys an inside peek on what that looks like and so much more. It's going to be such a freaking good time today, and I cannot wait to get started. So I'm going to throw back to the desk here in a little bit. But before I do that, I've got to show you guys a little bit more of what we've got going on, because I'm telling you guys, there's just so much to do here. It's Tarek. I know that guy. Oh, you guys can't see that. Anywho, we're going to throw it back to Yinsu at the desk. Yinsu, take it away.
He don't know you, little bro. He don't know you. But that looks super exciting, Clint. I think we might even join him a little bit later as well.
Yeah, I got to get on there and stand Paper X. You know, I got to get on there and just go full bias mode. So I'm really looking forward to it.
I look forward to seeing you on my For You page, Clint. I look forward to that. But what I'm looking forward to even more, can you believe it? It is the lower bracket finals today. Let's talk about the two teams that are here, starting with the fact that they both got here, Kakuka, off the back, what many people would describe as a Cinderella run or a miracle run.
Yeah, exactly. But I think that we're destroying those expectations already. Like, we're very over that. I think that both of the teams have proven a lot throughout this tournament, especially EG with the run that they had through players and the fact that they only lost to Fnatic, but they hadn't dropped a map before that. For Paper X, it's also going crazy in that sense, and that they didn't have something. They play in like they don't care that much, but they actually made it this far.
Yeah, and EG, Kilios, as you can see, this is their tournament highlights, and they were 2-0ing pretty much everyone until they met Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, it pretty much wasn't even close, and they even were able to give Fnatic at least their first map loss, kind of break that map win streak that they had coming into this event. I believe actually tying that of Sentinels back at Masters Reykjavik, the first one ever. So I think that they were able to match that, but EG, even with that loss against Fnatic, I think that if they can best Paper X here today, have that second chance, you've already gotten that initial experience out of the way, that's where you can look to overtake. So these guys, the run is far from over, I think.
Yeah, and everybody's playing really well, and in those rematches, a lot of the times that the team that fell the first time through come back and have a much better performance. You know, I definitely still favor Fnatic overall for this event, no matter who they face, but EG certainly has a real shot if they can get through the craziness of Paper X today.
Well, EG, they are in the building and ready to play this match. Let's send it over to Hypog right now, who's standing by with Ethan.
Thanks so much, Yinsu. Players just arriving now. I'm going to try and... Oh, Ethan, that's it, right here.
What's up?
How you doing? So obviously ahead of today's game, Dream Run sort of came to an end, first loss, but I guess as the veteran of the team, what are you bringing to the table today in terms of gassing the rest of the guys up?
Honestly, they don't need much. They're all super hyped. They've been hyped the whole tournament. They've been bringing it mostly. I'm just here to kind of level them out a little bit. I think they need that.
So feeling confident today?
Yeah, 100%.
Brilliant. Well, good luck today. I'm sure you're going to smash it. And Yinsu, back over to you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hypod. Kakuka, if EG can go through today, it'll be their first ever international grand final.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that would mean so much to them. I love the fact that Ethan is saying they don't need anything. The confidence is already there. And I think that they have already achieved so much in the tournament that even if they were to lose today, I think that they have, you know, it's a milestone in their careers.
Yeah, top 3 is huge for them. But let's move over to Paper Rex because they have been here before. They have had a grand final. And Clint, I've loved the storyline of all of the players just basically saying, oh, we don't know how we got here, but we just keep winning.
I mean, it is kind of just this unbelievable mindset that they have that works for them. This sort of, look, we're just going to play it like we're playing ranked games. We're going to have fun. We're going to take this as far as we can and see what happens and just play the best Valorant that we can come up with and, you know, try to work. You know, it's kind of interesting because they're trying to work with CGRS, not trying to work him into their system. They're trying to work him around what his abilities and skill set is, and it's been really, really good so far, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, his skill set has just been looking better than we could have ever anticipated. You know, prior to this tournament, we see one map from him. He's playing Gecko on Icebox as a Hail Mary, just kind of goodbye to Icebox from the map pool. And it was a middling performance there, but we had no idea what we could anticipate from him. But the flexibility that he's been able to show coming out here with like 4 or 5 different agent picks now throughout this tournament, you know, obviously widely sticking to that Gecko, but his performance individually has also looked absolutely incredible to keep up with the rest of the team.
I'm so glad you guys mentioned CGRS because I'm so excited to hear from the man himself who is with Hypog right now. Let's send this over.
Thanks so much, Yinsu. Yeah, just going to try and catch CGRS actually for a quick interview. Oh, hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hello, I'm good, Rap.
So I just want to say, obviously, stepping into the team, you filled some big shoes here for Paper Rex in Masters Tokyo. Today you have the chance to punch your ticket into the grand finals. Personally, you've had some of the biggest moments for the team. I just want to know what the last week has kind of been like for you personally.
Yeah. I want to say like in the first week, I'm a bit nervous because it's like a lot of pressure to me on my back this year. So I'm still nervous. Yeah, today I'm still nervous.
Oh, well, brilliant. Good luck today. I'm sure you're going to smash it.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, there was a lot of pressure, Kakuka, but he is smashing it right now.
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, all the clutches that he's getting, the fact that now he's comfortable playing Paper Rex in Paper Rex, and also the flexibility that we have seen not only from him, but also the rest of the team, forsaking going back to playing those roles that he was needed to, you know, like stepping up a little way and going the extra mile to make the team work, and that's why they're here.
Yeah, we should really talk about what's different about today's matchup, because up until this point, every match has been a best of 3. Now we're getting to a best of 5 stage. Of course, the grand finals is also a best of 5. And if you guys take a look at the lower thirds here and see the difference, the sheer difference between Seth, how many best of 5s both teams have played, I mean, Paper Rex is just another level.
I mean, the core of this team has been around for a hell of a lot longer than it has for the side of EG. So that makes sense in and of itself. But yes, these players are incredibly experienced. I mean, they just pulled off a reverse sweep in the grand finals over at Pacific, the first one that we have had outside of Game Changers. So this team is incredibly experienced when it comes down to that. But if there's anybody I think that can prep EG to get ready for that one, it's going to be kind of that combination of Ethan, but especially Potter, to just make sure that they are in a good state when they get ready to go into that long series.
Yeah, I mean, I think for EG here, the key today is to just kind of avoid the pitfalls of playing against PRX, which is getting dragged into the mud, getting dragged down into their play style, just sort of like falling for some of their tricks and traps and some of the bizarre play that they're going to throw at you. It's going to have to be quick adaptations, quick reactions, because Paper Rex loves to just be all over the place. They're wild.
Yeah, exactly. And it has worked during the tournament. It has to flourish today. It has to show that it is enough to make it to the final. They have been in that spot before, and actually doing it in this way, I think that it would say a lot about the kind of team that Paper Rex is.
Yeah, all I was going to say is that, yes, EG, they don't have as much experience in terms of best of 5, but individually, some of those players, they do. Ethan is who I'm looking to. Not only in Valorant, but in other games he's competed in. He's been around for a long time playing at extremely high pressure situations, and Kakuka is showed against Fnatic.
Yeah, exactly. I pulled up a couple of rounds from Split because, you know, we have a couple of unsung heroes in every single team, and I feel like Ethan, especially on maps like this one, like Icebox, like Split, I missed it. When he is the solo initiator and he's gathering so much information, being so helpful for so many people on his team at the same time. Round after round, you can literally just look at Ethan and understand the plan that EG has in their heads. And sometimes, most of the times, it only works because of it.
Yeah, I mean, you may be alone in thinking, you know, that we want Icebox back, but you're not alone in thinking that Ethan is really, really good. So yeah, his veteran's presence going to have to lead this team to victory today because it is going to get chaotic. It is just unavoidable against Paper Rex. It's kind of managing and maintaining that chaos, sort of riding that wave.
Yeah, and I also want to talk a little bit about the mentality and attitudes on the side of Paper Rex. This quote from CGRS, I think, is absolutely beautiful, and it kind of sums up how they feel right now. Everyone in Paper Rex never gives up. It's like 5 people, 1 heart. That is why I'm going to try my best. And Seth, you see that in the server as well, everything that he's talking about here.
I mean, 1 heart, but also 1 brain. We've been calling them, you know, a bit of a hive mind here. And I think that this is going to be such an interesting clash because at the same time, on the opposite side, EG have also had those moments where they look like a hive mind when they are making mid-round adjustments and whatnot. So I think that this is going to be such a crazy clash of just wild styles and on the fly, you know, shot calling coming through. But I mean, you gotta hand it to him. CGRS, when it comes down to putting him in the clutch, you wouldn't think that he would be up for it, but 22% is not bad at all.
He's been one of the best in the tournament. You know, like, he's incredible right now. To think that a guy who is a big-time streamer, he's very popular, so I mean, I think to some level there's...
Enormous.
Yeah, enormous is the right word. I think, you know, there is some level of, yeah, he's experienced some level of pressure with that sort of exposure to that many viewers and that kind of thing, but playing in a competition totally different. He has been huge. I mean, yes, his overall stats outside of the clutch, maybe not the best, but when called upon, this guy's been enormous.
My question is, right after this, what is he going to do? Because he's now a personality here. I think that we've been enjoying it a lot. It's definitely something that Paper Rex can always count on, but I feel like I want to see him more in the tournaments.
I mean, something, you know, made a joke tweet saying, like, I'm looking for a new team because clearly I'm not needed anymore, you know? But, and obviously we do hope that we're going to be able to see him over Champions because Paper Rex doing this well without even being in their full form, that's already terrifying. But I think maybe they could actually try to experiment a little bit more with perhaps having CGRS come through. A couple teams have been able to get a decent grasp on how to run a 6-man roster in that regard. Maybe they feel that is going to be something that's necessary, especially when they do come down to maps like Bind, Lotus, etc., where they feel like the Gecko is going to be a little bit more viable. So that could very well be in the future.
I mean, if he can play Reyna, it's over for everyone. It's just immediately over. But I want to quickly get your predictions on what you think is going to happen. I have a feeling about you two, so I'm going to start with Kakuka.
I am a big fan of AG. I think that the way that they have performed in this tournament right from the beginning, they were a massive surprise from a team that barely even made it to playoffs. The fact that they got here, that they had the group stage that they did, all the pistols plus the bonus, all the crazy things that we have seen from them on the server, teaching us a new way of seeing Valorant. I'm 100% with them.
Are any of us not paper pals today? Anyone?
I'm really on the edge.
Of what?
Glory.
Of deciding between the two, right? It's so hard because EG has been so good to me. I love the way that they prep. I love the way that they react to things. Their protocols are really, really good. The way they react to their opponents, like ultimates, what they have set up has been stellar this entire event so far. My concern for EG then lies into that because Paper Rex will break your protocols apart, throw them in the trash, just set it on fire. It's because you don't know how to react to what they're going to do because they don't know what they're doing half the time. So I think I'm going to give Paper Rex a very, very slight edge here today.
Okay, and Seth?
I'm going full shill. Paper Rex the whole way, baby. NA in the dumpster, nearest airport, etc.,
They're
etc.
so lucky that you're both on the desk today.
Let's send them home.
I'm so glad. Yeah.
No, I mean, obviously, this is going to be a close bout. I wouldn't be surprised that this ends up going all the way to 5 if it does come down to it. It's really going to come down to the form and, you know, which team can make those adjustments. Because as we talk about Paper Rex and they don't know what they're doing, I think EG, they have a very good idea what they're doing, but they're also fantastic at pivoting and reacting. Calm, especially get the info that he's able to gain when he's playing on that Sova. That could be instrumental for them. But I'm going to go still with my Paper boys.
I'm going to say that we have to see 5 maps. We are owed the 5 maps, and I think after the best of 5 experience, that's where I'm kind of leaning a little bit towards Paper Rex, but I would not be upset if either teams win. I am all for it. Valorant, for me, is the winner today, but coaches Alex and Potter are standing by for the maps, picks, and bans, and we are ready to get this started. It is Evil Genius versus Paper Rex, and the winner will face off against Fnatic in the Grand Finals tomorrow. The Valorant Masters Tokyo Lower Final starts right now.
旅の終わりが近づく。残るチームは3つ。1400万人が行き交う都市、その人混みの中で一人の男が新たな自分を見つける。CGRS 期待の星の不在が彼の独創性の土台を築いた。注目の中で今、自らがカオスという名のタペストリーを織りなす糸だと知る。
We came to this tournament with a stand-in who would expect that we're gonna reach top 3, right? During the Soap and Cigars 1v1 clutch, we was like, oh, we might gonna win.
Paper-X 5つの心が一つとなり、未知なる世界へ喜びと共にかけていく。しかし、彼らが直面するのは誰とも異なる相手だ。
Throughout my whole career in Valorant, people have looked down on me. I don't filter into that negativity.
イービルジーニアス、王者たちにもひるまぬアウトサイダーは自らの運命を切り開き続ける。
We lost 1-2, and it was super close. You know, mistakes are definitely crucial. You don't get better without making mistakes. So it's what you do with the mistakes that help you improve. If you shove the mistakes under the rug, then you're not going to improve. So there's definitely a fine balance, and I think we've definitely found it.
喜び、破壊、過小評価、番狂わせ。だが根底にあるのは高みへの意志。
This is my opportunity to show what have I got, and I'm gonna do like everything I can. We're gonna make it.
すべてはこの瞬間のために。
All right, let's go ahead and jump in. Congrats to both of you for making it here, first of all. So EG, you come from upper bracket, so you will be higher seed. Would you like Team A or Team B? Team A. So PRX, you will be Team B. And EG, we'll start with your first band. Band Bind. Your band? Haven. Map number 1. Okay. Side on Fracture. Attack. And then map number 2. Lotus. Side on Lotus. Defense. Map number 3. Split. Side on Split. Okay, and then map number 4, you have Ascent and Pearl. Pearl. Side on Pearl. Defense. That would make map number 5 Decider Ascent. PRX. Side on Ascent. Defense. Okay, I'm going to run through this really quick, make sure we're all good to go. So with bands, we have EG with Bind, PaperX with Haven. Map number 1 is Fracture with PRX on attack. Map number 2 is Lotus with EG on defense. Map number 3 is Split with PaperX on attack. Map number 4 is Pearl with EG on defense. Map number 5 Decider is Ascent with PRX on defense. That's good. All right, good luck to you both. teams that have already done the impossible. They have defied every expectation, and one of them will have the chance to take it one step further and make a grand finals here in Tokyo.
I mean, it's just incredible. Both of these teams should be so proud of where they're at right now to overcome all the adversity that they have to get here, whether it be being doubted all throughout the year for EG, or whether it be PaperX having to practice 10 days with a sub to get in. This is just an exciting match for both of these teams. It's going to be hard to let one of them go, but they should be giving it all there today.
Both of these teams are the main characters of the stories that we love the most in Valorant. Those underdogs, the teams that we did not expect. But let's talk a little bit about that map select that we had a couple of minutes ago. Fracture is going to be the first map. I think that both of the bans is what we expected from both of the teams coming in here with a permaban. Now that Fracture has been so strong for the side of EG, playing with that Sova and showing us that the combos and the micros that they can have on a map like that one. On the other side, Forsaken with Neon, is it going to be enough to stop them?
I don't know. I mean, obviously, Fracture, we knew that once that's like left open in the pool, that's going to be the absolute selection from the side of EG without a doubt in our mind. But PaperX have had a ton of time to look at it and see how they like to pilot that map and maybe try to start to pick things apart where other teams have failed in the past. We'll have to just wait and see. Is it going to be that? Is it going to be the Neon coming through here from Forsaken? Or do they decide to change it up a little bit more, you know, run with something different? It's hard to say. Does it lock a little bit more now that we have seen CGRS playing on things like the Killjoy and whatnot, so perhaps they can just kind of bounce things around just very slightly, make some tweaks to their setup for that map. We'll have to just wait until we get to the agent select.
I mean, this is the thing. It is a best of 5, but Clint, if you are Alex and the crew over there at PaperX, you know that Fracture is coming, and you know it's probably going to come as the first map. So they have to be well prepared for this. And as we go into the Prime Gaming agent select, let's see if we do get some changes and something new. But I don't anticipate it from EG.
No, I feel, yeah. I think with this comp, yeah, it looks like kind of the normal here, right? Nobody seems to be doing anything out of the ordinary, but I think for me, if I'm PaperX, I'm coming out here and I'm punching evil geniuses in the mouth. I just want to come out swinging. They're on attack, just W key. I mean, just W key like you've never W keyed before. I mean, and just come at these guys full throttle, you know, get Forsaken fired up, get him running, and then just start just confusing the heck out of them.
Yeah, and I know Kakuka, I need them to be able to deal with the ulti economy that EG have been running. Someone has to stop Com at some point.
Yeah, good luck with that one, especially also the pistols and the bonuses, the rounds that we were talking about. Also, PaperX decides to start on the attack. They have the double duelist, and I think that they need a very strong one, so let's see if they can pull it.
Well, this is an absolute huge best of 5 we're going to be bringing to you guys. It is a marathon, not a sprint, and it's time to send over to your casters. It is our snack connoisseurs, Bren and Sideshow.
Snack connoisseurs, also Josh, you're looking kind of like a snack as well today as we get started our lower bracket finals in the Makahari Messe as well as our arena. It's going to be this, you know, crowning event for the next 2 days as we see the lower bracket finals and the finals play out. But first, it's EG versus PaperX. Josh, what a match.
And what a spectacle. What a place in which to see two of the most unlikely runs in Valorant history collide together. Each one of these runs through a tournament would have been spectacular had they been separated by a year or more. We would still be talking about EG's run and PaperX's run with the sub. But to have them in the same tournament and have them colliding here in the lower bracket final is phenomenal.
You're spoiled for choice with the storyline. You're
so
spoiled
good.
for choice, man. I mean, some people say, you know, EG, there's some element of luck with them even managing to make it here in the first place. One of my favorite quotes is, luck is just opportunity meeting preparation. And you cannot say that EG haven't been prepared for every single task and obstacle in their face. They have paved the way all the way here to that minimum top 3.
And think about the gauntlet of teams that Evil Geniuses have run. They've gone through DRX, Loud, the #1 seed from America, Liquid, the #1 seed from EMEA. They almost took down Fnatic as well, really making that super team bleed. And PaperX, they're back at it with a vengeance. The silliness, the whimsy, everything coming out of this team, looking like they're in prime form despite the fact that most people were expecting them to come into this tournament as a bit of a wounded animal. Absolutely. The Beast has still got more to give.
With a sub playing for them as well.
У меня бан, я режим не делаю.
Ну так, есть такое, да, вот хорошо, что будет.
You
have two teams facing off between them. They are very contrasting styles in a way as well, with the way that, you know, you can take a look at the style of gameplay, the pretty perfect Valorant that, you know, EG like to play. It's very nice and proper versus, you know, the brute force go fast, give the Atlas an aneurysm Valorant. That's what PaperX like to employ.
Yeah, well, I think they'll also be trying to tear EG's game plan into chaos too.
But this is a great map to get a sense of that kind of stuff. PaperX like playing hyper-aggressive in the double duelist. You were hearing the desk, Paperton talking about how he just wants this PaperX team to run it down.
3 дня буду работать жестко. Я много работал на мне эти патчи.
Конечно, меха тупит, бери, меха тупит Каю.
Если тупит, я, блять, вам показал фишечные смоки, раскидку, заход в плент, люрк там внутри плента.
Если с метом завел, я также на время раскидывал. Против Акашем играть.
Это что, имба. Ну, нас мастер Кеша научил.
Там меня еще чел спрашивал против нас. Что ты за смоки? Я говорю, для моих дуэлистов.
У меня был жесткий план вообще там на Лотосе, но не реализовал я его.
О, блять, мясо не ест.
You fucking мясо.
Я сейчас на скай так чувствовал, пиздец.
Ой, жестко.
Там пиздец.
Там в престуле?
Там 1 в 5 есть. Или 2 в 5. Начинается. Спирикс решает пойти мейн контакт, это очень грамотно. Гигавах с этого, понимаешь?
Кстати, я удивлен, что PRX не забанили фракчер.
Ну, кстати, да, но, видимо, не готов к этому.
Форсайк, наверное, на него на что-то поработает.
Она же в гему находит энтри. Гений. Жесткий выпуск, Сандол, Буси, дает минус 2. Разменчик. Ну, ИГ готовы, ИГ ведут.
Киллджой шарит, как закупаться, кстати.
Что он закупил?
Игл.
Я, кстати, сейчас пробежался, один раз потянулся. В голодный душ ходил. Бать кайф.
Да, но это такое, когда ты...
Ебать у демона посадка.
На фулл-фокусе.
Не, у него именно понял, он не сидит спиной. Видел, как он сидит? Он как Кеша вот я скидывал, помнишь мем? Фотку, где он типа сидит на краю стула. Вот он так же сидит. Сейчас увидишь, охуеешь.
Я видел.
Так, а что у нас? Америка не форсит, да? Точнее, PRX.
А я вообще не понимаю, как можно сидеть, не преклоняясь типа, к спинке стула.
Ну, вот так. Видел, как у него спина, кстати, кривая? Понятно.
Ну, ты можешь так сидеть?
Да нет, наверное. Ну, я, кстати, так и сижу примерно. Не, у меня зад спинка преклоняется, понял? Ну,
не, ну я на спинку облокачиваюсь все равно.
Пытаются арды собрать тут. Райт Кокс.
You like my Cox.
Демон Ван. Ай, плохо. Да. Не, тут не раскрутиться. Бэтмен фриксил. Ой. Там, кстати, не жестко заруинили экономику. С 3 дали, с классиками фул. Мне нравится, как легко комментирует этот матч.
Nobody though massively built up towards an ultimate. You didn't see one player on EG just go
Она на сенсе не
rounds 1 and 2.
уснул?
I suppose Boostia would be the closest two away from his lockdown. Not sure that you can really craft an aggressive defensive game plan around that though.
А у него окнута вебка.
So one of the large strengths from EG, the way that they use this ult economy to be able to snowball things forward, might get postponed a little bit towards round 4. These are the rounds that PaperX have to win.
These are the ones you want to take away.
But
Fracture, we know it now to be pretty much the strongest map in terms of the arsenal of EG, of what they've got under their belt. They have a slow beginning, pretty split out. See Jing and Forsaken.
Не за что. Скарлетт. Карен, не нравится тебе наш голос или что?
Алло.
О, здорово. Мы тебе поменяли на 2 раунда, Лёх.
Я был близок, чтобы оно.
Откинулся?
Да.
Это плохо, Лёх. А потом еще идти играть.
Бля, можно вместе бегать?
А ты ставил на кого-то? Форсакет, блядь, дэш, что еще? Мало.
Carrying him through the brunt of this round.
Ты наша флот, ты бежишь первый бежишь, я на размене, понял? Я потом говорю, Джейсон, you settle it.
Yeah, one player left standing. It's just Demon 1
You
with the
settle
sheriff
it
now.
really.
He's pulled off some insane stuff before. You can see
Ну
those
Жуков,
being
куда спать
showcased,
пошел?
but
Надо не он тут
Thora
смотреть
was
демки.
wide.
A little close, but all good.
Кокс.
So now we get to see
Брейк,
serious
смотри,
clash. Paper X
спокойненько
building up
бонус выиграли.
close
Но они
to
за
us
руинением,
that they
кстати,
can use.
экономику жестко.
There are
Они
so
там
many
играли
hook
за
shots
лайф,
around the map
поэтому.
on Fracture. And I feel like that's
Сейчас
one
будет
of the
жесткий
reasons
раунд.
why EG have found a lot of success here on their attack side. They can
Отставили
build game
кого-то
plans
или ты?
crafted around being
На ЕГЭ
away
3:0.
from ult, as well as
На
having
ЕГЭ
someone
3:0?
live. When
Да.
you take a look at Paper X, you know, they could easily get an orbital strike, possibly a lockdown.
Смотрим
or a showstopper
статистику
online,
ЕГЭ на
and
Лотосе
build a
тогда.
strategy around
Я
that,
не знаю, что-то
unless
по
they
RX
just
берут
want
всегда
to go
лотос,
for
но как будто и
exec.
хуёво его
And the
играть, не
game plan
знаю.
normally for Paper X is
Посмотрим.
exec post plan.
Вот посмотрите, ЕГЭ-то вообще его ебать.
Beginning of these rounds has been starting out quite contacty, but okay, there's a clash.
4 лота
Skirmish.
у ЕГЭ.
Utils
50%
exchange.
win
What a
rate.
time to take a fight.
Ну, угадывается,
Jorgamo
слушай,
was
кстати.
ahead of Forsaken
Против
straight off
Fnatic
with the
3
helmet.
раунда
Again,
взяли.
that supplementary
Ну,
util.
нормально.
Just
Не
being
повезло.
into them.
Джавгейм
Raw
очень
strike
жестко,
collapses,
друзья.
but no
Типа
damage,
считается,
no
понял,
damage.
один из лучших
So
рейс-плееров в мире.
so close though to absolute
Ебать.
perfection from Paper X. That was a ton of
Батиге
good
повезло.
utility pressure that they
Что-то тебе
applied.
отстает, Бах.
Meanwhile, Boostio with an
Да?
operator.
Да.
Wasn't
Какая
really the
секунда?
story of this round,
Ну,
going over
бля,
and
бомба
playing
стоит,
B,
как я
but
скажу.
now
У
he's
тебя
got to
отстает.
Но у
retake
меня бомба
with a
стоит
quite
уже.
an unwieldy weapon.
Unless somebody gives him a kill as well. CGRS wants to take the fight to him.
Дал фраг,
In the
бридж.
spawn, Aftershock
Не-не.
drop down to cover the flank. Just in case the players do push him from that area. Demon 1
А
still
кого
there.
ты
Dark.
смотришь? Ты официальный трансляцию смотришь?
Bringing it
Да.
close, even low enough
А.
though, that they still want to play for this
А.
one. Torrent actually takes him
А я
out.
смотрю этого.
Wasn't anticipating it.
Ой,
Good
блядь.
reactions.
Тариксона?
Flick.
Тариксона.
Ебать, Турелька.
А чё?
Нет, Турелька иногда пиздец не
Just
прощает.
a Demon 1. He'd love to grab this operator to save into the next. That's what he's trying to do. He's guarding it.
А сигареты что-то не
Finds the
так
kill.
плохо
Will he be
стреляют.
hunted?
Сигаретыч, молодец.
Quite. Still able to claim that
Она
weapon into the next.
And that's got to be one of the most important rounds that Paper X can get under their belt, completely halting EG's momentum. That was where EG invested.
Не, ну у Демона, конечно, плотный пул героев.
On the B side of the map, they're
Ну,
trying
твой
to use
чисто.
aggressive trap play takes over towards Dish, putting large amounts
Не,
of
мой
pressure
тогда
down,
уже Ева чисто, я вот
and Paper
рейсовал.
X stop it before it can happen. Partly thanks to this guy and that aggressive push, he manages to collect
А
two
есть
from that
кто-нибудь,
position.
кто пошел
You
в
would not
Рейс
believe
Брим?
that CGRS had very little
Ну, Брейс
Valorant
Брим.
competitive experience going
Брейс,
into this one.
Брейв, да?
He just looks like he's taken
Brave,
to it like a duck in
All
water.
Heroes.
Absolutely.
Год.
He hasn't been putting up the highest numbers in the
Kстати,
world, but
правда.
honestly, he's been performing on the big stage, and that's what counts.
And the big moments.
Yeah.
These clutch scenarios, the important key kill in a round.
Hasn't let the pressure get to him.
No, if anything, he's played very freely under the pressure, realizing that
Там,
even if he
блядь,
makes a mistake,
происходит,
that's
это
expected
будет
of him.
война, блядь?
I think that's one of the most dangerous
Что
aspects.
жестко сделать. Ебать они, кстати, по Рейксу угадывают. Выйдут на пустой сайт.
Pretty minimal expectations, you know, they don't have their full strength roster. They're not going to be able to get something into Japan to play, no matter how well they do at this point. You know, there's only one more game yet to be played. If they do win this, here's an attempt.
Бежит форсакет, кстати, Андроид чисто. Ставит бомбу.
Massive value.
Тише, тише, Пак, смотри.
2 kills off the rip. Pick up some rifles, pick up some guns, upgrades. All
Да.
around. He's still hitting his shot.
Это Джо.
Ults
Стой.
exchange, but it's just down to Divine. And where
Ебать,
is he?
ебать форсакет
Backside of
сделался.
halls. He's going to try and stop
Бомб
this.
поставил,
This
кстати,
was a bit of a half by here.
Тайку
First
убили.
kill
Ебать,
found, but
ретейка.
shut down
Жесткий.
by Jorgamo.
Жесткий.
Хорошо, нахуй.
4 in the midst of it.
You say a bit of a half
Ну.
by. There was
Не, ну
only the
Джавгейм
operator
это
saved into that round. The
Джоу
rest of the players
Гейм.
had
Такой чисто
frenzy,
усач сидит.
muck, bits of pocket lint, as Pansy
Да,
would
он
like
такой
to say.
какой-то низкий,
EG had no right to that round.
усатый.
Смешной чел, да.
And yet,
И
by
пух.
virtue of their ultimates and an excellent
Его
understanding of what
называют
Paper
тоже
X were doing,
прикольно.
they found the
Джо,
timing as they were transitioning back into post-plant setups, where
Тарик.
Jorgamo knew that he could find one, possibly two. And it just works out as best as you could hope for. So
What a way to turn the tide, eh?
we get another big ult clash in this round, and another aggressive fight from Jorgamo and Ethan.
Ладно, тут ЕГЭ даже лотос на третью оставляли.
The operator here, there's going to be a stun to set up the angle. And here we go, flash onto it. It's Jorgamo right here.
Хорошо.
Finding value immediately. Jing opened himself a little bit
Хорошо.
too wide as the squeeze onto the south side. You just don't expect it, the push to the
А
operator.
Кокхев 3-0 ЕГЭ.
Финал
Such a
завтра.
good idea
Почти
against the Vice
четверка.
lockdown, which is an obvious potential way that Paper X were going to try and get into the B site.
Ну,
Contest
слабенький
them
тест, на
early,
самом деле. Я бы,
squeeze the person that's
наверное, давал
watching
бы
over towards
5
the A
свою.
side of the map.
You choose to still commit
3 в 5 они ульту
lockdown
решили
here
поставить?
work.
Jogamo's going to deliberately get detained. Oh, no way. And he's going to be calling
it
pre-fired onto the
cross. Смотри, прикольчик, смотри, прикольчик сейчас.
It's creeping up onto it. Unreal. And
Тут
Jogamo
Джо в
does not
зоне,
get
конечно.
cleared, still alive. In the fight, once more, left up to divide.
А ты в курсе, Лёш, что Форсайкен
Yeah,
agile?
the plant is down, but he'd have to pull off
Соболезно.
something unruly.
То есть agile не он, you know?
There's going to be gains, a fight taken towards him, but sticking halfway, all the way. But Ethan and his team have got the coverage.
What a play. When you hear Potter talk about EG's run to get to this point, something she frequently mentions in interviews is that everything seems to be working right now. You have a risk, you have an idea, it pays off.
Есть такой
With
сейчас?
Valorant, you're supposed to
Итан
throw as
говорит,
many
фишный
ideas at the
топором
wall as
играет.
possible,
Да,
because,
но мне кажется,
I
это
don't know,
плохо.
maybe half of them are gonna work.
Он не ожидал
When you watch this
100%
EG
кожи. Думал,
team,
сейчас,
they
блядь,
take a calculated
стримить
risk
будет,
like that,
кайфовать,
they
чилить,
reap it
потом
the
забрать.
reward
доставать.
А тут он нахуй в полуфинале турика. Ну и в полуфинале.
Бля, я вообще так-то уснул, хорошо будильники поставил, как гений.
Пиздец, Лёх.
But everybody from PaperX gathered and grouped up.
ЕГЭ пикнули защиту на лотусе, они чё, ебланы?
Проебали, Лёх.
Чего? Ладно, Дерекс на 0 в атаке в нафиг взяли, ничего. Чё знают, чё знают.
Here's the overdrive. Forsaken would love a kill. Run and gun. Outplay, outwork. He's suited for it. Here's a Rolling Thunder. Intending to punish. Scatters his way through, trying to buy a bit of space and time once more for them, but his crossfire setups, there's gaps in the openings. Still Forsaken's in it, but it's the last one.
Куда он летит своим пальцем, задрахал?
Has been planted for him. He gets information, knows that team one is in main, whips out the
Форсайкен
rifle, 8
солит
bullets
пока
left.
что просто.
Opens himself to it. Here's the ult.
Ё-моё.
Still left, gonna be fading at any point now.
Фу, все, иди нахуй.
Demon one shuts him down.
What an incredible attempt from Forsaken there. Had all the tools at his disposal and a great
Чтобы обид не было.
It required
You know, guys.
Ебать, он один против всего мира чисто был.
that you've seen so many times from this demonic player for EG. Hits the head of Forsaken, shuts down the clutch attempt.
Бля, вообще не падает так, как Демон 20 сидеть. Надо вот так раскинуться, бля, как Джо сесть, нахуй.
This is where
Поставить
EG are at
тут
their most
прицел,
dangerous, in
нахуй.
my opinion, Brent. When they're able to win with one ultimate, just the breach ult, to be able to clear out an area that Forsaken was challenging. And then they still have them available for the future.
Форсайкен плотно что-то
PaperX are in a
подразъебал.
timeout at the moment, a tactical timeout, trying to figure out what their game plan should be.
И Вадим, кстати, не стал спреить, остановился и строго дал ему.
Ну, я понимал, что он сейчас спрейтится и...
А чё они не смеются? Они обычно смеялись, как сразу. Ебать там зал! Прикольно.
Ну, не так много, на самом деле.
Ну, мне кажется, это с 4 сторон там, не?
Ну да. Ну, мне кажется, звук как минимум должно быть.
10. I think we have 30.
Что-то они не смеются в этот раз.
Flourishing to a degree, everybody's going to be able to get those rifles together. PaperX forced down to the
Для них
half
без
armor
самфинга, то,
rifles.
что они дошли сюда, это пиздец уже.
Ну да, все, хватит.
Учитывая, что там еще Forsaken agile.
Поиграли и хватит. Я согласен, Пах, 3-0 и домой, все. И так топ-3. Замены, челы топ-3 замены взяли, что за хуйня?
Бля, может 3-1, Лех?
Не, ну, да не, лишнее уже.
Может 12-0 камбэкнуть и выиграть.
Да 0 шансов.
А тут бустился ОП. Экзоги нечитаемый. Джинк тилти, говорит, Вая, Killjoy by Operator. Затупит Killjoy.
Он у них вроде все равно с Айком играет.
Да?
Да. Это же они ему чисто АВП подбирают.
Изи.
То есть это известный Killjoy авар.
Я против ВКшки не играл, он на бриче тоже слабый.
Бля, он задрахал. Это тот с Индии Форсайкен, клянусь.
Нет, это чисто просто по Тони Блэку.
Тофман я писался.
Это грамотно.
Вот, даблу, да.
Хорошо.
Да, нахуй.
Все, про двоих знаете. Don't phone, блядь. Хорошо, блядь, давай нахуй. Давай отсюда с пляжа. Здорово. Чё за watchpad, блядь?
Нормально, так веселье, Лёх, чтобы ты не уснул точно.
Я уже поспал сколько нужно.
Ты уже на фреше, да?
15 минут поспал.
Да.
Че, какой трансляцию смотрите? Официально?
Я лайк смотрю.
Да, включай официально.
Меня не забанит? Ну давай.
А, подожди, так может.
Может забанить прям. Ну бля, никто, блядь, не спорит. Нахуй кому нужно. Или все равно могут забанить. Это же надо кому-то репорт кинуть, блядь.
Ну я кину на тебя репорт.
Ой, ща затупить.
За то, что меня в Valorant зарепортил.
А как у тебя секунда сверху?
32, 31, 30. Ну напиши хотя бы меня в названии, потому что со мной смотришь, не знаю. А за Тарик тебе типа не хуйнет.
Это просто стрим смотрю, типа, не?
У себя на стриме.
А?
У себя на стриме. Да. Кого то же самое.
Да у тебя тоже задержка небольшая есть, понял?
Так, бля, я не говорю про мой стрим.
А, официально?
Ну да.
Плохо, давай.
The combo play there from him supporting Boostio is just unreal to deal with PaperX.
А Релакс с он тоже типа партнер Riot?
Ну, наверное, да, он тоже матч смотрит его.
Какая у тебя сейчас секунда?
47, 46.
Да, да, вот.
Тише, 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 дочекать, хорошо.
Ано.
Что за легендарная сова, Сома?
Это странно, короче, фракшн пикать против ЕГЭ.
Нормально, что у них есть и сом, и ком.
В смысле фракшн пикать? Это же ЕГЭ взяли.
Вроде Пырикс показывает сверху галочка, видишь, стрелочка?
Не-не-не, это ЕГЭ пик.
ЕГЭ пик.
Так вы слева сверху можете посмотреть.
А, это ЕГЭ пик? Это легкий
Да, вон Current, Fracture и Конт ЕГЭ.
А, ты имеешь в виду, что они не забанят?
А там вообще написано Next Split.
А,
ой,
не, вот
да,
написано.
Ну да, да, все правильно, все правильно. Потом 4-я Pearl от этих.
Ну, Джо в форме. Ебать, а Итно не впадло 4 на 3 в целом на рейд?
Прицел реально фишка.
Так это у всех, у Джо тоже, вот смотри. Имба крускер.
So that's designed to put pressure on Com. Doesn't quite hit though, does it?
Junk.
Yeah, and this time it's Jingu's taking a popping out towards Sand, but Split approached.
It's
bombed outwards.
Бля, чё...
No chance to latch onto a kill for any of the PaperX players.
Ебать, это второй экстрим, типа,
That might have been just intended for a piece of utility.
Хорошо, это демон. Хорошо, блядь.
Вот он с фотом пострелял, отдал, взял. Ой, Валик заубил.
Back in the action. 2-for-1 special. Spike not picked up, but now he's
Джейсон
got it in
не
his
смог.
hands.
Does he realize both of the EG
А вот
were
второй
involved
Джейсон
just
сможет?
Oh, this util. It's putting a squeeze on him.
He must do now.
Showstopper from
Вместе, вместе, мужики. Хорошо, хорошо.
Just spotted out. Every avenue is watched for.
How sublime is that, man? Spamming the only spot where he would be able to survive the showstopper. So you
Quarter
guarantee
number one.
to scour the map. Ridiculous.
Кусач
We
раз.
saw EG running this same defensive setup on A against DRX.
А, я вообще ОП взял.
Вот он Валик взял, убил,
They're
вообще
playing
жестко.
a very hard anchor flood defense.
Ну, блядь, ЕГЭ так почти Фнатик выиграет, там на тоненького было. Фнатик убили PaperX. Ну, типа, все логично.
Че, PaperX хоть карту возьмут в ЕГЭ?
Надеюсь, нет.
Ну вот на Лотосе все будет решаться. ЕГЭ вообще Лотос не играют. А эти вроде выигрывают Лотос хотя бы.
Запутался.
А, наказать.
Так, ну быстро не промажет.
А чем ваницы дверь же не открыли? Ну, ой, блядь.
У него ульта есть, странно, что он так идет. Стоит.
Ну и странно, пах, он идет ебать. Ну нет, перестреляй, Эйтон, браток, блядь, такая эйсер или кто?
Жестко ульта, пиздец, киллджойки. На, нахуй.
Ебать.
Это реально жестко. В бумейне вообще нельзя играть.
Ну да, типа, это против меня постоянно ставили. Я в охуенном был.
А потом сайт закидать можно просто чем-нибудь.
Меня бустивает, это батя, конечно.
А выпер тот же.
Бля, Гондон. Так Гондон играет. До половины надо было тогда уж.
А тут no chance вообще.
Как будто он бы успел до половины, сова бы вторую половину, нет?
Там Молик долго летел, в теории он мог, когда Молик еще не упал.
Не-не, вот он под конец Молика, надо было до половины, похуй.
They gave everything there. Jing gave his life to take the lockdown with him. How are they going to be able to pull out another one of those?
Паш, ты в планшете так бегаешь?
Jing played that fabulously though, despite the fact that he gets caught by this operator shot, which is a lovely one by Boostio.
Я прервал
Ушел, у нас этот Android пришел.
Да, я знаю. Это с другого окна играл.
Потом из нас Бандура еще играл сегодня.
О, это супер.
На сайфере.
Че, он закерил вас?
Там все было не очень хорошо.
Да?
А потом Леха пришел, пытался.
А я вообще, кстати, ему на ак зашел, я захожу, я просто не прыгнуть не могу, на shift нажимаю, мне герой приседает, я гранату нажимаю, ой, этот бумбот нажимаю, у меня граната достается, я там вообще в ахуе сидел.
Пусть не промахивается это. Промахал. Два забил. Все будет реветь.
Хорошо.
А, ну у него он звук инсиган два, блядь.
Бля, как будто совик души, да?
Кажется, сова очень бывает тем, что люди просто не готовы против нее играть. Как мы раньше вайп брали в 2020-м.
Бля, не, что-то ебет жестко.
А он еще и agile.
Когда, говорю, не понимаете?
На, хаваем.
Наверное, и с бремом там
особенно как ее левую используют, типа какие он ревилы кидает.
Надеюсь, на лутс такой же диффенс будет.
Я просто видел, что фига делают собой. Они часто что-то выпушивают и постоянно типа за спину куда-то ревью прилетают, а они его не бьют, потому что они не ожидают такой хуйни. В итоге они выпушивают и по нему не ревью.
Да, прикольно, что два agile играют на смоках, типа один agile играет на киллджой, другой на коре.
А другим он тоже agile?
Не, Форсакен.
О, их тут есть, заебись, заебись.
Что Форсакен?
Он же типа больше не кор.
Он сейчас вот, ну, именно играет в неонке.
Не, ну все это да, это из тоже самфинга же типа. А он и самфингом колет?
Да, да. Они же типа кикнули
Может, он типа и стал
agile.
капитаном, потому что он пересел?
Они кикнули agile, взяли самфинга и Форсакен типа стал колить.
Я говорю, может, здесь тоже типа и как раз и пересел скоро и стал, короче, колить.
Может быть.
И все тупит. А сейчас он на неонке говорит, так, мне вот сюда флешку дайте, а сейчас подтрахает меня, короче.
To win situations that they really have no business winning.
Что самфинг интересно посмотреть. Да, ну Джо в жесткой зоне, конечно. Ну сейчас облакачь так на спину сидите.
Really the straw that broke the camel's back in that half, because after this, EG go on a monstrous streak to then end up getting into a 9-3 scoreline at the end of this. This is a really crushing start, but this is also kind of what we expected. EG continue to look absolutely gorgeous on Fracture.
And the thing is that EG is even better at orb maxing it, prioritizing those ultimates when they're on the attacking side.
Exactly.
You'll see even in these early rounds, the player who's getting the most kills on the pistol round, even if they lose it, will be getting those orbs and will be putting EG in the direction.
Вот так садишься, 5 микронаушников.
So hard for PRX.
Yeah, I was going to mention that same thing, right? It's very clear that for EG, getting that hot start at the beginning of the game really set the tone for them. And then from there, well, the score speaks for itself. We'll see if PaperXO has the capability to be able to bring this back. EG, well, they
Бандур сегодня моментиков 6 был.
and they're looking to close this one out quickly. Brent, Sideshow, over to you.
Не.
EG definitely hoping to keep that momentum.
Что они, кстати, что, проебали, да? Или
Да.
Clean out this map nice and easily.
Против них вроде посерьезнее состав.
I definitely agree with the
Ну
Des.
да.
Their attack side looks the most dangerous. I think this is going to give us another look as to how the pistols are going to go this series as well.
Okay, good answer. An attempt to follow through and follow up. Jorgamo with the satchels as well, just to see if he can catch that timing. The back heels
Ебать,
are forsaken
Вал
though.
9 исключит компания из состава КСГО по просьбе электроники.
Что он делает?
He's confident. He hits the shot to fire. Damage is done, and there's the follow-up.
Заебал.
You said earlier, Josh. So they horse flag the big wrap around once more. See a lot of that play and fracture. That was rapid. Blink of an eye. Don't get up for any snacks.
Сейчас, кстати, 3 раунда за атаку с 2 корами взять.
Да, это интересно.
Еще и с такими резкими, хищными.
I know the fracture's incredible for EG,
Ja,
but it feels wrong counting PaperX out of any of these scenarios. I've seen maps so far at Masters Tokyo where I'm so confident PaperX are gonna lose, and it's gonna snowball into.
Как будто когда их уже брожали, собрали инфу, надо было реколить что-то.
Ну да. Там что дальше
I feel like we could have said the exact same thing about the first map when they played against NRG.
Yeah.
And then you've got Mind Freak at the end of it saying, I don't know how we won that series. I can't believe we did. But that's the kind of stuff that this PaperX team will give you. Never stop believing.
Just miracle moments. And they're skilled enough to jump on them, pounce on them. Very narrow angle. Forsaken trusting in the reactions to land that one. Turret catching the contact. He wants to go for a second peek. Will do so. Util dumped into tower. Positions move back. Tower is occupied now as well. They are really pushing out. Blinded up. Jump spot round. Forsaken's got his teammates back. Corralled up.
Да он поешь за фрагами. А что они делают? Ч.3 сделает? Просто ровно весь 3 в 3.
Не фидит. Форсакен еще бьет. Лайк.
Stay live here, get value out of this one, but constantly repositioning. They've got them collected. 30 seconds.
Forsaken уверен двигается.
Waiting 15 seconds for the regenerative. Util with the dart, stun, repeat damage. Still being done yet. Okay, all collected in the end. Definitely some danger. Damage being done there, but PaperX still. They win the anti-eco.
This next round gives them an opportunity potentially back into the map. Can they craft some kind of aggressive play that sends
Если они бонус сейчас выигрывают. Есть вера, камбэк.
If you allow EG the space on the map, they're going to go around, they're going to hoover up the ult.
Форсакен эйс даст со скаута с одного выстрела.
Это же 9-3 курсит.
Форсакен что-то в зоне так.
They're going to turn that into round wins.
Это же 9-3 курсит, всем известно.
You can't allow it to happen. I think for PaperX it's a very difficult balance they have to tread.
Я только такого знаю.
Я только Пашу из Курска знаю.
Throwing it away.
Well, here we
Он не
go.
чекает
Talk
справа,
about
типа,
aggression.
не считается.
Smoke in his face. No angle cleared. Crossfire set up with Timmy the turret. Lucio's feeling the heat now, isn't he?
He really is.
Ебать, тут раскрутка.
Не, вопросы? Какие-то вопросы?
Бля, Бустио тоже нереально зоне, конечно, на этом турнире.
Да.
No fights taken, evened out across the board here, but it ends with just Mind Freak left alone in the 1v3.
Опорник жесткий. Еще и с авиком играть умеет.
Еще и Айджелору.
Охуеть, это просто лучший.
Там, кстати, закупался. Чел.
Интерфрагер Люркер, да?
Прям не Лехи на Кеша роль. На Валикара. Ну это чит спэт, конечно, слева.
Раскруточка.
А чел в шортах сидит.
How many times throughout this tournament have we heard that giggle followed by "I'm the best" coming out from Boostio?
It's been a lot. Here's a standard play for
Это жесткий сплит.
to stun and a refight, the reclaim of this one.
Да, на какой карте
Ой.
The aim is nasty good from Mind
На какой
Freak.
карте была инфа штаны?
Не знаю.
Ебать, я такой не знаю.
Как будто Бустио может опять перевернуть игру. И он там их проебывает.
Да, им надо было сразу идти.
Ебать, его
Вообще
не
вообще
идут,
твою
как
спину
будто.
бьет, походу. Он выйдет еще в раму.
Не, их не видно, не все, они там за ящиком.
Вроде не пошел.
All down to Boostio, and at this point, surely the timing's gone.
А Инвер Демон не смогла.
Ну они жестко ушли через подвал, Форсакен побежал.
Так они так делали уже, блядь. У них же там... У них же тренерши есть. Рейкс так часто делают.
Ну, видимо, эти не готовы были, какие-то фурики.
Я помню, и против китайцев тоже так делали.
Look at the way in which they're just so happy. One stim beacon running together to try and take fuel. They're planning to overwhelm EG with pure amount of players on the screen.
One Steam.
Кстати,
Beacon.
бля, сегодня, прикинь, детки говорят, bro, you need setup. И меня замутил.
Хорошо.
Tries to take the peak angle. Satchel play. Jorgamo again to vacuum up even more. No
Ой,
strike
ой, ой.
right into the center of it.
Хорошо, Лёх?
And the
Нет.
Rebels didn't do it. The ultimate would have evaporation. All the players disappearing.
Бля, опять все читает. Я гляну, чел с микронаушником сидит.
Flash repeat.
Я там его разультить схватил уже.
Говорит, о, бро, чил.
In a 1v3, he knows the other players are going to be
Так
grouping
прикинь,
around
что
the
ультует и
spike.
троих тушит.
This is some level of confidence.
Ну, если еще
Да,
одного
его
убьет.
Станя убьет.
А, не грамотно.
Fight for it. There's one through the wall. Enough damage.
Не, он короче ульт, пробивной и пиздец их душит. До остальных.
Ты видел, как Станя бьет? Видел, как у меня все на центре Станя сова убила через всю карту?
Так я видел, как мы вчера же играли матчмейкинг, я это за Гека Гавриком пчела схавал, застанил. Мы с Рейной пока ВПМ, и он нам 2 пули дал.
На самом деле он так хуёво колет, вот они обесрались под Б, и идут под А, и так читаем, пиздец. Ну типа, как будто надо в наглую еще раз Б, то же самое колешь, они точно не будут еще раз поджимать.
Да.
Они и так 2 раза жали.
Не хватает иногда тебя.
And that's the second time we've seen Mindfreak use his ult like that, just completely trapping players in order to convert around. PaperX are so fast to fight that they're not even really offering that many opportunities to get those flank plays through or try to play spread. They're just grouping up almost as 5 in one area of the map. And EG tried to counter it there on their eco round by grouping up as well. Tactical timeout needed to be taken here. 4 ultimates available to EG. They have all the tools to be able to win a crucial round and start to get the momentum back on their side. But at the moment, struggling under the pressure.
It's been a string of rounds now, with the exception of round 15 that EG managed to win. But other than that, PaperX, ever since they've got to this defensive side, the story has been theirs.
Спать идти.
And it's kind of like PaperX are in an area of the map, one of the 3 entrances, and just gambling that EG are going to be trying to take control there. And trying to shove themselves as deeply as possible into EG's territory.
Бля, там такие ульты сильные. А там нихуя нет.
So where are PaperX playing this time? It looks like a triple play.
Как бы сначала раунд можно просто через локдаун взять, а потом через брича и прямо ульт. И все. Бля, тут не все ульты разом, я прошу.
Stimmied up are going to be coming from Dish.
Jorgmo's going to have to be, again, stalwart defender of that one particular section if he's going to be met any sort of pressure. No. Boombot, here's a stimmy, here's the stuns. Sails rider through, and across, there's a reaction from EG.
Ой-ой-ой. Охуенно.
And yet he hits that, but Com, he does return fire. He has to make it a little bit more even. Drone tagging onto Forsaken, yet still claims
А вместе пикнуть. Один прячет, другой пикает.
Sweeping across the map.
Не надо!
Да,
бля. Так а вот можно было без ульты не взять? Да, они так инфу собрали уже. План заняли, не знаю.
Так он вроде уничтожил. Не, Оликом.
Геймон вообще не читается.
А он ультаном будет
Ебать, с несколько бустя.
Ебать, жестко убил.
Вообще ебланы.
А там ульта. Надо смог на бомбу, смог на бомбу. Захуёвый смог. Нормально.
Он не хочет более просто дать?
Половина нет.
Фу, слава богу, блядь. Уже все ульты отдать охуенно.
Кстати, по бабке хуёво у ЕГЭ.
Да, кстати.
EG looking to try and pressure out PaperX have a setup where they throw down that stun like I was saying, making it seem like an all-side crunch. If they hear anything arcade, both duelists run at them. The pinch comes through. How Devi hits this? I will never know.
Default.
Бля, ну тут на приколе брич, у него такой угол в 500 раз лучше. Он боится просто, ну типа. Просто варичило.
Ну хотя Итан опытный, да, вроде, типа, видишь, волнуется. О, но.
that has got to be a reaction to Jing taking those kills from the tower.
Absolutely.
But I'm sure it was turned around as soon as Demon 1 won the round.
Да нахуй, да нахуй.
Хорошо. Браво! Сигаретка, блядь.
Сигаретка сейчас всех бы сгорел, было слышно.
And yeah, it felt like we just exited that replay and suddenly we're met with
Там
this
стреляют,
scenario,
конечно, жестко.
1v3.
Все пиздец.
Да, тут просто вот ты смотришь, как чел, бежит просто и сразу с первой сносится. Второй бежит с первой сносится, третий побежал с первой сносится. Что это такое?
Ну, сигареты сразу видно, свой пацан сел на жопу.
Да. Сигареты чисто из ранки, да, вот броуски свой. После Дантыча.
Might be the difference maker.
But he feels like he has to go for it. It's 11-7. Can't let EG grab up all the way to map point.
Я пошел, понял, сигарета чисто такой морталка с кидантом в пати зашел, ой, в лобби. И его с одной все вырубает. Зеленые короли.
1v1 versus Bustio. Bustio glad to take it. So there it is. 12-7 EG to that map point. EG were ready there for the south side aggression towards 3 as well. Definitely done their homework. Jogama was on a high ground angle.
Я в 6 вечера встал,
And I believe to
если
meet
не
them
позже.
when Jing goes for the double satchel players on the box.
После этого мастерса будет меняться режим?
Не знаю, посмотрим, как пойдет.
Или тебе по кайфу 6
Он режим построил под лаем.
Не,
ах ты факел маленький.
У него там расписание, то что она может с ним играть с 2 до 6, понял?
Не. Это я не подумал про это, да, ты прав.
Они же видели брича, нет, блядь. Не надо, вы же видите, у него ульт.
No raised players on either side. Take a breather and a step back now. Reassess the situation. Bustio gaining some ground towards drop. As there's that re-exploration, Mindfreak was hunting for some information. He pays for it with his life. Divido does catch that lurk round.
Они на брича бегут, серьезно? Они же видят, что у него ульт. Нихуя не понял.
Door open. Again contacting.
Им пизда. И брич ульт, да?
Я, походу, Форсайкен побежит урожай собирать.
Давай.
Хорошо, не надо.
Здесь
Форсайкен попал.
Блин.
А куда Киллджой пошла просто? 3-3 просто идет вперед физически. Потупит.
Давай, лама.
It's chaos. It's the fast rotation back over towards it, but EG slowly tightening the net.
Тоже пришел с форсаксом.
Ну все, они знают, что право чисто.
Фигарет что ставит?
Проебался.
Вместе. Ну вообще это грамотно. Вот этот кол вместе с дадами не ставить. Каким диван бы начали ставить клюнуть. Хорошо. Первое есть.
Great map one for Evil Geniuses. Tough position for CGRS to be in towards the end. He's come through good for them in so many of those incredibly tough spots, but just not quite able to deliver another impossible clutch. EG take first part in this series. Remember though, this is going to be a marathon. It's a best of 5.
Да. Уже не лысый.
15 of those across their history. This is only EG's second. I mean, just a crazy situation to be in terms of the experience difference. So a great first footing for Evil Geniuses.
So many moments in the series that are just outlandish, man. Reliving through some of them. But EG were in firm control from the one half. PaperX doing a decent job of putting the fight back into it, making it potentially winnable. Of instances as well, but as we've already been mentioning, it's a marathon with his best of 5s. You get into that new territory, definitely new for a lot of the players on this EG squad. How they're going to be tested as the map pool really gets deeper. I think map number 1 is a good one to get under their belt.
Absolutely, and it's the place where you expect EG to be able to get their results. To me, as we head forwards in the series, it's now truly anybody's game. even when it comes to Lotus, the next map coming up, the first one that PaperX picked, I think there's still chances for either team to take that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, map 1 wrapped up here at our lower bracket finals. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back with a continuation of the series.
Он ребят он 3 дня.
Это
Просто хорошее
решение.
Have you ever asked yourself after a bad game, what am I missing? Or sought help from impatient friends? Or browsed desperately for answers that only bring up more questions? Your self-doubting days are over with Discovery, the first game-focused AI. Discovery is trained on the world's leading esports athletes to be your everyday personal coach. That's right, Discovery can help you improve your gameplay by giving you tips and strategies to take your game to the next level. Get started at aimlabs.com/discovery.
This is Sadie. She's on Verizon, and she has the new My Plan, where she gets exactly what she wants and only pays for what she needs. She picks only the perks she wants and saves on every one, all with an incredible new iPhone. Get iPhone 14 Pro on us.
Да, не, нахуй спать пошел, пизда.
Давай, спокойной ночи.
Good night.
User disconnected from your channel.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
What an incredible start here for EG in the lower bracket finals. I'm joined by their coach, Potter. Now, Potter, Fracture, such a great map for you guys, but how do you play against a team like Paper X? You didn't seem like you guys had any issues dealing with their chaotic style.
Yeah, you know, for us, a slight adjustment specific to Paper X was to just let them tell us what they want to do. Let them tell us what duel they want, what map control they're going for. Initially, we just kind of paused for 5 to 10 seconds. Yeah, we're able to react. We were very confident on Fracture, so with that sort of control, we're able to react optimally.
Well, great game plan, Potter. Hopefully you guys can keep this up in this best of 5. Good luck.
Thank you so much for that, Yinsu. Always a pleasure to hear from Coach Potter. And it just, again, played like a fiddle, honestly, when you actually think about it, Hypoc, because really, Paper X, they're a team that they like to show you their hand right away. And sometimes that hand's a very good hand, but EG knew exactly how to stop it.
For sure, yeah. And I think the concern coming into this is actually what EG have shown here at Masters Tokyo with their Fracture composition, their approach to the map. The concern being Neon in Paper X's composition, their ability to get ahead of those utility timings and whatnot is a real concern actually overall. But EG did exactly
алло,
that
Адрес пошел?
completely neutralized that game plan with Paper X.
And even in the rounds where Paper X were trying to hide their hand, it still felt like EG was consistently getting the read on them time and time again.
And I think even when they were shutting down their early aggression, which I thought was a really strong point of EG's idea coming into this map, the late
Силы меня покидают.
this one, where when Paper X will oftentimes kind of find that gap, someone will push forward and make that hero play to be able to save them. We saw it so many times in that last series versus NRG, but EG's one of those teams where in those late rounds, they're really good at shrinking the map, playing together, and still having those util combos synergized at the very end of rounds to close things out.
It just feels like they were on the playground, just having a good time. They were just doing their thing at times. And I think that also, just to go back to what Potter said,
Играть попадешь или спать?
Не, играть точно нет. Я
it was
посмотреть
very
хочу.
evident that their plan was
Может,
to let
режим
Paper X just
восстановим?
do the thing that
Ну,
Paper X
я
does really well. And EG, I like that they can show those layers, right? That they can show that
Я
they can
планировал не
slow it back.
спать
They can
сегодня.
be a bit more
Ну,
disciplined.
если
But at the same time,
просто
when
если
they
играть,
in your face and give you a right
если
hook,
играть,
they'll
то
be there as
точно
well.
не уснешь,
Yeah,
понял?
absolutely. I mean, you take a look at when the teams aren't even putting in, you know,
Мне
gun
кажется, мне
rounds.
сил не хватит
Free in
играть
that
на
regard.
стоп.
EG was just outright
Кофеечек
across
заварите
the board.
нормально.
It took a while
Нет
for
кофеечка.
Paper X to start looking a little bit
Энергетик
more like
купить
themselves, to
ходить.
get warmed up.
Не
King
люблю
in particular with a
энергетики.
very rough start, Forsaken and
Еще идти надо
it was
куда-то.
just across the board.
Плохо,
A
Ром.
bit rough.
Мне это не нравится.
More Pacific caster Achilleos.
It's okay.
Yeah, but I think
Да.
what the players who
Давай,
are
еще
really
есть надо
watching
кто-то
throughout
сделать.
this one are the players who have to be quite
Wow.
flexible. And that's Forsaken. He went from being the flex player for the squad back in Pacific when they had something in the roster to now going back to his old role as a duelist. And I think even in the struggles, he's consistently been able to perform. But on the other side,
Ты типа
even
не
when
хочешь,
he's well,
хочешь не
even
спать
when
до
he has
вечера?
that flex, he's just so consistent
Ну да,
at the
что-то,
top of
мне
the game.
кажется, уже...
I'm losing my mind.
Тебя
I
уже
didn't
если
even
плавит,
glance
то
at
ты
that. I normally don't
продержишься.
go for headshot
Меня уже
position, but
плавит,
even
да.
pushing 70 is pretty
Если
crazy.
была
There's
тактика,
not
то типа
even
спать, но
range.
пару
That is
часов.
outrageous.
Well,
Да
I mean,
нет,
there was
вообще
that one
мне
play
не
where
нравится.
Forsaken literally turned the
Ты
corner,
не
Palpatine
сможешь
fingers, and
проснуться?
he was like, I'm gonna one-tap you.
Дохуя
He was
просишь,
still going
обычно.
for the tap in that situation.
Да
It's
не,
crazy.
проснуться это в
Dude is
тилте.
absolutely bonkers. He really
В
does,
тилте
but also
проснешься,
Paper
но
X has
спать
that
не будешь
confidence as
хотеть.
well. And
И
they
до вечера
should, because they're
потерпишь.
going to
Это, мне
Lotus
кажется,
here
актерно
now. Here's the
проще,
thing,
чем
this is
ты
going to
сейчас
be
будешь
anyone's
пытаться
game.
не спать до
Sideshow was
вечера.
perfectly illustrating that one. Fracture, you gotta give it to EG. They're a great team there. But Lotus, that's where Paper X can
Я
really
говорю,
catch them
поспав
off
пару
guard.
часов, тебе
Yeah,
все
I
равно
agree
будет
with you
проще
to an
дотерпеть до
extent.
вечера,
I'm
чем
gonna
не спать
All right, go
вовсе.
ahead, counter it.
What we saw versus Fnatic was Paper X actually being very one-dimensional, and the fact that
Oh my
EG have
God.
already demonstrated so far, opening map of the series, they have the awareness, and they're actually playing to basically Paper X's strength and using it against them. So with Paper X showing a very, very simple, like I said, one-dimensional attack on Lotus, I think they have to totally overhaul here. They have to approach this differently because EG are the sort of team, they're going to look at that footage, and they're going to try and mimic exactly what Fnatic did.
Yeah, and I think EG's game plan on this map can actually be quite similar to Fnatic at a lot of times.
Absolutely.
You don't see them on their defensive side, where they will be starting in this map, really going for those gambits to take extremity control towards A lobby, towards C mount, something like that. Instead, they're really playing this slower style to re-clear space in the late round that really punished Paper X last time.
Yeah, well, of course, Coach Alex is going to have to cook up a plan here, and I do believe that we have Yinsu standing by with Coach Alex to get a few thoughts heading into map 2. Let's take a look.
That's right, I'm standing by with Paper X's coach, Alex. Alex, unfortunately, you guys lost map 1, but I feel like Fracture for EG, such a strong place for them always. But after playing against them, did you feel like there was anything in particular that was tough to deal with and you want your boys to look out for map 2?
I think what they do very well is they combine utility very like they have very seamless combinations. I think when the duelists are peeking, flash will come, you know, stuns will come, and I think it's very nice to see. I'm not actually sure how to avoid it other than like I think we're going to try and run away from it faster maybe, or go really more aggressive, like past the utility. So we'll try one of these two things and we'll see what happens.
I mean, if there's anything you guys are good at, it's going fast. So I have full faith in you. Thank you very much for joining me, Alex. And let's see how PaperX gets on in the second map.
I just love I love the theory crafting. You know what? At the end of the day, gotta go fast.
Speed kills. Let's go.
He's just like a guy running an omakase. He's just like, what can I make today for dinner? We're going to try to add a little bit of more of this. We're going to slow things down. We're going to run away faster. We're going to run at them faster. I mean, you can tell like it is so fast and loose with this squad, and it has been able to deliver them results, but we'll see if it's going to be good enough to get a reply map win.
But that's definitely the mentality you need when you're playing with a substitute. You've made it this far into a lower final. Just being flexible, being chill in these high-pressure scenarios is part of why PaperX is so good in games like this.
You have no other choice, right? I mean, like, look at the atmosphere where we are right now. It's thousands of people crammed into this building, everyone losing their mind for every single play. And as we jump into the Prime Gaming Agent Select.
Oh, I love this. I love this. I've been waiting for EG to change their comp and bring a Viper. I think it gives so much more to your attack-sided mid-rounds to have that utility.
Absolutely, I agree. I think this is the go-to now. Obviously, EG have demonstrated elsewhere that they're happy to play around with the meta a little bit and bring a little bit of cheese, a little bit of something different. But this, to me, feels like something that's going to stabilize EG's Lotus performance.
And for the EG attacking side, when they switch on over, I think this works so well because PaperX puts a lot of emphasis on going for those fast fights for a lobby. Leaving that space early and re-clearing with a Viper wall works so well.
One of the things that I need to see right at the start of this is going to be Jing on that race. He needs to have impact. We saw that from him from CDG, those blast pack entries, but EG's been looking good to shut him down so far.
Well, we're ready for map number 2, which means we got to send it back to the Madmen themselves. It's, of course, Brennan Sideshow for the call.
Thank you very much, Des Crew. Yeah, let's get into it. Map number 2 here for Lotus as well. I have to agree with the overarching points, but Des as well. EG, they're making these last-minute changes with goals probably to stabilize some of the more one-sided affairs on some of the halves of this map. But
would definitely agree.
Doing it in the lower bracket finals is quite crazy, isn't it?
I think this is a good time to be able to bring out new ideas. You don't know how long they've been cooking something like this. It's not a brand new comp that they've invented. They have other teams that they can look at how the Viper gets used and what its strengths and weaknesses are. I think one of the big strengths that they're going to be relying on here is that they can play a little slower, right? They can slow the pace of the game down and allow PaperX to come to them, come through those walls where you get the decay damage, hit the snake bites where they're going to get vulnerable.
Hello.
And Com's got experience playing this agent too.
А нахуй не за КТ начали, у меня вопрос.
Не знаю.
Ну,
типа за атаку бросить, за КТ чуть наберешь, за понял, будешь
Нет, это полная хуйня. В атаке берешь все, что можешь, и за КТ набираешь.
Они, может, по-другому что-то думают.
Ну ладно, справа пик говна у них, мне вообще не нравится. Мне вообще не нравится их пик.
Такой, да.
Паранойю только дай, ради Христа.
Over the top, going to be Dizzy. Paranoia used in response to it. Cage cuts them up though on swirl. KG, they managed to swarm into position, left up to just Jing.
Бустер разобрался.
Solo player here towards the back of the side. Yeah, he might have a frenzy, but that's a little bit too much to overcome even for him. So, part of the course, pistol round, gained in 1 for EG.
And a really well-played C defense. They flood in, buying time with that single nanoswarm that boosted
PaperX не очень мне нравится. Говно какое-то.
And then relying on the paranoia too to just delay. And look at the pathing here, going into their own cages in order to apply pressure.
Two right clicks, 1 left click.
It's not just PaperX theory crafting on the fly.
What is he waffling about? The right click, 2 right clicks. 1 left click.
I believe it's like
the faster fire rate, right? With a classic.
Там, конечно, слева мне нравится, что джетка вместо рейза.
Ну,
демон разбил.
A joke, I'm sure, to do with him trying to teach somebody else on the team how to use the classic most effectively.
Okay.
Алло, не нафигить. Тут не репикай. Ну, пизду не надо.
Even the wingman, that's a flash repeat, but my God, he almost pays for it. Damage.
Давайте будет Sky.
They're getting their money's worth out of Ethan's heal, aren't they?
Yeah.
That's 2 rounds in a row.
Trailblazers now going to be used around us minute mark, so grabs that info. Collection of players.
And this looks like Boostio is going to dive through the door if it's a C hit.
It's going to be slow going now. They're already onto the side themselves. Paranoia right into the corner. They're all grouped up right to the side and jumping. Right clicks doing some form of work. And they have managed to get themselves into the back of the side, but Ethan's covering the back angle along with Boostio. Is that slow siege and squeeze, denying everything.
Пока уверенно.
And I also want to draw your attention to the fact that Con is using Nat's Viper Orb setup on C, which is so lovely for Flood defending the C site. Instead of trying to hard anchor it with a turret and nanoswarms and snake bites, instead it allows people from Waterfall to run into C and help the players that are anchoring. So this clearly not just been thrown together on the fly. Of course, with everything that comes with Evil Geniuses, they've put some thought into it. Now, what can they do on the bonus round? There are a lot of ult orbs on this map, but I don't think Boostio is going to be able to get them all. They're very attack-sided.
Using util to clear through into rubble.
Jing, however, look at Jing just making a beeline for the ult orb.
He's hunting for it, the showstopper. There's nothing to stop him from picking it up. Just a bit of poking and prodding. The rest of EG are exploring deep into mid here. Forsaken was the one who's left to really contain that. Deeper push through, the A side's going to be gained for them, and Gavid now pushed up towards the deeper angles. Again, back pit, another fight to be taken so low that damage the wall is just spotted. Still Boostio, lay it down, going to be able to finally take him out. Yes, they are.
Mind Freak not caught by the Trailblazer, able to take down Jorgmo, and it's only Ethan left to stand. Jing got the ult orb one way or another, and the rest of Paper X having a very clean round. EG not able to win the bonus of both pistols that they've had in this match. Kind of tracks where they've been at towards the latter end of this tournament. That's not been their biggest strength. Although it looked like it was going to catapult them at the start of Masters Tokyo.
Что-то хуй знает.
So the gun's guarded.
Как будто лучше бы из них ганы потряс, еще бы.
Вот да. Может, мандалку бы заставил еще.
My eyes are going to be on Jing for the next round, that player, because he's got Showstopper to try and open something up. And it's so much more difficult to play C-Flood defense when the opponent's using a Showstopper. You want to be running away, not towards it. Yeah. It opens up many different avenues around the map.
Так, ну там сам Один взял.
Take a glance bottom left, Demon 1 picking up the orb, Com with an Odin. So Com's probably going to try and play off site, spam to defend the C site.
Так, Демон не
Demon
угадывает
1
потом.
takes a pick though, might well define the round.
No one's actually going to be walking into that sight line though. Everybody grouped up towards A. And again, same util used, disrespecting. Over towards Rubble and Ruins.
Ну все, Джет касается С, бля, что они там суетятся?
Way out. There's going to be the door switch tapped.
Within 10 seconds.
Little door being broken on top of it. Gathering space and time here. Seeing if they can take the fight to Boostio. Well,
хотя бы одного.
bit labored, bit strained, right into B.
Там самим на поле будет, не работает.
All going to be missing. Trailblazer to set this one up as well. Spamming right down.
Боёвых кошмарит.
Com almost collecting a kill. They've gained space onto the site. With Boostio falling, all that util is faded. Ethan, he knows he's being pushed. Page in his face. Forsaken just trying to get out of there. It's getting awkward. Plan's still going to go down. Put themselves into the post-plant situation. This flank, it's occurring as well. It's Mindfreak versus Jorgmo. It's an important one. It's going to define quite a bit. But the rest of his team puts the squeeze on.
Он даже не чекает туда. Ну, блядь, что такой дефолт?
Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой.
Бля, ну это такой дефолтный спот. Просто, блядь, самый дефолт. Там еще угол говна. Если ты это чекаешь, там чел покойник.
Ну да.
That's another major round for Paper X to win. They start out this map in the same way they started Fracture, by winning these important round 3, round 4 fights and halting EG's momentum.
Вот у него условно даже DC2 могут закрыть. Из-за мапа дисбалансная такая.
It just opens the door to B. They can't play B retake very well because Demon 1's got an operator on board.
Здесь два, мне
And they're
кажется,
kind of
загнуть
relying on
надо.
those nanoswarms to keep back the horde of Paper X.
Я не знаю, зачем за слабую сторону заведут? Так тупо, если
There goes
честно.
the Odin
Это просто
investment, the
тупо.
operator investment.
Я все уверен, мне кажется, просто они думают, что они за слабо наберут пару раундов, а потом...
Да, это тупо. Зачем?
А вот уже, видишь, минус находит, эти размениваются.
Ты сразу ебешь за сильную и за слабую уже добираешь. Все, чел в тилте обостренно снят после первой карты.
Джин крутой против Хэка.
Skipping right round the side, his position was popped out from the Nurov after the second
Как
pot
его
of it.
фармить?
Jing
Ну да.
is just so
Уверенно.
damn confident. This guy, unrelenting.
Джейсон
Да,
доволен.
пик КТ, блядь, долбоёбы.
Determined to make a statement here on Lotus. PaperX picking this map for a reason. Jing's gonna show him why. 6-3, an opposite beginning for him on map 1 to map 2. Individual form really got swinging. And if you wanted a warm-up map, if you felt like your team needed a little bit of time to warm up on stage, what better map than Fracture where EG are
Ну да,
favored
то, что они
anyway.
два ульта въебали против пестиков, ну, типа, блядь.
So now the operator, the Odin, come back out again. Similar kind of setup.
Players matching him though. That's a satchel
Там
play
чел
from
запутался,
Team
блядь.
One. He does left it.
Бля, это вообще еблан.
Jumping into the wall like a
Что
broken
не
AI.
делать?
Считается.
Gonna be met though.
Хоть как
Trying to
будто
offset
убил,
it still.
даже вообще
What a
не
reaction
считался.
and what a flick
Вот
from
это-
Demon One still. So
Вот
no,
чё?
he does not adjust the aim.
ГГ.
Не, на у меня чел просто в двух кнопках
Standing
запутался.
in for PaperX. Bustio, the timing through the smoke. He's facing the opposite
Чё
way.
они делают?
He's waiting
Ебать, у них
for
3
flash
С
timing,
было, и
potentially hearing that util being
ебали.
used.
Они угадали по факту.
Spam into the wall here, Com. Almost getting punished for it, but now backing away, realizing he has to save it. A full investment once more. Can't go another round where you just lose all your guns.
Ну, чел на уме в стол зафидел.
Are punishing EG for going for these early pieces of aggression. Potter talked about
Дима
how
Ван тоже
important
зря
it was
пожил
that
уже.
they just
Дима,
allowed PaperX to play the
чел на
game
Обане что-то вообще
into them.
запутался.
And it feels like at the start of these rounds, EG are trying to make something happen. Round 1 and 2, Jorgamo was peeking out into C Mound and getting slightly punished, small amounts of damage, but not giving away a kill. There, he tries to do the same kind of thing to set up Demon 1 with the operator, but got full flash and just ended up walking into a wall. I know the EG guys were talking about Nats looking like a Euro
Заряжаюсь,
clone in one of their games. It can happen to anybody, I promise you.
Хорошо, Паш.
А ты, Лёх, потом играть пойдешь еще?
Не-не-не.
Truly doing the most here. Trying to stop all the aggression that's coming his way.
Я их сейчас до 105 комментировать.
Лёхи на 3-0
А
стоит.
чё, чел на Killjoy завис тоже?
Не знаю, что странно вышел.
Просто стену смотрел. Всё норм?
Он думал, фликнет.
And the Thrash online, an
Шарю.
ultimate that they can get massive amounts of value out of, and one that most teams will not have anything prepared to deal with.
Just the one snake bite launched. Sailed all the way through. Common double doors. So you're waiting for an orb tap.
Ой, пизда.
There it
Ай.
is.
Ой, да.
Gonna track it all over the place.
Жестко
Almost claiming a
дамажил.
kill here. As the door
Его
rotates
похилит
open.
сейчас.
Door, the door gets tagged.
Очень флешку
Oh, no
залетит.
punish.
На нахуй.
Already players though.
Пизда
Ой,
давали.
Space right up in the open with
Ой,
the flash
жестко.
and
А
sets
чё?
up the nicely for a cheeky little
Бля, я не
two-piece.
знаю, как чел специально фидит.
Seeker's gonna be earned. Ethan already though has taken up the front section of
А
the
зачем он репикал с такого
entirety
угла?
of the site yet. Okay,
Потому
brought
так
down.
держу этот есть.
Да нет, 2 в
Lucion's
4.
got a rifle, and
Level
Mind
3.
Freak wants to take this fight. PaperX have still got to be
Jing
careful not to throw it
чувствует.
away.
Jing. Shut down.
Пик КТ, блядь.
Extremity. They know what Bustio is. You
Нас в
need
Америке так
to force him
принято.
out into the open. Clean. Good util from Jing.
3-0, ебать, нетолерантно.
So, PaperX combining, chaining their ultimates to be able to get another on the board. 5 in a row right now. EG with only the
Блин,
pistol
давай
and the
жестко
follow-up.
сделал. Прям на яйцах вылетел. И
And
раунд
once
ты
more,
выиграл.
catching EG's players flashed. Obviously, Com's going for something there and getting a lot of value out of the Odin still. But they're not quick enough to be able to
Мальчик у
disengage
него,
from the
давай
aggression of
просто.
PaperX.
Ты
You
ему
think
знаешь,
back
что
to
ты
what
знаешь
Coach
вообще у
Alex
него?
was saying? Oh, we either need to run away from their
пауза.
utility or run past it, run through it. At the moment, PaperX have increased the tempo.
Да, мне просто интересно, кто это у них заколил? Тренер, что ли, кто?
They're running
Тип
into
пик
Demon
КТ.
One's operator.
Бля, что там дамит такое?
They're running into Com's Odin in order to get the punish there.
Ну, типа
The
спецэффект.
uncertainty just in the way that EG are playing. Like you said, you know, the players are getting caught.
Навряд ли
with
там
these
Лёх
weird,
свой
quirky
зелье
timings.
расчехлил.
They don't quite know when to retreat and back away when the util comes through.
Too late for a 13-0, I'm afraid. But the momentum's good for it to be one-sided in the opposite direction to map 1. Here's something I've noticed too. Since adding the Viper into this composition, EG haven't actually been going for any large rubble control plays. They're not trying to throw snake bites early to stop PaperX from gaining that area of the map. Maybe they've just decided it's too much to deal with the flash dizzy combos and mosh pit being thrown out. PaperX do have a lot of utility to just unload all at once. And they're going to go for it again. I mean, here's PaperX once more. Flash dizzy combo, mosh pit, this kind of stuff to be able to take A early.
It's working. reason to switch it up.
Jing's been able to sprint over to the A door within 5 to 10 seconds.
Nothing to stop him.
Форсаки даже не пытается юрковать.
Там один раз сходил.
Now they're using even less utility because they know that EG aren't contesting it.
Cam deep, Boostier's tagged Paranoia, they want to chase down this kill. Forsaken is eager for it. Already, what a shot! Reaction to that one, adjustments. Just the micro movements of the mouse. Have to give him the kill. Com, he's left to try and hold back. Again, this unrelenting pressure. He knows that there's a team building up behind him. Noise cut as well. Makes it feel like they could have just been walking themselves into B, but now as the door opens up, Trailblazer through along with a showstopper. Vulnerable up. Okay, deals with the first piece, but are already into the side. Out wide, Mindfreak wins his fight. Ethan towards the back, and he has claimed 2. Brought them down to their knees. Blinded up though.
Куда он смотрит? Да блядь!
Не чувствует на
Не, куда он смотрел? Он просто в небо смотрел, он же отвернул, ну, типа, он не ставил full blind.
Не успел обратно повернуться, походу.
No theft back online. That's Forsaken again doing damage and doing work. It's going to be spotting out these players, so they want to go for a play here. Divide close to the flash. He backs away, playing together now, knowing that they doubled up. Dashed, breaks up one of the crosshair placements and sight lines. They know that Forsaken's up onto Heaven, and they pick the timings just well enough. But maybe Demon One can do something with this.
Да.
Sky has been brutal at times, looking like the best player on the team. He's the one to shut that down before it really gets messy.
And he made the hero play too, hiding inside the smoke, gets a pop flash out in order to make that round back in their favor. Bit of a missed input there from Jing. He threw another blast pack, stopped him from being able to shoot the showstopper, and offered Ethan a chance to win the round. But it's the Sky on the other side that's been doing the most for PaperX when they need it.
Adios. Not a feeling. No breaks in the play, no pauses here. Straight out the replay within the first 5 seconds, already some action. It's the mound control taken up. Trailblazer and Boombot again used together. Com's going to be using the snakebite to try and push them back once more, but saw that util cleaving through. It's forced a ton of rotations, and now they work their way over towards B.
А чё, так сильно нет?
Growled into the corner onto one of the extremities, cage to get them in and cross up. Again, a potential sightline where somebody could be there. Jing, have you overstepped your boundaries? It's the 1-2 punch for the rest of his team, and they have toppled down. It's 3 versus 3.
Это как будто не самый хороший комбо запушить вот так.
Ну да, нахуя.
Просто
ганочку подарили.
Have to give it up. Can't play this one together.
Ну, у Ига есть все шансы этот раунд выиграть.
Ну, смог на бомбу.
Now of these players, it should be more
Спасибо.
predictable. Smoke on the fuse. Boostio should be granted half. Mindfreak has found the first. Half onto the fuse. Time has been bought. Here onto Heaven, though.
Ну, я чего вообще потерянный, нахуй. Пик КТ.
PaperX was 7, Josh. 7-2 being that scoreline. This is so damn one-sided.
Чел на мне вообще потерялся, на кажется.
All of the close rounds, all of the close moments. Somebody on PaperX steps it up. This time, CGRS with only his 2nd kill of the map, being able to find a timing past Demon One, who was instructed to keep providing those cloudburst covers for the player on the defuse. PaperX keep having an individual that makes the difference. And on top of all of this, EG can't figure out how to play the defense. They can't find a feel for the tempo. They keep getting punished early.
But potentially that lack of practice, swapping around the composition. Bit last minute. Gonna be hurting for that practice, that scrim time here. Forsaken seeking to again disrespect, just drag that util out of them, but Mindfreak does fall. Forsaken, no.
Бля, можно вот таких прописать?
Happy to give anything up, is he? He's alone when he's taking these fights.
Just right.
He's gonna be so aggressive.
Full bot чел играет, просто запутался в 2 кнопках.
Тогда он вообще типа, смотри даже его КДшки на чемпионе, на всех 0.70, кроме Рызи. Конечно, интересно мог бы.
Нормально байт. Прикольно.
Ой-ой-ой. Ну, начали вот это по одному ходить.
Куда?
Там люркер джет.
Бля, эти базуки в стенах хуярят.
Демон спасавчик.
Almost a pre-fire, it was that quick.
God almighty. No time to react to that.
So EG finally get their first gun round on the board. A reminder that they were absolutely pasting Paper X in terms of gun rounds to gun rounds in map 1. And now
Если
it's
еще
flipped
раунд
on its head.
возьмут, то это уже winnable.
It's still worrying for EG how they're holding on to door control. Mindfreak going for an over-aggressive play in B, realizing that they were relying on the Killjoy utility, just TPs past it, gets caught by Demon 1. But I'm still not content with how EG are playing the breakable door control. So often Jing is just throwing one nade into there, flushing a player out and getting a kill.
Yeah, it's always
Блин, там бабки еще будут.
There's got to be adjustments. And Boostio is going to drop back to play C. Hard anchoring that spot.
2 rounds left and a half, 2 more chances.
This is another round where CGRS has the Thrash online. And this one's a major tool. It is so difficult to deal with, especially on a map like Lotus, where there's 3 sites and you tend to be more split up. Good luck spraying that shark down.
Вот они, кстати, вместе сейчас пошли, они раунд выиграют опять. То они разделились в прошлый раунд, пошли все брать соло.
Ну не в этом раунде хотя бы.
Да не, им пизда, им пизда.
Ну да.
А чё они так в С верят? У них всё там стоит.
Как у нас же косом.
На самом деле, что-то ЕГЭ вообще без информации сидят.
Ну да.
Инфы нет, пациентка нет вообще.
Ну да, они как-то вообще хуёво
Они
расставились.
уже обосранные.
Spike has been planted, so into the post round we go with Paper X. Couple of layers to it. Jing's going to be the first one to receive, and well, look at
Ой,
that.
бля, Медуза, ну, реально падло подождать. Медуза падло ждать. Пизду её.
Can they remove him? They can indeed, but they have so much more to get through.
Там бустер,
Towards the
бустер
connector,
ходится.
Busia's doing a decent job of things. Certainly found his way onto the site, into the connector. He goes, half of the defuse, sticking it through. Busio, he will not be
Бустер соло
denied.
просто, блядь, пришел, всадит
Да,
его,
они
убил пачку,
бомбу
That
раздает.
was a nice little round there, 4-7. The setup there, Paper X just too distracted on the flanks there to try and push them away from it.
Yeah, EG were retaken with 4 players coming from drop. Boostio with a major 2K. Caught off screen. But he's top fragging now for EG. Take a look at this replay. Here he is coming through for the punish on Jing and then just drops down.
Я просто налегке, да, такой спрыгнул, блядь.
Gets on the defuse.
Реально спрыгнул, всех побил,
It's not
все,
the greatest
пачку
plant in the world. Wingman
Раунд выигран.
is taking that into a bit of a difficult spot. Same defensive setup.
Воздушный бой, нахуй.
Early Odin spam on the attack side. You can see that line of sight. Fire rate as well. Demon 1's dropped down. Has to return back for the heal. Can't play the early aggressive angle here. And now you're setting up for CGRS with the ult. Fresh in his hands. Unleash now. Paving the way to try and take this side up. But already lots of players grouped up. EG. 3 of them. It's Paper X who want to try and take it in a different direction. Good
Ну
paranoia.
нет, демон.
Cuts its way across, no kill to be claimed. Spike still planted again. It's not a good spot for it, really. You can't really spam from this angle. Seeker's in his face. Com, well, he's granted it. This side, it does not matter. Judge in hand.
А чё они на джаз прыгают? Вообще больные.
And Com claiming 2. Towards the side now. Needs to be a fight taken. Good trade, but Demon 1 is instantly there. He's low, though. Has to back away.
Так, а чё,
Someone has to get
простреливать
on his
будет?
defuse. It's Ethan facing away. Back to the wall. Down to the corner. Will he go down? Will he fall? He will not.
А нахуй они на джашку-то прыгнули, я не понял. Ну первый чел, ладно, окей. А второй, ну вот на чё он рассчитывает? Ну типа...
Они 5 в КТ взяли, это много на самом деле.
Yeah, EG have somehow saved this one.
Ну не совсем все, у них
Ridiculous
все на
fashion
пик
these
такой,
final
более
3
защитный, у
rounds.
них и
The
вайперы,
Seeker caught Com
он
inside the smoke.
тяжелый
And
пик.
yet, there's no way Jing is expecting him to still be in there,
Ну одна
pushing
им до 1, скоро
forwards
там 2
with a judge.
было. Там у них
Paper
побыстрее,
X taken
конечно.
off guard in the final couple by a defensive
Посмотрим, как будет.
change up in the
Ну вайпер
setup.
фанит надо, будет жестко.
Now we head into the next half and it's
Да.
actually fairly even.
Yeah.
Probably should be.
По твоей
Fairly
стороне,
even
правильно?
chances here, of course. Let's send it down into.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm joined by Benkai
Oh,
here. Now,
Benkai.
Benkai, you've been here with
Ну
this
да.
team before international tournaments. The first half, the
Нет,
first
добью.
half, not the best, but this half has been a lot better. So talk me through what you made of this half.
I think we just caught them. We just
Benkai
caught
у них
EG
тренер,
really
интересно,
well
кто?
with like
И
the pace that we
шестой.
had at the start, like and our aggressiveness. It just feels like we've been pretty much doing the same thing, and it just seems to work. So they're just gonna run with that throughout the whole map, I think.
Now for EG, they've never made a grand final
Вам
of an
перевести?
international tournament before, but you guys have.
Он говорит,
So what
ребята,
do
вы
you
же
think that your boys need to
понимаете,
do
что вы
in this
0-3
next
должны,
fight to make sure
ну,
that they do
отъехать и
make
все
it
по
up?
домам фастом.
I think they
Да,
just
мы
need to keep
понимаем,
that
блядь,
spirit
просто
that
он
they're
решил
moving
чуть
high
пофаниться.
because, the way that we made
Так у нас уже столик в баре забронирован.
we just had a
Сегодня
really
классно
good goal and
потусим.
everyone was feeling really confident, which
Что-то про Феррари
does
сказал.
not does seem like they're having the time of their lives right now, like no matter what the score is. So I'm not really that worried about them not taking the map.
And lastly, very quickly, obviously you used to IG on the team, and now we're hearing the system is a little bit different. Would you be able to explain some of what's happening in the team right now in terms of the IGLing situation?
It sort of is everybody contributing at the same time. So each person will have their own input, like, oh, they are doing this at the start of the round. What can we do to prevent that from happening? And then they'll just form a plan around it together. So it's sort of like 5 people contributing together to make one round.
Wow.
Yeah.
Ну, не знаю, с одной стороны, это усиление. Если у тебя такой капитан, как Элик, а с другой стороны, если Элик не капитан, может ебать очень жестко.
Gotta keep the vibes going. I mean, that's the one thing.
Может, он уже привык колить.
Especially with them now dishing out this kind of IGL across all of these players, 5 players, you know, coming up, formulating a plan. If the mood does get sour, it can put a bit of a dampener as well in terms of the comms and who's contributing to it.
If you wanted a team, though, to keep their spirits up, you'd be looking at PaperX. I feel like they've done so much work for that. It's something that Alex has really pushed for as well. They know that they need to keep spirits light, and I think that that's actually something that CGRS has been great at.
Надо молик давать, блядь, не по схеме. Нахуй это смог, если у тебя такая стенка есть? Открыл стенку, дал молик, все, хуй зарежет.
Potential for EG to drag it even.
Ну, камера фишечная, до сих пор не спалили, кстати. Там форсак не снимает.
Взял гему, блядь. Потерялся.
Что он делает, блядь? Он больной, скажите, пацаны. Брус бегает, как болван.
The rest of his team, this crossfire setup, Mindfreak has opened up the door, and inside the smoke he has left it out and sniffed out. Ethan is there. Wingman to the side, seeking the defuse. Demon 1 has to try and put the pressure out.
Ну, пиздаем. Да чел на умне больной играет, что он делает? Блядь, просто пиздец.
Pistol round is theirs.
Что он делает, блядь? Просто выбежал, хуярит райт-кликом вот так. Бля, он просто по пункту бегал, как будто ему голову, как курица, знаете, отрезает голову, и она бегает так.
Ну, видишь, есть люди, которые не могут с роли на роли пересаживаться, а есть, которые могут. Он условно не хроник, он может сказать, ну все, моры.
Ну зачем они тогда так берут, блядь?
Ну он потому что на резе жесткий исполнитель.
Я вижу, исполнителей вижу.
На резе. Прошлую карту видел? Ебашь.
Просто если за ним посмотреть вот эту карту от его глаз, это, блядь, такой смех, наверное.
Я знаю, да.
Даже похуй на 3 фрага, а именно что он делает, ну типа.
То есть затупит он.
Бля.
Yeah.
Early on in
I
the
was mainly
season.
talking about the idea of running 5 content
Demon
frames,
1 is
playing it at pro level. Let's not give Sentinel any more ideas, but
they'd love that.
Yeah, I mean they certainly would.
All right, so once more, both teams go 1 for 1 in pistols, and that's.
Ой, бля.
Talked about for EG at the beginning of this tournament, it made them look utterly unstoppable.
Disconnected.
Grouped up, gathered up.
Чел на скайп соло выходит.
Да, по одному заебись, мужики. Зачем лево-право запрыгивать, как можно по одному, правильно? Какие-то лохи придумали вместе играть, ну, типа.
Not the biggest salt in the world that you want to be generating, to be honest, but Mindfreak will be happy about it anyway. On the other side of things, Com is now 1 orb away from having his pit down. And if EG want any chance of being able to get back into this, they need to be leaning heavily into that ults generating other ults, generating rounds, the snowball, the avalanche.
Вообще Вайпер должна их развернуть, если там, как Леха делает.
Com's actually playing this first part of the round alone, though. Just going to throw his orb down, at least to give him an opportunity to return back to A in
ушел
the
тоже
round.
сам. А они стягиваются с
Да, бля, я не понимаю, зачем у меня такая стенка и такой смог, бля, даешь молик, все, блядь.
Вот 2 растяжки, ебать, для Майндфрик. О, ебать, чит. Они пойдут, да? Если все пойдут, то пизда будет. 2 растяжки.
Одну собаку, наверное, сломала.
Майже, да.
Demon 1's going to have a little bit of a tough time, and especially if Com decides to do something like pit into C. Those could be a big issue.
It's all been slowed down around the minimum.
Так, хотят арить, как на C вернуться, походу.
Line up for a bit of global pressure, so this Trailblazer and a snake bite. It's going to fake like they're taking it over towards A. The goal of this is to pull rotations back over towards that area of the map. See ever so slightly, but I mean, Mindfreak's not
Там
taking
вот
the bait.
собрали, что пока никого.
Jing looks like he wanted to. He's
Никто
back in the
понимает,
way,
что
but
это
again,
C.
now he's playing back towards C. Still
Пиздаем.
holding his paranoia, and here it is. Sails
Куда
through.
убежал-то,
Honorable
блядь?
duck in his face. TP's back out again.
Еще две растяжки живы.
Idea and approach. These tricks
Ой,
will only be
убивать-то
able to play
некому
off
под
with
них.
Satchel to the side.
Да,
Is latching
Mindfreak
onto them
зря
still.
он улетел
Brute
бэксайд.
force is the name of the game for EG. Get themselves in, and the pit is down at their feet. Ethan covering the fire just as it blooms. An attempt, a chance, but Forsaken only the one.
Готовы забирать.
And I believe they're planted outside the pit there. Maybe I miss Zor.
Well, maybe a chance for them. Devi is low though, can't quite get
Было
the
прикольно, если бы
crosshair
Джо умер.
on the target. Devi revealing his position, bit of spam into the corner. 8 bullets left with the Bulldog. Just an impossibility.
Хейвей его
Right
смотрит.
in his face.
А.
Look at that gap as well with the pit.
Ah.
There's a slightest gap there for Boostio to play in. Com, adjustment, a flick to the side, it shuts it down. So, 6-9. We said it was a must-win round for EG. Couldn't have let that one get out of their hands and let PaperX get up to 10.
And they clearly had a game plan with that ultimate. I mean, that looks like a nerdy
Там
fight.
бэксайд можно было спокойно мне жить. Зря
Little
улетел.
gaps
Испугался.
where they know
Две растяжки под него, он летает.
how to support
Даже
each
собака
other,
не
how to be
ехала.
able to play in the post. Ethan, Com being able to play off each other immaculately there to trade out effectively. PaperX love getting aggressive in these kind of spots.
Making a go of it. So hard to try and punish a player.
They didn't
Spot,
realize.
though.
They didn't know that Boostio was around the corner. If Jing had known,
Ну все, он должен сказать. А чё он очкует? Он должен сказать, что они просто сломали турельку, съебали. Бля.
Damage being done to him, just the turret being broken. Nice mid-rounding from EG. Breaking a lot of the util. Cam was spotted out as well, which was broken. Dragging players over towards C, while the rest of the team now
Их на,
work
блядь, один
and set their sights
чел.
onto A.
А вот куда там чё вкатать, я не понимаю. Кто это?
Скай?
Да. Чё он там делает вообще в КТ?
Фанится за Б. Что КТ прошли? Это профит отпустить Б, чтобы потом зафанить за него. Бля, я смотрю за Оманом просто. Нихуя он то пошел.
Takes care of CGRS, the lone player onto the site. Plant to go down. Let's see how this
Как
post
будто
is
ИК
played.
этот раунд тоже вы должны
Forsaken's
выиграть.
just missed his cam, I think. He was trying to use it to clear out Com, or at least to give him some information.
Forsaken очень важно для нас в этом раунде.
Ему надо очень поздно играть, но он очень рано играет.
Take 3 players of paper trooped up now. Here's Forsaken through, does not expect it, so taken care of. And now the entirety of EG can set their sights towards the back of the site. Nade sails over the top. Devi finds the first on two. Just Com. Satchel plays in, but time is starting to run really short here. Demon One still locking it down from the tree. Angle flash in their face. Backed around Satchels. Full collapse.
Оман
Body of
соло.
PaperX falling.
Там Экл порык сейчас.
EG with an important one on the board here.
Да, там
Starting
кэпчик
to
с 4
generate
на
a
них был
comeback
летать.
and knocking PaperX's economy down into the dumps.
Да.
This exec off the Seekers worked very nicely. They increased the tempo, and in prior rounds they faked A control. And CGRS has used his utility to re-clear that area. And that's part of how PaperX have looked to generate their advantages, is by calling EG's bluff. That time CGRS was thinking about it, saw him inside the smoke, wondering if he should try and gain that info back for his team. And he just ended up a little too close to the exec when it happened.
This time out called, what is the adjustment now that needs to be made for PaperX? Losing grip ever so slightly on this half.
And do you think they're discussing strategy? Or is it a vibe shift?
It might just be a vibe check, honestly, yeah.
It could be absolutely anything with a PaperX timeout.
You just don't know.
Это PaperX, короче, проебут, то третий точно.
Crafted. I mean, really illuminating into what the team atmosphere looks like, but sometimes
Не говорят, неплохо сплит играют.
a single player that steps up. Forsaken said that it was him in that grand finals that they played, but they were crowned the victors over in Pacific.
Ну, если чел на ум не подсоберет раунд.
Arena like this.
Чел на ум не
Sometimes you
старается.
need a player to step up and take charge. Sometimes the hive mind has the
Старается
struggles, has the
зафизить.
wobbles,
Победить.
and you need a hero. So far in Masters Tokyo, they've been talking about how good CGRS was at that. That he's IGL for them in a couple of maps. Talk about unlikely heroes stepping up.
Ну ебать тут стак, не надо.
4 players to meet them. Take control of A.
Ты кто такой?
Pit clears a route. I mean, you can't disrespect that piece of utility. You will be falling. They've earned that area of the map quite early. In fact, they've completely given up C. But they are on a half buy, so it's a good time to take risks like that. Maybe we'll see the adjustments as well that they were making towards the next one when they've got the money to buy up the guns. Chance of a timing Forsaken with the Sheriff, who will grant him a sightline. Boostio, he's eager for it. The opportunity and chance.
And Con was trying to backstab these B players.
Так, а можно не дарить фантомчик? Пизда ему. Такая пизда.
Can't lose his rifles, can't give this one over. This is a little bit precarious, right through.
Хорошо делает.
Spams down two.
Да, ебать отец.
Ебать, мы там флеш какой-то накинул.
Ready to clean him up, make sure
А
that
ты тут
rifle
через вержу можешь, по идее, если
Ну
его
вот да, походу
кидать.
через верх мы накинул флешку.
I think that's one of the big reasons why the
Это их заперли с ним. А его с ним, ну да, это нормально, бро.
A massive advantage. Didn't work out amazingly for Evil Geniuses on their defense side.
Ты чё себе там залокал?
Only one round separates these two teams. Alt advantage though, very slimly I would say, in favor of PaperX here with CGRS having Thrash online. It's good for information, it's good for applying.
Бля, там ульты есть у Гека, почти у всех. Ёбаный рот. Хотя слева тоже немного до ультов. Нормально.
От него гадают.
Хорошо. Хорошо. Лучше, бро, на яйцах надо, правильно. Да?
А вот так вот.
А это уже лишнее, нахуй, стянуться надо было. Не, валики, я клянусь, люди вообще про преимущество не слышали, как будто. Ну что вы делаете? Тут люди даже 5-3 могут побежать, пикать вообще на похуй. Не знаю, как-то это странно, если честно. Ну я так от многих команд видел.
Опа.
Охуенно.
Сейчас будет форсаксом пострелить. Очень призажжо. ББ.
Ну, я говорю, чел на умне потерянный. Да охуенно, блядь, охуенно.
В другую сторону, правда. Тоже старается.
Блядь. Бля, они зашли на пустое, а что за хуйня? Почему чел не килл Джонни? Может уйти, блядь, ты дал фраг. Красавчик, уйди, просто уйди. Нахуя там дальше торчить? А я чё не пойму, а как он затейлился? Не, к тому, что вроде рыбку разъебали. Мне казалось.
Не получилось все разъебать. О, они, кстати, угадывают, что это все.
Ну там растягивать у меня.
Ой, тут плохо разменялись.
Белые что-то.
Ну помоги! Бля, иди нахуй. Я также могу ножами похуярить. Ой, все, пизду.
На, нахуй. Майндфрик.
Да че просто жал слепого? Ну, блядь, ну дай один нож, все, блядь. Бля, не, на мне вообще фрик играет, я хуй знает. Я имею в виду Ига. Куда он побежал так? Бля, он вообще ёбнутый или чё? Там только что оттуда мы это убили, он даже туда не смотрит. Он смотрит справа за гору. А зачем тогда так широко открываться? Он вообще придурок. Я не понимаю реально, что он делает. На умне фрик играет.
Causes those kind of errors and mistakes.
Danger of playing against a team like PaperX, they bait you in.
Просто full freak.
The faster plays, man. We've been hearing teams talk about it.
Definitely. That was something that EDG's coach talked about a ton. That they just got baited into playing the high tempo game and they couldn't hold on.
You don't keep the diligence, like you said, you know, that trap play, that works. In that
instance, right
now, maybe because this is a big game. You know, you're in this new arena, people watching you. Lower bracket finals, no more second chances.
Yeah.
Не, он явно не его перс. Дайте ему рейзу, все, он больше ни о ком не умеет.
надо как Джин. Все карты на резе играет.
One's going to have a little bit of a tough time, especially if Com decides to do something like pit into C on many of their maps. That takes you off guard with how coordinated it is.
Ну как они тот раунд проебали? Они на пустой А зашли. Ну они просто на пустой А зашли и проебали. Зачем все съебали, не знаю. Своего МТ продали. Не попиздили за него даже. Просто одного кинули в пленту, говорят, давай, братан. Как можешь там выживать?
With his Gecko knowledge here, and now PaperX up to 11.
Boostio's gone for an attacking operator to try and deal with what.
Там еще и денег теперь дохуя. Хотя ладно, не прям.
How's he going to clear this close corner? Because look, it's CGRS. He's posted up deep onto rubble.
I mean, this is exactly where the Snakebite lineup goes if Com wants to send one in.
They do have util to clear it. At least the lineup in the back mines, we've seen Com use it.
There's actually more of an aggressive fight happening over at C. Jing, full blind, still holding W, tucking himself into the corner.
Две флешки проебали.
Disrespect being shown.
Что дальше?
He does not care.
А что, давай не будет свой молик финишный давать? Спасибо.
Пусть его еще убьет.
Looking for that information. Punish the attack side up. So finally revealed.
And that'll be a surprise for PaperX too. The operator coming out.
Ну и уже есть молик через верх. Ну хуйней тоже не занимайся. Ну дай молик. Что он делает?
Lockdown, door opens up, an attempt to try and punish this one.
Пусть
Fight being taken as well, punishing
его
all over
за сайт
towards Mound. Jing is there.
Да не надо, ну не надо, 5-3, блядь, ну одумайся.
Lockdown's going to be getting off here. Fight needs to be won. Backing away with the satchels. No players detained, and the site is theirs. Viper's Pit.
Как будто это лишнее, нахуя?
They got lineups on lineups for days, but
Но они же 5-3, зачем ультить? Не?
Наверное.
Но позиции были, позиции хорошие были, зачем ультить? Бля, люди так странно играют, клянусь. 4 в 3, за майтане дерутся в пленту. 5 в 3, все позиции есть. Ну, no chance такой ретейкнуть, no chance. Чел ульту нажимаешь. На мне вообще дисконнектед, блядь.
Pick off his support with an operator, head to the other side of the map, and use your ult to be able to get into a site exec properly. It's nice. It gets EG up to 9. PaperX is still in control of this map.
For most of this map, it's felt like there's just been that 2-round deficit. You think back to the half as well, when it was 7-5, it's just been carried all the way
да,
forward.
как ножом слепого убить, ну. Пошел я нахуй.
PaperX still in control.
And an operator on the field. For Devi over on the C site, not going to be contested early. Instead, the clash at Rubble.
Хорошо. Бля, что это за папа нахуй?
Это прикольно, что так не... Чужой выходит, а не тот.
Ну да. Баг, да?
Реально.
Не баг, а фича.
На самом деле, наконец-то люди додумались, что типа у тебя...
Ну те, кто сзади стоят, да. Ну это как наоборот имба. Ну да.
У тебя может быть сильный чел с авиком, но не на коре.
Так это я давно тоже говорил, что... Вот особенно те, кто... Бля, ну да, проебись, из меня энтргон проебать. Вы чё? И чё, не чекните? Бля, вы чё, ебланы?
Some level of foresight is there, and a re-swing. Spammable through the box. Timon dashes forwards, maybe not intended. Chocobo, he's got his back. Coverage in the moment. 40 seconds in the round. Plenty of time to take a breather, but they opt to take the spike and get the plant anyway. It's Devi left in that 1v2.
Ну все, сейчас Джет скажет, его нет. Бля, ну только не на фит, блядь.
Paranoia. Sensory deprivation.
Слышал?
Слышал.
Чего? Ну должен был слышать. Ну Джет помогал в спину уже 100 лет назад пойти. Какие-то приколы или чё?
Tap onto it. It's a weird plant location. Door rotates. He hears it. The footsteps perfectly sound baiting, perfectly noise baiting. There was no tap from Devi.
Не, так я про это тоже давно думал, особенно, знаешь, в атаке. Ну, дэш, получается, вообще теряет смысл, если джет к савику. А чел, который раскидывает условные смоки или ютилки, он раскинул все свои ютилки и еще одну сторону, ну, с авиком локает. Это Джеймба, нет? Он и так стоит далеко.
noise out of it. I think it tames Boostio.
Да, вообще это был на грани 5-3 въебать.
Timings have been overly aggressive, trying to make a play, desperate to drag his team back into contestation.
Boostio в зоне.
And now he's been able to find a lot of good opening fights. It's also slowed their tempo down. Instead of having to react to Paper X, they can control it and fight purely for map control, going into some kind of execute or push up towards the site with a few, 40 seconds, something like that on the clock.
Last time out for Paper X. Everything used. You've got to bring this one over the line. It's a best of 5, sure, but you don't want to go 2 maps down in the series, not when this one was so winnable.
Nice!
Be unfamiliar with being 2 maps down in a BO5 and coming away with the win anyway. If you recall, they're the first team in VCT history to reverse sweep a BO5. Previously saw it in Game Changers, but it took up until the Pacific Grand Finals against DRX.
Бля, ну там сейчас скоро ульты у всех будут.
To happen in this circuit.
Ну пизда.
So they know they can do it. You'd never want to be in that spot though.
Хотя там до локдауна недалеко. Как будто бы можно было бы в этом раунде пособирать ему РБ.
10-11.
Нахуя? А, он РБ хочет собирать. О, это смарт, это смарт. Это смарт.
Так, ну еще 2. Ульта будет.
Ну нормально, они этим занимаются. Вот это, блядь, красиво. Ура, нормальный кол. Но я надеюсь, он только сейчас ее не поставит. Ну, я надеюсь.
Could be aware of this one though. Look at this lineup. Where's this one going to land? Mosh pit.
Ну, это самое опасное будет. А чё, обратная стяга на цене будет? Не, вы гоните? О, сейчас какая флешка с двери, да? Все наши сейчас. Бля, какой бот. Да, какие боты, это просто пиздец. Охуенно. Но это самая опасная арба. Как будто ее можно было нахуй же, блядь, задоджить. И просто на С стянуться. Они нормально фанили А. И стянуться на С.
Сакин проебал такой спрайт. Момент фрик точно. Сейчас демон убьет. Все они по одному сейчас пикают.
А чё он отпустил?
Да, момент фрик ебал.
Ships in the night, Commerce lurks right behind them, and they are none the wiser, clearing out everything. I cannot believe it. It's planning for him. A tap, he knows it. Com may have just made a massive play. One to save the map, a tap onto it.
Ты чё, ебаный бот?
Has to go for the reload. Another tap, forcing it. Snakebite doesn't know if it connects. Has to be a wide face. Half to defuse.
Да иди нахуй, блядь. Бля, долбоёбы. Да он мог не заходить, нахуй он смог зашел. Ну нахуя он продал демона? Продал демона, что вот так клатч заиграл, блядь, долбоёб. Просто продал демона. Он мог просто стоять дальше, нет?
Dizzy combo with flash, they open the door, wingman out, players pushing through the breakable door, which was softened up earlier on.
Yeah, that's what 1,000 hours of Gecko looked like apparently.
And also,
блядь, это просто пиздец.
Impeccable read on what EG were doing. You look at
Я
the, you look at
в
that, you see Boostio's taken 1 ult top, 2 ult tops, you know he's going A.
This is it, precipice for the map.
Бедный Boostio.
Идите нахуй, просто 5 ножей возьмите, умрите, пожалуйста, все карты.
Везде убили, на цейте, да, мне убьют.
Бля, просто долбоёб колет.
Жесткие растяжки.
cross section of wires into traps. All you got to do is drop
хорош.
down. You're going to be punished.
Ой, хорош.
Showstopper around the side. Ethan's there. Drop him forward. Can they really make something of this? Trailblazer around the side. It catches.
Просто
Onto
взять
Mindfreak. And of course the punish is there.
Нихуя не
How has this turned?
А ветерок-то переменился. А что они делают? Почему они пятером не доиграли? Ну, эти, проексы. Там просто Феррари на улице стоит, говорит, слышали?
Ебануться вообще, ебать они им подарили.
Small smile on the face of Ethan. He knows that they've just absolutely robbed PaperX.
Он чел новым не раскрывается под конец.
How have those bullets gone through that wall to kill Jing? And then all of
На самом деле важно, что он собака дочекал, иначе была бы пизда.
На таком уровне, если бы он не чекнул, он, мне кажется, не играл больше на Sky.
Не знаю. Сайфер слева не прочекали за ящиком. Киджо открывает впереди бал, он такие, да не мог пройти. Миф.
Прикольный стоп.
Демону пизда.
Towards Mounds. There's nothing to push this one back, but still holding this paranoia. A ping onto the corner.
I mean, the traps have worked.
But what are they hunting for? Flash, wide face, and swing. It's
Демону пизда, блядь. Нахуя так контролить?
И выигрывают. Все 15 пойдут.
Так нахуя так контроль, блядь? Что за спот тупой? Если бы чел стоял за ящиком, типа турельку, окей. Ну вот так тебе флешку дают, и чё, все. Ну типа они же знают, что хуёвый закуп, и там челы, ну, они не будут просто так сидеть. Тем более PRX весь матч так играет, все свои матчи, они играют, ну типа, в агрессию. И челы видят хуёвый закуп и не верят, да? Ну все, вы понимаете. Алло, вы же понимаете, а чисто.
Они вообще мощнятся жестко.
Чего они делают?
Все, они видят медузу на. Медуза, а и вход Б. Тогда будет победа ИГ. Ну, доп, точнее.
Ну, что-то выпущить надо.
Да нет, ему сука жестко. На зоне всю карту. Это сам контроль. Точно доп.
Has to try and get some sort of detainment, but it's a scattering of players. EG not giving them a glimpse, not giving them a chance.
И как это вместе начинается, они нахуй выигрывают.
No more rifles, smokes drop down, Mindfreak seeking to clear through. The fuse started by the wingman, but no damage, not enough done. The shorties, they break it down, have on a defuse, maybe an opportunity, but no. Brought down to the EG.
Я так нахуй клянусь, я посидел уже на, блядь, 500 лет.
An absolute miracle hero play. From
да не надо так писать, блядь.
Как будто 3-0.
Если не понимаешь, я тебе объясню.
And then immaculate calling from Boostio. That is mastermind. He has, in every sense of the world, finessed them there.
Nice, let's go.
The Hive Mind was able to take down the mastermind just for PaperX to get into this match. But that was a beautiful round.
Да, ну конечно, PRX молодцы 5-4 и эту, и ту.
Ну 5-4 еще ладно, такой был, у них хуёвый закуп, все равно ульты там были. Но 5-3 как они залили, я хуй знает, не?
Да, там 10 секунд оставалось, там просто Mindfreak проебался нахуй. Ушел из смока, у него идеальный спэд.
А чё они сразу съебались, а?
Да.
This is a different setup, Brent. We talked about how each in order to start winning those 3 rounds at the end of the first half. Now Boostio's hard anchoring A with all of his killjoy utility here. I don't think he did this once.
Мужик, не надо. Ну бля, можно на вайбер стенку опустить хотя бы. Ой, блядь.
Ебать, какой это батя.
Охуеть. Идите нахуй.
Уф, Джо. Джо 1x9.
Бля, они начинают 3А и сразу убегают. Почему? Потому что со старта не заняли? Но они же потом начинают занимать спустя 5 секунд. И им похуй все равно.
feel it. They are fired up for this.
Can't believe the movement here. I mean,
what an entry.
Как он его не убил?
Yo, what? I mean, it's two improbable entries, one after another. Just to break Paper X in.
Yeah, and no one's ready for it. No one can trade it. Fade out on Anna Swarm. Trailblazer leads the charge. Right back into it. Paper X now again. One more chance.
Device got an op over at C. Their Sky player has bought an op in overtime.
Ой, там собрали инфушенит по С. Инфушенит, скорее всего, по Да. Джинк уходит.
Certified Paper X moment here. Cam tagging. Hopping away here.
Вот там жесткий
Опять
ретейк
эта
пошел.
хуйня, блядь, ебаная.
Блять, ну то что это? Нахуя вдвоем?
Спасибо, спасибо.
Пошли, сдохли об них просто.
Комментарий, они все были. А, блядь. Он, кстати, не знает, что он заставил.
Как? Должен же понимать. Там собака же говорит, по-моему.
TP was heard, spamming into the smoke. Which direction do you really want to go in? See the diligence, just using that util against.
Бля, ну можно месяц доиграть куда угодно, блядь, поебать вообще.
They know the positioning of Mind Freak roughly.
Ну
He
то
gave it away
пойдут,
with
там
paranoia
Джинк.
about 5 seconds ago.
30 seconds left, Josh. They're going into B here, into the connector.
Куда? Ну он, блядь, чел за угол зацепился. Вы долбоёбы, блядь? Не, это просто сыновья.
Still is the shots. Spike drop behind the wall. Time running short. Still only 12 seconds. Joe, he cleans him up. He's carving out a path. Maybe onto the site themselves.
Ну видел собаку уже что? Бля, сыновья шлюх, блин.
Both rounds of overtime. Jim puts on a masterclass. What on earth was going through Evil Genius's
Я
head
просто клип жму.
when they went for the
Это просто долбоёбы ебаный. Кто колет гигает? Это просто долбоёб нахуй.
Бустю, коль.
Не, он просто долбоёб. Играет он, конечно, нормально, но колет это не его, блядь. Чилы 5 в 3? Серьезно так делают?
Я зашел на стрим, Лех.
Ну, это просто пиздец. Ну и чё? Чел за стенку зацепился, блядь? Нахуй. Ну чел за стенку зацепился. Вон.
Я не знаю, их тут 5. Вот флешку, зачем одному заходить?
Я тоже не знаю. Бля, люди вообще такие тупые, валики, я клянусь, они просто не понимают, как 5 в 3 доиграть раунд. Реально как? Го, я тут распику один, а я вот сюда ворву, бля. Ах, нахуй.
Джинк, вот это решение, то, что он принял, он дальше просто пошел на яйцах ебашить.
Так они его даже не ждут, он только что разъебал чела, а они просто боком стоят.
Ну это просто пиздец неожидаемый мув на самом деле. Ты прикинь,
Да.
что чел пойдет тебе пикать дальше, когда ты 5 в 3.
Не знаю. Бля, ну ты понимаешь, их тут столько челов стоит, и ни один не смотрит, блядь. Ну вообще Оман бы ёбнул, если бы Вайпер стенку, ну, не поднимал. Так. То есть я не пойму, челы поднята Вайпер стенка, и они все равно смотрят туда, в плент, вот так они стоят. Чего они смотрят, в стенку? Но при этом не смотрят дверь. Ну типа это странно, если бы стенки не было, я бы понял. Эти два кента смотрят туда, этот чел, ну, забирает дверь, все. Ну типа все.
Тут прикольно то, что люди, видишь, с разных дисциплин все пришли. Типа тут, поэтому у каждого свое, типа, видение. Скажем, каждый рисует по-своему.
Бля, почему просто не пойди куда-то пятером, все? Просто доменяться, все. Ты просто идешь пятером куда угодно и, ну, просто разменяться, все. Нормально разменяться, все. Тебе даже вообще нихуя не надо придумать. Ты просто открываешь рандом орг от 1 до 3, ну и типа вот там выпадает что
угодно. У тебя
есть
это понимание, потому что с кейса пришел, типа любого кейсера есть понимание. А там люди пришли, типа, ну, условно, с Апекса, с Фортнайта, понял?
Блин, на игре уже 3 года.
Все равно.
За 3 года можно понять.
Ну, так я объясняю, да, лежит тут такая стенка. Чилы смотрят план. Они больные? То есть он поднимает стенку на Вайпер, и они смотрят в эту стенку вот так вдвоем, вот так. Когда вот тут только что тут чела разъебали, ну, блядь.
Лех, гладь отчет после того, как я сколько услышал.
Просто пиздец. Бля, это просто пиздец, боты.
Леха анализирует. Леха на 22к.
Охуенно, да. Еще за 2 карты вдоль, да, блядь? Нахуй. Да не, это... Бля, там еще кринжовые раунды какие-то были. Как они челу в пленту продали. Раунд, когда они РБ обузили, блядь. Ну, там нормально шейди, ладно, PRX закомбинили. Но все равно просто их даже не насторожило, что им налегке дали. А вот у челов, типа, хуёвый закуп, их не насторожило, что они на халяву забрали на С, на халяву на Б. Ну, типа, несложно догадаться, где стак. Ну, типа.
Вообще да.
Ну да, и, не, я не спорю, ЕГЭ тоже взяли халявный раунд. Такая 10-12. Понимаешь, к этому раунду пришло. А, вот это, ой, пиздец, я вот это хочу посмотреть. Это просто пизда. Вот, смотрите. Вот, вот. Вот, на радаре, блядь, это просто не все глаз показывают. Как вышел Оман, это фул пизда. Ну. Вот, они знают уже про Омана. Ну, типа, они знают про Омана. И сейчас вот Оман, несмотря вот в этот угол, он просто, ну, типа, вот, он хочет постреляться с горкой, окей. Но ты можешь так встать, чтобы не открываясь вот под лево, и ты фул стреляешь справа, все. Он просто выбегает на фул широкую, вот он сейчас выбежит, и смотрит направо, им похуй вообще на Омана. Ну, бля, тут не видно просто, ну... У нас же, конечно, фишка, блядь.
Ну, демон что-то очень хуёво, на самом деле. Ну, не очень хуёво, но, короче, по сравнению с тем, как его расхайпили, как он ебашил в Америке.
Ну, тут я просто поставил. Понимаешь, сразу все меняется.
Как он, типа, на лам приехал, это, конечно, вот это не так жестко.
Бля, это просто пиздец. Сколько у Скай было хп до первого ножа? Ну, он 10 хипов не убил с ножей. Ну, я держу в курсе. Охуеть. Охуеть. Он просто ни одного ножа не попал.
I think it's a big unlucky.
Ну, они раунд берут, там денег нет, все. 10-10.
Looking for that information, punish for the attack side up, so finally revealed.
And that'll be a surprise for Paper X too. Take B control.
Getting a build is a complete what you want to do when you're up against the operator. Some level second poke into the survived trick.
This man very important but it took do it.
More than dangerous.
Frequently used going around the map.
Да, этот раунд это просто пиздец.
It can't be on the ult orb, it must be for rubble. But where's the contact for that?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Here's Dizzy. Information gathered. That collects onto a cacophony of players. All groups.
It can't be on the ult orb, it must be for rubble. But where's the contact for that?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Here's Dizzy. Information gathered. That collects onto a cacophony of players.
Как он пострелял хуёво.
On the ult orb, it must be for rubble. But where's the contact for that?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Here's Dizzy. Information gathered. That collects onto a cacophony of players. All groups.
Бля, пиздец. Как они с Надик так нормально сыграли? Тот шок. Игра жизни была у всех.
Так ты вообще видел их историю full?
Кого, ЕГЭ?
Да.
В плане? То, что они никому не карты не давали? Сколько там, 8
Они
карт?
же, у них арга должна была быть дисбанд, типа, у них там, им дали лast шанс вот сейчас, типа, понял? И они вышли из группы, вот этой, типа, своей, ну, вообще,
Потому что там кто-то как-то матч сыграл.
да, то, что Мибор, типа, там проебали, по-моему. И прикинь, и дальше, вот, типа, они с вот этой, то, что вообще из группы они вышли, они прошли одну квалу, вторую, третью, пали на Токио, блядь, дошли до сюда, это пиздец вообще жестко.
Ну да, осталось проебать. Блядь, просто пиздец. Ну, как чел на Омни мулится, это, ну... Блядь, как будто я не спал 40 часов вот так же, но я сыграл на Омни так же. А почему он не убежал за стенку? Бля, люди вообще кнопки плохо зажал, смотрите. Но он бегнет, смотрите, вот он убегает назад. И он подумал, что уже забежал туда, и смотри, что он делает. Какого хуя? Как на умный чел играет, пиздец. Он в одном раунде, окей, вот 3 в 5 он распетлял. Еще какой-то клатч надо был. А так это просто, ну... Как он может так нормально на коре играть и так неуверенно, блядь, на умне? Точно какой-то баг.
Counter spam maybe in order, but no kills to be found, no damage either. The nanoswarm's already been cleared. It's the bait and switch, and they wait out the util. Here's a Sancho play. What is that? Can always count.
Просто на похуях чел врывает. Охуеть. Ну... На, Рейза тут по импактнее долик, чем Джет, это 100%.
Ну, Джо жестко на Резе ебашится, не знаю, типа, им, либо, мне кажется, Бакора надо ебашить. Как вот эти PRX шел.
PRX, ты, блядь, не выиграет PRX быстро в 5, вы что, гоните?
КСП, скорее всего, нет.
Бля, на этот раунд я смотрю 12 раз, мне просто плохо. Ну 5 в 3, блядь, ну за коль ты просто пятером пойти, зачем собирать инфу, зачем что-то отжимать, просто, ладно, хотите идти на Б, окей, дай флешку, забегите, то все вместе, все. Блядь, или бегите на А, дверь кто-то заберет, все. Я не знаю, блядь, это такой кол просто, ну... Надеюсь, в дем, ну, просто, ну, Д нормально бы нажал, а не в стену, то тоже было бы норм. On top, 20 seconds remaining. It has to be a quick pivot, but right into the arms and sightline of Mindfreak, blinded up. He's taking a second kill away from. Ну даже вот тут, если чел в паранойю не убил, все, они бы зашли на. Просто в паранойю убивают. Гений. Maybe onto the site themselves. Corm, he needs to get this plan down with only 5 seconds left. Blood down, stunned out. Corm has the only 12 seconds. А тут хз, он мог вообще не стреляться. Они уже остались 2 в 2, все. Что он делает? Бля, он не до конца, как бы не на яйцах вышел, запекал. Типа ты окей, хочешь пикнуть? 2 в 2? Ну, блядь. Окей. А он как-то вот так за ящиком отсидит. Пытается прошить, что-то, блядь. Не знаю, он фул неуверенно играет. Да, let's go за КТ начинать. Если тем учетом, как они атаковали. Так да, пчелы замены играют. Еще до топ-3 дошли. Шок. Да, бля, так уже который матч, мне просто не хватает одного раунда, чтобы выиграть ставку. Я уверен, что сплита не заберут. И так заберут.
Скорее всего, так и будет.
Че говоришь, прикинь? Хотя похуй, я потом свой молик такой найду.
Such a big impact in these solo initiator comps in getting information in the mid round for their teams and setting up their duelists as well.
Yeah, last time we saw this one from Paper Rex was them versus EDG. They were only able to put up 9-round wins. EDG got that one away from them.
Я думаю, ЕГЭ заберут.
Осторожно, чат, Леха уверен.
Ебал, блядь, просто ебал.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that all of these maps end up getting crazier the deeper you get. This is going to be the double duelist mirror, which I think is exciting in and of itself. Can Jing continue? What does Forsaken look like going back onto that duelist role as we saw in map 1? You know, all of these kind of stories. But then as you get deeper into the map pool, we get to see stranger and stranger stuff. We're guaranteed to get at least here into Pearl, where you get to see Jing pick up Phoenix usually. The final map might have Harbor being played on Ascent. We don't know what's going to happen if we do get to map 5. But for now, both teams just going to be soaking in the moment. It's double Sheriff here for Defiant Forsaken, a strategy we've seen a few times from them.
Бля, какой дел, пацаны, ну я ебал.
Ну, там понимаешь, что ставки зло. Для Рома, нахуй. Рома фанит, я думал, у тебя фанит.
Не.
Демон он вообще попасть не может, ёбаный в рот. О. Я, кстати, на Вайпере дихал покупать имба.
Тогда. Я всегда так делаю. Ну, за КТ я так не делал, а в атаке имба.
Я, по-моему, даже команде покупал. Типа, не понимали. Там слади с Саймоном.
Не, я охуею, если по РХ финал пройдут. Я просто охуею. Челы замен приехали на чемп и дошли до финала. What the fuck. Ладно в КС, где там, ну, знаешь, типа, условно раскидан на виражи, все знают гранаты. Ну, типа. А тут все-таки, ну, валик намного сложнее в этом плане.
А сын в том оба, что типа тебе надо всего 2000 в пул задать, а чаще всего типа твое утило какие-нибудь не будет использовано. Ну типа именно в атаке, понял? Типа
ну
те
да.
же молики. Вот стенки и так есть.
То есть замены, так я говорю, в КС проще.
Это на самом деле у тех жесткий, типа, этот, история, понял? И у ЕГЭ, и у этих. У ЕГЭ пожестче даже.
Ну не, сейчас по классике ЕГЭ выигрывают, и мне не хватило опять этого раунда, чтобы, ну... Чтобы просто ставку выиграть. Ты не представляешь, сколько раз такое уже было? Я ставил на Ликвид 2-0, они свой, ну не свой ланхэм, чужой пик сосуд с 12,7. Next карту забирают, ну было бы 2-0, и третий проебывают. Ну типа по классике. Ставлю на Нави, они жмыху проебывают, 2 раза в оверах, 2 карты.
Я, кстати, на Нави тоже поставил.
Но я поставил,
понял? Я поставил на Перле, когда они в атаку перешли, я понимал, что типа, ну это же таймапы. И они там что-то вели 12-9 и въебали, это вообще охуел.
Да не, я ебал, я просто ебал.
Нави, это, конечно, очень худшая команда во франшизе. Не худшая, но вот одна из.
Ну, они рекорд поставили по слитым раундам в большинстве, так скажу. Ну, я не шучу. Это рекорд, мне кажется. На этом турике так точно. Что там еще было? На кого я еще ставил, пацаны? А, на жмыха я ставил, блядь.
Мне кажется, Лех проще сказать, на кого ты не ставил.
Не, на жмыха я ставил против PRX'ов. Жмых, блядь, ввел 11-4 на фрактуре, пах. И они в атаке ничего не смогли сделать. В атаке, сука, не смогли доиграть. 11-4 было. Охуенно. И Next Card тоже взяли. А у меня на 2-0 стояло. А Energy, напомните, какого что там проебали? Что там тоже какой кринж был? Что они могли 2-0 закрыть, в итоге улетели. Короче, я ебал рот.
Не знаю, типа... лучше... Просто, типа, мне не нравятся такие решения, как Райс, типа, принимает. В целом, типа, я так много матч смотрю. Мое мнение, правильно.
Чего говоришь?
Я чел, типа, видишь, ответил мне, типа, Нави говорит, худшая команда франшизы. Я же не говорю худшая, типа, просто это как, типа, рофл. Просто мне лично не нравится, как они играют.
Holds the ground down, stalwart defender of that spike.
In the clutch again. In the clutch again, he delivers. He's so good for it. And every time he wins one of those, it's got to be a massive confidence booster. Realizing that you can win. But here's that play from Forsaken. Updraft dash into heaven. Catching the EG players who played that position a lot on pistol. Very reminiscent of something that something would do.
Yeah. Full aggression. No relenting for it. Similar scenes to the beginning of the round that we've just seen, only this time to pull. Double satchel play. Jing's already in their face. Trailblazer on the back. Stunder. Where's the punish? Satchel making a mark.
No
way. Jogamo was hoping to punish that. He's brought down anyway. Here we go. Lurk timings. Be careful, gotta be certain of this one. Could not adjust it with a spray down.
Бля, как будто это вообще не те игроки играет, которые статик играет, клянусь.
Блять, чел вот так бежит. Ну, выиграли и PRX первую, вторую. Это видел. Ебать Джинкс, батя.
Он что-то вообще разошелся.
Ну, он жесткий рейсплеер так-то.
Ладно, короче, пошел посплю и разбудить, когда играют.
Что?
Жестав не зашла, уже неинтересно смотреть, правильно?
Ебал, блядь, тилт. Да, Дим, 2 выиграет, да. Свин. Да, забыли, на прошлый карт забыли зайти буквально.
When you watch Com in these big games, he ends up being the neutralizer. For a player who was disrespected the whole time he's been with EG, the whole of his professional career in VALORANT, he is often put.
Ну, еще китайцы зафидели, как-то, ну, не вместе сыграли.
His job is to shut them down and neutralize their impact.
Мне кажется, тяжело было.
It's Corbin time. And he's just Corbin all over them.
Corbin, детка.
It really is wild though. That's knocked PaperX straight down. And EG, their game plan there was trying to play for Demon 1's Bladestorm. They get it online with a death.
Corbin, детка.
Setup looks a lot better now. PaperX moving away from their.
Да, выиграйте сплит в 0. Блять, ну. Ну за что, сука? Ты чё, Фарид, больной или чё, я не пойму? Ты на брейкс поставил? Да, ради этой хуйни не ложился спать.
Does feel like a bit of a chokehold for EG. Trailblazer at the top, spotted it out. Demon dash almost getting blocked. Still there though. Got the damage done. Backing away for the heal. Satchels through. Jogamo cheeky with the timing.
Да, go ебать, go ебать.
Follow up for that running again. CGRS is shut down before he could even get started.
Да.
Джоу на резе выписал.
Да. Бля, там PRX какой-то каким-то фишным пиком доперли, по-моему, играют, не? Я что-то помню, что я сказал, что пик дерьмо, а потом не разъебали. Я подумал, ну ладно.
very different there in their defensive setup. Instead of leaning 3 players over towards A, they just allow Comp to hold it with this Viper's pin. So that isn't a tool that they have access to anymore. So I'm interested to see what they go for here again. You know, PaperX, almost every time they've had a serious
Вот я просто не припомню Перл от ЕГЭ. С кем они последний раз они его играли? Впадло на ВЛР заходить.
Double Duelist holding A. And they've given Boostio responsibility of locking down the B site, which is where the whole of PaperX are, with all ultimates on board.
Yeah, it's a weird buy into it. They want to take a fight straight to them with the knives that's beamed down. Boostio couldn't see much. He was blinded. Tucked into the corner, stunned up. There is that punish.
Да, как же он ебет, этот мужик. Пах, так можешь разъебахать?
Seekers leading the way now to it. Potential easy opening.
В итоге не играли? Разве? Я вот тоже, ну я просто знаю, что-то не могу припомнить. Мне кажется, как будто один играли. А как они прибали студию, в чат посмотрел? Нихуя не понял. Я не думаю, что давай такое заберет. Слишком нормальная позиция. Базару 0. Еще мог и забрать, блядь. Им надо было от девятки закрыться и просто все прямо смотреть. Ну, блядь, это такая доебка уже чисто. В моменте тяжело разобраться. Итак, НТ.
Players from peeking, and they're reading this push that Jing's going for every time. Every single situation that PaperX find themselves in a post-plan or with...
Да. Чел на резе бахает, а на ум не может, блядь. Ну, конечно, там надо смачки кидать еще, блядь. Ну, не просто ранц кидать, конечно, киду полетел. Ну, надо смачки кидать, паранойю, такой в аху сидит, what the fuck. ТПшки жмет во все стороны, блядь.
PaperX just need a tweak in terms of how they're approaching this map.
YZG is sailing away with it, 5-1. Not in the hottest of waters yet. Obviously, with it being a best of 5, wouldn't be series losing, but you never want to be in that situation where you've just been.
Твоя ставка не сыграла. Твоя ставка не сыграла.
I do feel though like this is a must-win map for EG. If they have a chance of being able to win this game and head to their first ever grand final, they're looking at picking up wins on Fracture, Split, and then one of the final 2 maps. That's really where their map pool is at its strongest. So just to set expectations, this is one where we're anticipating EG to have an advantage. But when you have PaperX playing double duelist comps like this, anything is possible.
Scattering with the guns, really a full purchase from PaperX, but a smoke to cut them across again, going back to the fast place, dash into the smoker, pulls the counter, and what a counter it is!
Я не хочу ни на кого ставить, пизду, блядь. Я ебал рот просто, ну, типа. Я думаю, 3-1 будет.
I mean, Jing and Forsaken, they can get nothing done. The pathing there, dropping down into hell, there was a pull prior.
Да.
An absolute aim labs routine, flawless rounds, everybody keeping the guns going. EG, they are in prime form.
It's Prime Gaming, not Aim Labs. This is a wrong sponsor. Wrong one.
Нахуя примач бахнул? Да, я тебе скажу так, что я бы увидел карт все равно бы, ну, а чё? Единственное, знаешь, что я бы увидел? Вот так. Типа Лотус, ЕГЭ такие пик КТ. Нахуя? А вдруг бы они в атаке вообще засноуболили? Тем более первую карту они уже выиграли. Вы на плюс морали, блядь. Заходишь в сильную сторону, начинаешь ебать. В чем проблема? Они, в принципе, и так нормально сыграли. Не взяли 5 за КТ. Окей. Я не спорю, они норм сыграли. Но, блядь, они могли засноуболить в атаке. Может, они вообще разъебали в одну калитку. Все. За КТ взял пестик, все. Ну, я понимаю, что до матча я и говорю. Я объясняю. Единственное, в чем была бы разница, что меня бы смутило на 3-0 ставить. То, что я увидел ЕГЭ пик КТ на Лотосе. Меня бы это пизда как смутило. Да, гов ебать. Пускай 10 хп, 0 ножей, гол ебать. Ай, говорю, не перестаю удивляться. Я не только про этот матч даже. Люди в 5-3 вообще отвратно играют в валики. Вообще как будто нет понимания, что просто надо доменяться, просто доменяться. Не только даже про сегодня, похуй. Я это каждый матч вижу у разных команд, вообще у разных. Что они умеют реализовывать большинство прям просто от слова совсем. Типа там, они в микромоменте иногда понимают, как вдвоем пикнуть, раз, два, ну, это самый дефолт, блядь, это просто, блядь, еще в детском саду учится. Ну, типа, условно.
А тут жестко ее подойдет.
Да, блядь, это читаемо, пах.
Ну, вообще, да, согласен.
Пик КТ, блядь. Просто, ну, а большинство людей, ни одна команда, вот нормально большинство не разыгрывает. А антирекорд Навис, само собой. Но, блядь, все равно в целом каждую команду берешь валики и смотришь, как люди 5-3 играют в клатче. Ну, блядь, такое преимущество хорошее. 5-3. 5-3. И люди все равно могут пойти, пикать на похуях. Ну, как бы, ну, не ценят это вот так. Не понимают, что ты раунд, по сути, уже выиграл. Просто осталось все правильно сделать. Ну, типа, очень странно смотрится.
Да. Что такое, Паш?
Я мороженое открываю, что у меня мороженое есть.
О, блин, Паш, завидую тебя.
Спасибо.
Стаканчики мороженое?
Не, это огромный, блядь, букет. День рождения подарили. Огромная коробка чисто. Блядь, дефолтная коробка мороженого.
Что за коробка мороженого? Я не видел мороженого в коробке.
Ты че, рофлишь?
Не, реально.
Серьезно?
Серьезно.
Ебать, человек дома сидит, который ни разу не видел Лех мороженое в коробке.
Ну скинь.
Чего скинь? Мороженое в коробке, блядь?
Да,
самый дефолтный такой пломбир, блядь, не знаю, что ты еще
так дохуя.
Ну да. Че значит скинь? Да, го ебать, го ебать. Вчера ботник на ангел нагнул, лак хули.
Ебать, что делать, Дима?
Да, бро, проблема не в дисциплине, проблема в понимании. Понимаешь, ты если, ну, как дупля не ловишь, что 5-3 ты уже выиграл раунд, тебе вот ничего не надо придумать, вообще ничего, или 4-2 какой-нибудь, или 3-1, блядь, все. Чаще всего, когда люди забирают такое меньшинство, или кто-то клатч делает, это не его заслуга. Ну, очень редко это прям заслуга человека, который там, блядь, так нафрикал, что пиздец. Чаще всего это ошибка людей, а чел просто воспользовался. Не, он красавчик, но он просто воспользовался ошибкой. Там, не знаю, люди по одному начали пикать, как долбоёбы, или еще что-нибудь. Ну. И вот в валике этого много, я замечаю, таких раундов.
Ну, это тебе интересно, наверное.
Видеть?
Не, ну, смотреть игру в целом, понял? Что люди не прощают ошибки в целом.
Так много людей с КС должно быть понимание, вот это меня больше всего удивляет. Ну, вы Нави видели, как доигрывают Нави раунды? Ну, как они с чемпа улетели, я видел. Ну, типа, мне хуёво было.
Я Руми ФТС скинул.
Я вижу. Там типа, много таких коробок смотрели, типа, или что? Или одну такую?
Да, одну.
Понял.
Ладно. Вот так вот. Лёх, как тебе?
Чё там?
Там нормально. 5-4 тут от демона уже минус дает.
Ну, я просто это мороженое, что скилл, я не могу посмотреть.
Да не, я про раунд. Типа тут 5-4 начали эти.
Это дефолт, в валике очень много такого. Не, в КС тоже такие раунды есть, бесспорно. Но в процентах это, блядь, намного реже происходит, чем в валике. И речь не об ультах там, или каких-то спылах, блядь. Просто вот вообще скиллы убрать.
Does he take the bait? It was tapped. He doesn't swing. Boostio, absolute balls of steel from Mindfreak. Swinging one. Boostio gets
Ебать, Майндфрик. Майндфрик это бать.
Майндфрик?
Майндфрик.
Фрик. Ну, там Майндфрик. А у этих на ум не просто фрик играл, правильно понимаю? Правильно. Бля, ну это фрик, ну как можно так играть плохо?
Джуджу похуй просто, понимаешь, там 5 в 2, 5 в 1, он делает свое дело.
He sees that they're both in that spot, so I think that probably goes into the decision making there, knowing that Boostio is going to be a bit too scared to just stick it completely. We have not really seen anybody being able to pull off that body block play to deny the Astra pull. And Con was ready for it too, in terms of his positioning. Just won the duel against Jing, couldn't quite win the duel against Mindfree.
Там пауза стоит, а Демон full focus.
Это в комментариях военные. Ждем, когда Люк через премьер на мазит войдет и разъебет этих лохов. Всяких изи.
Всяких изи катка, вот это? Демон думаю, вдруг сейчас что-то ворвут, блин, как-то.
Tipped in one direction, it plunges into PaperX's heart. It's not a balanced knife right now. It's PaperX doing everything they can, finding the slimmest of margins just to be able to save the heart and get it back.
Да не, если тут каким-то чудом PRX выиграют, Фнаки такие сидят, говорят, халява. Один турик. Ну я только рад за них буду. Заслуженно.
А прикинь, вот PRX выиграют, и на финал Самфинг все-таки приедет.
Ну не, я думаю, что он никак не приедет. Если ему отказали в визе, то типа там такое. Ну, обычно это не беспричинно.
А сейчас русскому очень тяжело, на самом деле, просто визу сделать.
Ну, бля, Хроникл же приехал, и остальные.
Ну, Дефо, он, видишь, не получилось вроде сделать.
А Дефо куда вез, что-то не понял. Пах.
А я не могу тебе, наверное, сказать.
Какой-то инсайт?
Это, наверное, все знают. Ну, типа, кто, условно, в этом-то и сидит.
Ну, напиши в тейс, что там.
Boostio is trying to focus on the next wave through. He knows Forsaken's got through to Pillar, but he's hoping Forsaken's worried about somebody pushing CT, somebody pushing from heaven. He's worried. He's
PRX трофей забирает? Да не, я кажусь, не поверю.
Not the PaperX duelist.
Че, жесткий секрет, блядь?
Я не знаю, просто. Это, мне кажется...
Не, вы же кидав такой инсайт, что вы охуеете.
Это не жесткий, типа, ну... Какая разница?
Я вот так понимаю? Инсайдер в телегу, блядь. Я второй овердрайв отберу в VALORANT.
Да, Лёх, когда в телегу еще будут фотки, где ты тёлок обнимаешь? 3 желательно.
Как только так сразу, блядь. Я ставки начну выигрывать, блядь. Не, мне просто тилт, блядь. Ну, ты понимаешь, они сейчас сплит выиграют, я буду опять обостренно сидеть. Потому что понимаю, что просто чилы в оверах не выиграли. Чилы 17-7 проебали, чилы 1-4 проебали. Да, блядь. Нави китайцы проебали. Хэппи-энд. Ну да, 8-4, да не, они их тут потрахают.
Rotators leaving, CGRS. Don't commit to B, come back to the A site. Boostio's stuck in a really weird position again. Yeah, he's so worried about...
Бля, блядь, все еще на лан ехать. Да Бандура там играет. Я просто, типа, я играть не буду. Если мне надо было играть, я бы уже спать лег.
It's going to be a core mate. Spots out Divide. Repositions now. 50 health to his name. It's still not necessary. Not when a team's got his back. Mindfree.
Ну, 8-4, вот. Пожалуйста. Пожалуйста. Проебать Лотус. Пожалуйста. Вот, пожалуйста. Ой, блядь. Пик КТ на Лотус, пожалуйста. Психология — это миф, как говорится, правильно? Что вы первую карту выиграли, можете второй засильно начать, челов еще больше обосранными сделать. Ну, это миф. Хотя по RX такие челы, что они, блядь, будут здесь сразу смеяться и пух.
Вообще, я понял, это даже не инсайд, потому что любой человек может в VALORANT открыть и посмотреть последние матчи, ну, его из-за какую типа команду нажал условно.
Да.
Здорово.
Здорово.
Ебать, режимчик хороший.
У нас тоже неплохой пах, не?
Голос разъебанный.
Мне кажется, он даже с кровати еще не встал, мне первым делом это в ТС зайти.
Это привычка. Да не, я уже с начала сплита сижу.
А вторая карта пиздатая была, Лёхе понравилась.
Да, я фанат Дига. Футболку завтра куплю, блядь. И ноги об нее вытру, мне похуй. Я вон собаке отдам, пусть лежит на ней.
A little bit of a rough half. The run back from PaperX, decent. Like that. I mean, that 7-5 should have been theirs, and I'm worried that that is going to be the thing that is kind of lingering on their minds after that last round. Letting that get away from them. It was a fantastic little setup there from.
На бусте бодр подпишись, а у чё бусти есть? Мне похуй, подпишусь на её бусти и в телегу фотки свою скину. Мне похуй, я фул долбоёб.
Well, and they're on the precipice of doing so, but of course you can never count out this PaperX team as we get ready to dive into this one. And of course the fans are coming out in full swing here. Everyone has been having a great time. And again, this atmosphere in this room is electric.
Ну какие шиши? А вот это хороший вопросик. Шиши, блядь, улетели.
Can EG grab the opportunity in front of them? We typically look at scenarios like this and we say, well, must win pistol round.
Каждый раз на общую. Я на Нави тоже поставил на общую победу против китайцев. Такой сижу, думаю, кайф. Фри ставка. Ну, а потом смотрю матч. И клоки что-то сжались, я не знаю. Ну, это нормально, песик, мне нравится. Сплитик на намечается. О, ебать! А чё он... А, он потому что увидели, да, потому что увидели. Да, вот это, ну, это на самом деле неприятный пестик. Для PRX-ов.
Ой, Форсаки.
Давайте, у меня 6 раундов стоит, чтобы PaperX возьмут.
Да, у меня тоже стояло на 3-0.
Не, ну 6 раундов от PaperX, я думаю, это супер ЖП.
Ну да.
А какой график был?
КФ какой был?
Да, на 6 раундов.
1.62.
Не такой уж и плохой.
Ну, хороший, хороший вообще. Это при том, когда они вели... Ой, проигрывали 7-2. Я вот того взял. Ну там на бэтбуме или на парике есть такая хуйня.
Не, только бэтбум брал, понимаешь?
А, только бэтбум. Да, согласен.
Парик это такая, знаешь, конторка. Для бандуриков. Вот бэтбумчик.
So if they're also able to go even on pistols, it's gonna drag EG down to the point where this game's winnable.
This game winnable, блядь. Челы замены топ-3. Алло.
PaperX gonna be feeling possibilities presented to them. Okay, that was the return of fire.
Good to neutralize that quickly before it's
А, парни, хотите инсайд жесткий?
Давай.
В Нави будет минус англ плюс люк.
Бро, получается российская арга становится, ну российский состав, понимаешь?
Так нет, ты же видишь, ты же переезжаешь, сейчас ты меняешь гражданство специально для этого.
А, так. Репутационные риски. Да, переезжай, а мне бы еще уехать теперь.
А ты где сейчас находишься, Лех?
На Багамах. На Багамах, я на Багамах.
Алексей Иванович.
Я на Багамах. Да в Москве.
Чел нормально писал. Там трехи будут каждый матч, чтобы лузы отыграть.
Так оно, понимаешь, их к составу не привыкать. А чё? Алик вроде сейвить уходит, понимаешь? Он вроде на сейв бежит и такой. Бля, можно и раунд выиграть? Типа... Вот, пожалуйста.
Да, Джекс сейчас взяли.
Что такое, блядь?
А, с победой. С заносом, нахуй.
Занос.
Так, и сейчас надо ставить минус 2,5 ЕГЭ. Согласна? Плохо?
Да хуй знает. Тебе надо было лот смотреть, чтобы принимать такое решение.
Надо что?
Надо было лоту смотреть.
А что там вообще мемное?
Ну, чел, который сейчас на резе играет, он просто, ну, блядь. Омана надо ему забанить в аккаунте, вот так. Он должен сам в саппорт написать, или мы ты. Забаньте мне Омана нахуй. Ну, типа, I don't understand, вот так. Бан.
What kind of call has been made here? Some form of utility was sent flying. A lot of players scampering on PaperX's defensive setup.
They're worried about this Viper wall. I think the comms laid down and trying to get info behind it. They realize they need to make a push into B main, or at least see if anyone's over there. Oh! Forsaken. I mean,
Да, да, вот сразу, блядь, чел играть научился. Может, он на уме без прицела играл и без клавы еще? Ну, типа...
А почему чел с Вейн не стягивается, если челы Б запушили?
Слышал тебя.
Бля, это ёбарь.
Ой, Джинк это супер отец, конечно.
Ну, он прям чувствую, но не, у него геймсенс пиздец, ёбнутый.
Ну да.
Он вот за ним смотришь, и он всегда понимает, куда смотреть и от кого закрываться.
Ну ты прикинь, вот условно Карась пришел бы в этот Вирекс и убрал бы Джинга с этого, с Рейзы, говорит, бро, нет, надо тебе на Йору поиграть.
Я бы не удивился.
Ладно, победу ЕГЭ ставим.
Не, реально, геймсенс у него хороший, мне нравится. Но он всегда понимает, где челы, как от кого закрыться и где кого пикать. Хотя, может, на фоне ЕГЭ так это типа жестко смотрится.
Economy in a terrible spot. PaperX, they've pulled off the comeback at this point.
Yeah, bring it back into with the op purchase. Jing is shut down. Just trying to hold back onto the rope. That was a spear in his face. Classic little play that you see with a double duelist.
Не на ома не играть, конечно.
Я говорю, вот в Америке Джавгема это, ну, вообще, типа, один из самых жестких рейсплееров, наверное, в Америке же еще нету. Что я видел? Ну, хорош. Просто чел стоит.
Ну как чел может так жестко на одном герое играть и так руинить в другом?
Я же тебе говорю, типа, не все герои, эти люди понимают другие роли.
Ну, бля, это как такой, как столько малек уже играешь.
Не все же хроникл, типа, условно, понял, который, блядь, на всех героев играет.
Ну, потому что у тебя общее понимание должно быть твой момент, твой им. А чел умно взял, все, блин, потеря.
Ладно, куда я залил, нахуй?
Это нормально было.
А, это наш парень. Русский. Русский богатырь не проигрывает.
Вантап.
Not too certain. He's spotted out anyway. Going for the one taps. 3 HP. Why not? He's got the confidence for it. Smoke cut up the one angle.
А что он делает?
It's a bit of a gamble. 9 bullets.
Алло.
Там че вообще не вдупляет, где демон.
Ну тоже реально майндфрик, блядь. Извиняюсь.
Нахуй он пикает, реально.
Качни ты его.
Блин, он бы выиграл, если бы не пикал так дупо. Плохо, демон, плохо.
Да не бывает, что там какими-то вещами называется гол, бля. Они же играют праки уже давно и так далее. Это говорит, кого-то первый раз в жизнь давно зашел, типа такой, ебать, ребят. Ебать тут флешка. А как смог дать, блядь?
Это просто, Лёв, типа, ну, на самом деле, реально, типа, думаешь, что, ну, все челы, типа, условно, смотрят матчи и знают, что он на какой роли делать, и в ММе играет. Ой, в ММе, условно, тоже на всех ролях, понял, играют. Он просто,
Ну,
типа,
бля,
вот,
они
может,
же
он
праки
может
играли
такой
так.
чисто деревенский Джо, который нихуя не смотрит, просто, типа, на корах ММ играет, в кайф и все.
Ну, играют праки, они играли там условный лотос.
Ну,
Он играл на Омане.
Вот он, да, типа, праки играет, ему говорят, все норм, вот Поттер ему говорит.
Ну, раз он сказал, то реально.
Если Джинку бьет, это пиздец будет. А Джинку бьет, охуеть.
Зовет, что ушел и вернулся.
Да, продать можно.
Ой,
Не, если это финал PRX Fnatic, ну, типа, мое почтение.
Они отжимаются за каждый проебанный раунд, что ли, или что?
За каждый выигрыш, да, я думаю.
Поттер, ну кто же, Поттер слушает, америкос ебашь.
They have both of their supported players pushing out towards A, and it forces EG to go up mid and into B main. So they go into Jing at mid, and then they go into Forsaken, and Mindfreak over towards B. Easy!
Easy.
It looked like it.
Carnage, man. Putting together the rounds, that's 5 in a row.
Полетел.
Satchel's at work again. Jorgamo seeking to have a bit of a repeat. It's literally a repeat.
Джо вот наработал сразу.
А вот залитека. Бам.
А, так 5-2.
Не, не слышал. Бля, сейчас придут сек.
Increasing the pace instead of decreasing it. Makes sense on an eco. This is surely spotted close to the corner into hell. There's no actual trade inside, but eventually it comes through, and there with the stingers. It's brought down a thrifty 9-9. You thought that PaperX were really starting to gain a bit of a lead and an advantage, but no, broad even. And Brendan, you're dead on the money.
Прикиньте бы, челы делали с Самфингом вместе.
Double blast back up with a stinger, a ramp. And this time they managed to capitalize and snowball that into a round.
Еще раз.
If they're finding value doing that.
Говорю, прикинь, если бы Самфинг приехал.
Ну вот интересно было бы посмотреть на Ларри.
Это вместо сигареты, да, он играл бы?
Да, это пиздец был бы. Ну.
They're not ready for the fight at the beginning of the round. Instead, Demon One's got an op, so I don't think they're going to be as quick. Still caution being played.
Если он хотя половину показал бы того, что все видели условно.
Still dash disengaging close to the corner here with a stinger. It's brought down. Jorgamo seeks to respond. Spam through the smoke. CGRS beaming him down. Ethan
это пиздец.
trying to push through. Just the fire raider was coming towards him there, but it's left to just these two. The slow play.
Мне кажется, Гейм это команда, которая в меньшинстве очень много раундов выигрывает.
The ones who are being picked apart. There's the rifle. It's swapped around. Leaving the operator out in the open. Seekers clearing a bit of a path. Demon One has to be worried about the push here. Oh, he didn't expect it. What?
Ну, не сегодня.
Response from Dubai. And the whole of PaperX. They're fighting fire with fire. Both of these teams trying to one-up each other with how aggressive they can both get.
А мне кажется, хорошо, что Лёхе въебалась ставка на второй карте. А вот мне кажется, сейчас бы он точно не пережил бы.
Наверное, да.
Алло. Чё там?
Я говорю, хорошо, что у тебя ставка въебалась на второй карте, а не на этой. Потому что, мне кажется, ты вот этот не пережил бы.
I'll tell you what, no America's team's playing like that. If they're trying to rely on their experience
Да пусть проебут, блядь.
in their own region, nobody quite plays like
Пик, КТ. Ну вот.
Yeah, I'm not sure who you'd have to practice, I think, to get experience against that. Maybe FaZe? Yeah, I don't know. Just full Smeeg. I mean, PaperX are the...
Потом посмотрите. А скидай ссылку, бро, посмотрим. Где я такой посмотрел? Давай посмотрим, я не против. Ну, типа, перерыв между картами, ну и есть ссылку тоже. Да, я не понимаю, челы замены катают, замена, алло. Чем такая замена, знаешь, не который, условно, Дерки, знаешь, его позвали, он еще в соло разъебал. А такой просто средненький челик, блин, не знаю.
Они позвали ютубера, если что. Это чел, типа, ну, валик просто на скиндантах хуярит.
Реально?
Да, это, ну, контент-мейкер, типа.
Ну,
Не
я
знаю, в каких
видел.
рангах он играет, но просто...
Ну,
типа,
по-моему,
что
не настолько в него там.
Он не про-игрок, типа, он просто, типа, ну, ютубер, там, Twitch.
Охуенно. Охуенно.
Вообще, типа, у них просто замена не такая критическая в том плане, что у них, типа, костяк. 4 игрока.
Ну, блядь, да не, Валик все равно это роляет. Ну, ты приколи, типа... Даже один чел сильно решает. Сразу другая химия, другая микра там в команде.
Так может он, типа, супер, наоборот, им позитив вайп их же дает, и им похуй, типа, понял? И они башатся, видишь?
И мне кажется, если бы Самтик был, они бы топ-1 налегке взяли. Ну, Фнатик бы не факт.
Ну, да не факт, как Самтик бы себя показывал. Может, наоборот, он бы, типа, оверпикал, еще очень волновался. Первый лансет. Крупный.
How do you get through this? Well, maybe from behind. Jorgamo has gained a bit of control. Forsaken. Look at him.
Он к сердцу играл? Понял. Тогда реально норм. Да, вот, кстати, SNCE 24 прав. Когда ты понимаешь, что ты замены, типа, играешь, такой, знаешь, на пол, типа, немного относишься.
На пол Турик выиграл, да?
Ну, я буду, типа, больше, ну, типа, понял, типа, может...
Да, шаручи. Понятно, что дело.
Jumps forward to Shorty. The shot missing just ever so slightly. Demon 1 holding it towards the corner. Again, it's going to come down to a bit of luck of the draw. Spam, maybe. Can they work their way into the pit? Can they try and bring it down? 2 versus 2. Off to the side here. It's Comp. Alive and kicking. The pit's still active. Mind Freak was not set up for success. 10 to 10.
Посадку в демона ван, конечно, ёбнутая.
Я полетел дрифтить на кресле.
Ты видишь его посадку, Лех?
Да, я видел, что до этого. Let's go, let's go.
Over towards B-Main to start the round. Stars are plenty. What a defeat of Forsaken. This is pandemonium. Just a recall so that he can set himself up onto an angle, but who knows who's utils whose. Nade into the side. That's a satchel to punish, but such quick reactions.
Маус один нажать это миф, когда у тебя угол 500 раз лучше.
Жадив. Это пиздец. Это жестко.
That is absolutely disgustingly good from Forsaken. The jump repeat back onto the angle to diff Demon 1, and CGRS just holds for info, backs up. Playing his life. Snakebite denies the Trailblazer here, giving Com a little opportunity, but it's still a 3v5.
Off the back of Forsaken.
And what a time for a hero play like that.
Still holding on to the heaven position. That angle, he opened himself up to it. It was wallbangable, he's weak. He's still holding it though. Hasn't given up this space, which means his team can try and help him out, support him out. 35 seconds roughly left in the round. The side set onto A, but they need an opening. They need it now. By still pushing him back. That was his snake bite. Dropped down onto the corner. Forsaken. What is that? Spraying him through. He's still watching it.
5-0.
Да, ну, кстати, да, если бы был бы Самфинг, типа, то Forsaken играл бы не на Джет.
That could well turn the tide of this map. And as the midpoint of the series, potentially, could change the tide of the match. What is that? The confidence level. I mean, look at that from Demon 1's
очень
perspective.
быстро, охуеть.
He looked startled. It was a jump scare. That's ludicrous. Can EG find any way of responding to this?
Не прогнозом. Люка ставь квартиру, фиксируем прибыль.
Чё?
Он чел написал. Вы что, они с рекорда выиграли?
Eventually brought down. Satchel's at work, rounds to the side. Jing, in the middle of all of that, still got a kill onto Jorgamo. And Heaven Controller's there. Spike's still not planted. It's a 2v3. The backstab com needs value. He needs a kill, and the right click does not bless him. Flipping a coin, not going in his direction. Star's available. Boostio. What can he do to salvage it? Star blossomed up, but it won't matter one bit. It's shut down, and it's PaperX who find themselves in the driving seat. They hit that 12th round.
They stacked up to try and avoid that A-ramp thrifty idea, and EG almost got some momentum going with Demon 1 finding the first hit. Good response though from CGRS, just spamming through. And PaperX eventually deal with this tricksy little thrifty. EG though, they didn't buy in the last round.
Спасибо, что бывает свои прогнозы. Всегда ставлю
So now we get to see the next 2 rounds. 4-player stack over towards A. Hard reading that EG would be leaning right at the start of this.
Same setup as they did just prior.
12-10.
Again, it's long migration, the big wrap around. Time to shore up the defensive towards B as mid is completely given up. Dash forwards, up into Heaven. Until expended, exchange, another smoke to try and get them in. Demon 1, he's so smart with this. Does buy them that space towards the back. Mind Freak though, he's got to try and hold this one. Smoke away and afar. That's 2 kills, massive from him. Still, they left to contain it. It's PaperX leading through. 13-10. They are leading this series now.
Сигарета сейчас в финале будет.
Outrageous comeback in this 3rd map from PaperX.
Я в ахуе. Контент-мейкер, говорят вот так, ну. Бро, хочешь сыграть? Слышь, сейчас Торик заберем. Не, ЕГЭ хуй знает, не зашли сегодня, блядь, вообще никуда, блядь. Либо там микронаушник. Я не знаю, ну типа, по факту, ЕГЭ Турик вроде неплохо набрали на Турике, неплохо играли. Но сегодня играют как фул, блядь, в очке. Особенно тот чел на у меня. Пошел он нахуй. Сейчас приду.
They only had 7 first kills in that map. And yet they're still able to convert 13 rounds.
Мне кажется, он не разберется до Блу. Тебе лучше скинуть ему ссылку. Вы можете еще случайно зайти на официальный канал ЕГЭ, типа 11 класс.
The amount of times that Forsaken was getting away with that, the updraft dash plays in. Even when they seek to punish, I mean, I didn't even pick it up at the time, but he's picking up the judge in case somebody does play in the smoke to punish him.
Yeah.
So he can just spam away. At that point, you're favored.
It's madness. It is madness. And that has got to be a rough one for EG to watch slip away.
Oh, yeah.
It's up towards the top of their map pool. They had the advantage at the half. Yeah, they lost pistol, but definitely opportunities there for them to be able to close it out. And that streak of rounds from PaperX pulled things away. Moments like this, as Mind Freak clutches. Huge plays from Jing, Forsaken.
It's just impossibilities, man. And now as we get
Не хейтер, я младший брат.
the deeper we go with a map pool, I mean, the advantages slipping away from EG in terms of the strength of what they were carrying forwards.
Next map, we might get to see Jing play Phoenix. This series has got it all.
Living up to all sorts of our expectations here. Cannot believe the run the PaperX are making happen before our eyes, and now we stand just one more map away from closing out this series and going all the way to the grand finals, but yet to be seen, yet more of the series to be played. Don't go anywhere.
Парни, вы можете просто, как Леха придет, спросить у него, что он думает по поводу, типа, ну и ебануть на противоположное. Ну так понял, тут вообще чат миллионеров сидит. Раз вы так делаете. Ну, тут ключевое слово был. Понимаешь? Не, я только на вот Нави поставил на Перле против китайцев. Они проиграли, я титанул и подумал, что в пизду, хватит типа ставить на этот турик. Не, там я ставил в лайве, там был Перл, Нави перешли за атаку, а это типа, ну, ты мапаешь, и Нави вели 12-9 и вибали типа на допах. По классике.
А что?
Да.
Я спать пошел.
Давай, good night.
Давай, good night.
User disconnected from your channel.
Алло.
Там что жестко уже вот.
Так, смотрим. Так, с карту.
Да, конечно.
Жестко-то.
Там же 1 на 5 тоже.
Прогрызли. А если что, вилкану на всякий.
Ну ты... грамотно. Леха тоже почти вилканул сегодня. Поставил на 3.0 на ЕГЭ и на 3.0 на PRX. Типа 2 кэфчика по 4.
Плохо. Это очень плохо.
Не, самые имба, парни, это казино стримы от Лехи были. Бля, я помню Минотавр, который мы занес 100к, даже больше, да? Сотки, по-моему.
Как прыгал?
Как же он прыгал? А потом на следующий день, типа, Леха показывает валики, типа, статус, что он, типа, въебал за день в рулетке, нахуй, 150к. И говорит такой: парень, да ладно, не волнуйтесь, это же не мои деньги. Не валики, как это хуйня называется в казике, там ходы, типа, не монополия, а другая хуйня.
Crazy Time.
О, Crazy Time, да.
A game that was out of PRX, and to see them be able to rally back like that despite the odds being against them is truly incredible to watch. Of course, Golden Boy here. Oh, Mimi, Achilles, and High Pocket. Oh, I mean, fine. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
7-1, baby. Doesn't matter. They were in
This guy.
such a deficit. You get into that second half, and they just went on an absolute tear.
Yeah.
What a rally back from Paper X.
And that's what is so impressive about Paper X to me, that they can seemingly always rally back from these games that look unwinnable. Like you were saying, 7-1 to begin this one in favor of EG.
Yeah, this is another example of like that. Sometimes you're watching Paper X and there's little slip-ups here and there, a round or two don't go their way, but it's that feast or famine, basically, ethos towards Valorant that here I think it's one of the best examples we've probably seen ever for this name.
Crazy Time, если ты не чувствуешь, что в Габалик происходит.
Там жестко чувствовал, он там уже все скрипты наизусть знал. Какая сейчас цифра рухается.
It's quite the run. That we got 5 in a row that Paper X had a thrifty that you thought would have been enough to maybe start to rally the cause here for EG, but really it's impressive, Mimi, to see the way that this Paper X team stood firm despite that opposition.
Yeah, in the second half for Paper X, what I was really liking was some of these moments of mid-round aggression. In some of the earlier maps, we saw them get punished for going for these really early aggressive plays that EG was ready for. But here it was mid-round re-pushing into B, occasionally throwing in one of these aggressive early plays with this double duelist comp. And that kind of variance they had in their ideas, I think is part of the reason EG really struggled to adapt.
Yeah, and just closing things out, you saw the first kills, the differential there between the two teams. It was monstrous for the side of EG, but nearly a third of their 4v5s were converted into a round win from the side of Paper X. It's just that perseverance, that constant willingness to fight back no matter what.
And it comes back to the same point. The front line of Paper X, it's always the emphasis, right? They're always ready to trade out and be so quick to react, right? As soon as that first one is conceded, there's 2 or 3 people ready to double down.
Валик, пойдешь?
What a match it was. Of course, we're going to talk about that and so much more. But first, we actually have Yinsu standing by with some members of Paper X family. It's Jing and Alex's mom. Take it away, Yinsu.
Thank you very much, GB. I am joined by 2 very, very special Paper X supporters here in the arena. It is Jing's mom, Pearl, and Coach Alex's mom, Liying, as well. Auntie Liying, this is your first time watching Alex play and the team play in real life. So what's your experience like? What's it been like being here?
Короче, просто скажу, если Кэф там будет 4, там, понял, 5 от Вилкани в плюс, и заебись.
Какая-то тяжело чуть вулкануть, не?
Really amazing. So many people, I can't believe it.
Yeah, they really, really love Paper X out here. And Auntie Pearl, now it's not your first time. You go to every single event with Jing. You've traveled all around the world. How proud are you to see that Jing is being able to qualify for all these crazy big events and doing so well as well?
I'm very proud of him, and I know he wants to do his best. And, I'm actually lost for words because I'm overwhelmed. Like for this trip, I never expected to be here. Honestly, like really, it's like mind blown for me. Yeah, like.
Yeah, I think everyone, even the players feel the same, right? Even they had to come in here without something with a sub, and they managed to make it this far, maybe even further as well. But I do want to ask, because Paper X, a team we all know and love, but I also know that it's not just you two that kind of really support your boys. I know all the mom and dads behind the scenes.
Yes,
you guys are like a special team yourself, right?
Kind of. We have a Forsaken mom here and dad, and we have Mind Freak's mom and the whole family, the dad and the brother. Everyone is here, and also Forsaken's brother, elder brother, Escurate. Yeah, he's also somewhere in the crowd. Yeah.
And last question, very quickly, for you, Auntie Liying. Alex's job is very high pressure. He has a lot of responsibility.
Yes, I think so. Yes.
Does he ever come to you for some advice? What do you tell him?
Well, most of the time I tell him during the interview, please be calm, speak slowly, say smart things.
I mean,
and all that sort of thing, but he does it himself. I don't really do anything much for him.
He's definitely doing all of that.
Okay,
thank you so much for joining me.
Мама Жинга по центру или сестра?
All the way, yeah. Let's go, Paper X. And I'm gonna throw this back to the dad of the desk. It's you, GB.
Просто сейчас в чат написал маму Джинкс за Перл.
My mother's been telling me to say smart things my whole life, and boy, oh boy, have I been letting her down.
Look where you are now.
I guess so, right? Look at me now, Ma. In any case, though, of course, shout out to the moms who make all this happen. Of course, without them, Obviously we wouldn't be
There would
here,
be no
so
players.
there would be no players. That being said, let's go ahead though and talk about what we should be expecting moving forward here, and also some of the matchups. I think it's worth kind of re-hitting this one again, right? Because we talked about Demon 1 and Forsaken in the past, but it's worth talking about this yet again because these are flexible players, but when they play their role, they play them so incredibly well, and the impact is felt in the server.
No, it very much is. As disappointing as it is to not have something here alongside him to go into that Jet 1v1, it's not like Forsaken is really that much further behind.
Yeah, he ain't no chump on that roll.
Just looking incredible already there on Split, and we get to look forward to this matchup once again as we get ready to move into Pearl.
Yeah, and I think as well, we haven't lent too hard because it's very different how these teams play around their Jet player, right? And obviously around these two individuals, but coming into Pearl, it becomes the be-all and end-all in my eyes of a lot of the rounds that we're going to see. Again, in terms of obviously the attacking side, and Forsaken's ability to heavy anchor with the operator puts PaperX in a position to make so many other moves across the map.
And this is where EG has to answer a lot of questions. Split should have been theirs. They had it in their hand in the first half. It slips away in the second. And that was one of their two best maps in this pool. Now you're 2-1 down. You have to win Pearl straight into Ascent. And I think their Ascent is good enough, but Pearl is really where these questions lie for me, because they play this normal Harbor Viper, which they're solid at, but PaperX has been playing this double flash Phoenix comp that has worked really well for them, and I think is effective against Harbor Viper in particular.
Absolutely, because it's key to have a second flasher to be able to pop through a wall, you know, create that.
And one as fast as a Phoenix?
Sure, you can take that one, yeah. But again, it's another opportunity for PaperX to create a little chaos, apply a little more pressure in a different way that's going to throw off some of the particularly the defensive protocols for EG.
And pressure, that is the word I'm seeing right now. EG, they've been talking about how they've been playing with house money, how they have just been taking the opportunities, giving to them, and running with them. But now this is the question. Can the pressure get to them at this point in the lower final, down a map against this crazy comp from PaperX? This is how they started their season, playing against Cloud9, choking a Pearl game against a Phoenix comp. And the question is, can they now, playing against a slightly different but similar comp, change that history?
I mean, EG, they do have that advantage of having
80% винрейт
play this up against NRG, and that was not a very clean take
Лёх, кстати,
on the
возможно,
Pearl
уснул
map. It
парня.
was down to the wire, it was in
Так
overtime.
на первой карте
Very
в
well
начале
happened
был.
again, but we'll see how EG, how well they've done their homework.
Another example where we're looking towards Potter to actually make those small tweaks now to play to their own strengths.
Well, I know this crowd wants a fifth map, but the question is, are we going to get there? Let's go ahead and send it back over to Brennan Sideshow for the call.
Yeah, this is it. This is where we get into the territory where the stakes are really the highest. You know, the defining moments in a series where, you know, the outcome of this map right now is going to be defining whether we go the distance all the way to that fifth and final map, or is the series just going to end here? Is it going to be PaperX weaving the tail of them with a content creator going to the grand final?
In either situation, you just get such a
Лёха,
stellar
да, на
outcome.
Фениксе жестко
Because,
трахает.
like I said to start this match, it's two of the most unlikely Valorant runs of all time colliding. And so either you're getting PaperX being able to crown themselves running, or going to another grand final, I should say. No crowns quite on the line just yet. But getting another chance at a big grand final like this, with Jing playing Phoenix, or we go on to Ascent, where the last time PaperX were playing a Harbor there. Either way, it's going to be madness.
Вместо Сонику ЕГЭ, типа, пик намного сильнее, типа, они в КТ, и более метовый, понял? Я думаю, есть.
Let's see which one wins out. So the usual setup. We know this one if you've been watching a lot of the Americas. It's a bait and trap play. Snakebite over the top, lineup that collects. Vulnerable. That's an aid of their own. Molly over the top there. Enough damage done just from it. Jing is pulled out of position here, but a cascade actually gives him a bit of coverage. So we can reposition and get out of there.
Вы таким же пиком лота играете?
That turret gives decent info. The whole of EG starting to
Вы
rotate
Перл
around
играете?
and help Boostio.
Я его знаю хорошо, смотрел.
They've given up a lot of that space
Что?
towards mid. Right into the center of the map.
Don't want to startle any PaperX fans, but Forsaken does have a shorty here as well.
Я говорю, я его знаю
So,
хорошо,
I think they
да.
were planning something very specific that relied on
А
them
что
getting
Саша
B
сказал?
control.
Алло.
Да, мам, похуй, Лёх, здорово.
Ну, ты сказал, вы Перл играете, вот что я услышал.
Будильники выручают.
Я сказал нет, но я его знаю хорошо, я дамки смотрел.
Так, смотрим на спики героев.
Да, Лёх, нужна аналитика.
Через Феникса и Джетку. Я говорю, у них пик хуйни. Ну, хотя Лотсом не помешало выиграть.
Давай, Лёх, поставь, а я против Лукана.
Что-то не хочется. Бля, если 3-1, это просто кек.
I was worried, I was definitely concerned when Com had a classic in his hand and wasn't able to land the extra headshot he needed against blinded up.
По мне игры даже сыграть, ну сами видите, что происходит, ребят. На свой страх и риск.
Ребята, я вас трал.
А сколько там нынче на иге-то на общую блядь, победу? Я хуёво уже.
Вы всю ночь играли?
Я только проснулся.
Поэтому спал. Почти сон.
Ну да. Я вот сейчас, бля, просто каждый раз я сейчас засыпал опять на 10 минут. Страшно было не проснуться.
They pulled this one out before. I think it was in the game against NRG.
They're one of the worst teams in terms of pistol round conversions actually heading into this match.
Just win the second round.
But yeah, and part of the reason why they're so successful is because they opt into these forces all the way through. Stingers into the back of it. This time Jogamon will meet them. All the way through, catching onto the heels of Komi, seeking to reposition. Vulnerable up, enough damage done, but the bullets spraying around. Cove in his face, he can't get the weapon out in time. It's just punishments all over the place. Dissipation of the smoke.
Не, все, блядь, билет берите. До аэропорта следующая карта.
Round two, by the way, round two. But still, hunting down with a rifle, but blind as a bat. Demon One cannot stand his ground.
Oh, what a response! And that's Paper X to a T.
Мне кажется, где Джо не на резе, понял, они не могут вообще эту карту играть как будто. Тем более Джо опять на смокере играет, на Харборе. Не какой-то сложный герой.
Да нет, для него легко, ты видел, как он на умнице сыграл? Очевидно, он говорит, Харбор? Он, не, его так не раз не играли, он говорит, да Харбор, бери, я изи справлюсь.
Sole goal is to int as hard as possible. Somebody says go, we're like, right, we're going in.
We're going. Everybody has immaculate faith in each other to be able to always go forwards. Nobody baiting. And, I mean, the fact that Jing got his ult online and is now starting to farm up the second in round 3. Ridiculous.
Forsaken, no. Oh, loses the fight out to the classic.
Go on, give us a thrifty back the other way as well.
And it's a hard flank, isn't it? All grouped up here. Art control still going to be gained. Held on to at least partially by Boostio. Doesn't want to go down here. Mind Freak. Exploration. Picking up that mid position. Jiggle peek for the information. And there we go, meeting them. That's the rifle drop down once more. An exchange of hands back in the other direction. Nana Swarm is there. Who's going to pick this one up? It's Jorgamo. You got to know everybody's coming from that choke point. Devi is on the angle of it. Pre-fired, lovely flash. Devi is setting the pace of this round excellently. They can't withstand it. And they're all grouped up like that. All the sight lines set on that one angle.
An excellent demonstration of how being aggressive can sometimes be the best option in those kind of situations. Rather than allowing the death ball of EG to go towards them with a two-player advantage, Devi chooses to break up the timings by finding those moments to take fights and flash his way back out. Seems a little risky sometimes, but they're played to perfection. Okay, so we stabilize a little. EG can buy this round, Paper X, 3 rifles, and a stinger on cigarettes.
The ults are starting to get flowing as well, playing for these orbs. Pushing deep out towards A. It's a lot of aggression and util used on either side of the extremities. Orb gained.
And sometimes Demon One is going to be posted up in A main off the back of the Trailblazer and Cascade being used. This time, nobody from EG. So what they're hoping for here is that Paper X make a lot of noise re-clearing this area. Like that, for example, the flash, the footsteps.
Только капсом не пишите, а то разбудите стримера.
Walking up behind it. They used the initial flash, which I think was out of range of Demon One, by the way. Yeah, he was holding far enough away. They walked the rest of
Да, надо потише,
Meanwhile,
парни,
EG
потише
was
чать.
stacked over towards B and now realize that B hit is not coming. It's time to go back over to the other side of the map. But you can see that they did have a timing here. I think Paper X might be in front of it though.
And here, finally, noise cues onto the side.
Где-то
Stars
хуйню
come through, the
найти.
dash on top of it. This is going to be called now, but There's no positioning to absorb any of this aggression. EG are all the way in spawn. Seekers. It's going to be pushing them back.
And there is a major retake ultimate. The Reckoning is fabulous in these kind of spots.
That's why Paper X are in their spawn right now. They want to try and fight them to it. They're anticipating it. Here's the Reckoning. Do they push forward in time? They're all stunned up! A flash for a flash. Utils have to be used back and forth, back and forth. Which team will reign supreme? It looks like it's all EG! Boostio! Sublime!
Off the back of a Reckoning that couldn't fail to catch those players. If you manage to run out of your own stun circle, you're just running into somebody else's. Jorgamo's ultimate could not have found more value. And credit to PaperX for trying to throw utility themselves to get out of that spot. But as soon as Boostio gets in behind, there's no hope. Let's go,
baby. Lovely transfer.
Ой, быстрее. Быстрее.
And so Boostio with that. Enough damage done across the board here. He's built up his lockdown, or may have had it prior as well, but still a big ultimate to lead into this next.
Yeah, he's just got that online with those kills, you're right. But I'm looking at Jing. You know, he's over here with the rest of the players, picking up his second Phoenix ult in round 5.
Why EG are putting such a heavy emphasis over controlling one area of the extremities, but if you do that, you can't control the other one, so they'll leave B for a bit of a flood retake. Look at the way exactly this util setup. It's ingenious. It's meant to punish Forsaken with an updraft dash up into heaven. He likes to do this. We know this if you've been watching.
Парни, он и так первые 3 карты комментировал, он уже устал.
Still trying to piece out where this util is. They really haven't given anything away. The dash is now not active, and Demon One is none the wiser. They thought it was going to be completely open, at least in terms of that side. He thought his teammate had his back. Nana Swarms. Now going to be activated. But still, the smoke's held. Utils straining. The lockdown will not be detaining anybody. Everybody evacuating out of the way. Still, it's planted. Slightly to the side. Molly's going to be denying the first part of it. Spam onto the corner. Flash through. Ult popped off from Jing. He's blinded up though. Cannot see anything. Still gets a kill.
Boostio missed him.
What is going on? This is absolutely all over the place. Cove. Maybe the next tool to be used to try and find this one, but pushing it past, you have to try and fight close to them. Jorgamo, he's got half on it, pulled off a bit, already half, and timing has been bought. CGRS!
А зачем чел бомбу отпустил? Там молик был или что там?
The pull from Mindfreak, and it's him that finalizes that round.
A somewhat standard post plant though, with both teams trying to contest the defuse from coming through, but a very different way of opening this round up. I simply can't believe that PaperX had the read that the alarm bot wasn't around. You saw Forsaken as he walked into the site, sniffing it around, seeing if he could find an alarm bot anywhere near. And as soon as he realized that that path into B-Link was open, he found the only gap in what EG were up to.
Yeah.
What a masterful way of being able to crack open the B site there.
So many of these rounds have been opened up, paved the way through PaperX's contact plays. Now, get away with that for a bit, but at some point EG are going to be trying to prioritize an operator. That's probably why Demon One's just using the knives. 2,400 in the bank. One of the ways to punish those contact plays is just by picking it up.
This is such a stack. Again, this is so dangerous.
They're into the stack. Oh, they're going to flash through the wall. It's used in kind, in turn, damage done, Device still alive. That is ridiculous.
And I think they baited Boostio in.
There was an idea behind it, a snake bite towards the back of the pillar, an attempt to punish through it, into it, close to the corner though. Yeah, Boostio is just going to be holding that ground as well. No one's going to be crossing into his sight line.
And everybody going over to CGRS, who's really found the read at this point that EG are
Я сам не понимаю, как ЕГЭ проебывают. Чего замены финал турнира будет? Ну так, типа, похуй. Контент-мейкеры говорят, залетай, бро, с кайфом пошпилим.
CGRS caught, and his positioning lets Demon One know instantly that he would have been calling the rotate back over.
Demon One is not wasting time, is he? Dash is there. Over to the side, Smoke, here's the tap now. Plan, potentially online through the window, couldn't quite land that knife. Has to back away and damage was done to him. The reposition is smart from Mind3. Off to the side, it's gonna be spotted out though. There's one kill, there's the second! Boostio! From the jaws of defeat, he snatches it back.
Бля, сейчас придумаю нереально сидеть.
The play at the beginning is an interesting one. Their idea of just walking through their own wall, trying to find the timing on the Trailblazer and flashes being used. And this does enough to be able to take things down into dangerous territory where CGRS on a great look just oversteps himself slightly into Demon 1.
Nasty play.
Well done there, especially the little combo towards the end. Boostio's been a bit of a swing player deep in these playoffs. When he's feeling it, and he's having a game like this, winning so many big rounds for his team.
He's nigh unstoppable. Draft potentially in order here with the knives in the hand of Forsaken. He's attempting to punish a high ground position that's deep onto the side while all this is happening. Jing, he was taking a fight straight to them. I'm not sure how that shot was found, but close to the corner means that they're not going to have any of this Killjoy utility. And Demon, where the operator has now been spotted out, this has been found.
And this is why I'm saying Boostio's a bit of a swing player, because when he dies early like this, he can lose his team a game as well.
Seekers flash to the corner. All of this is intended to try and push them back.
How fortunate is that?
That was Forsaken fault.
Just a spam through the smoke, I believe.
Yeah, a few bullets just landing. Luck of the draw with that one, but it's brought it even to 4 versus 4. And again, that heavy rotation, only this time a twist in it. EG, they do have some presence deep into mid. Tom was trying to be watching actually for this. That's a Trailblazer with immense value.
Sees everything, and Com can start sprinting on the flank.
Flash through the wall, Cosmic Divider. Jorgamo, tail in between his legs there, just still doesn't want to give up this ground. There's the cascade, takes the fights to them anyway. Bullets raining, scattered, punching through with the shorty. And now, of course, he's favored. Jump spot round with the movement. It's going to come down to the aim duels, and it has to be even out that way, but it will not happen. What I was pointing out prior, Com lurked his way into mid. There was nothing to catch him there. He was the final level to it.
And so a great response in the last couple from EG. You see this first pick come through off the back of the Reckoning. But it's not the Reckoning that actually gives Jorgamo any idea about what's happening there. He's just spamming based off where the Seekers are going. And Ethan was able to get those Seekers up at the start of the round because Paper X are so heavy one side of the map or the other. Look, no one really controlling B. It's extremely grouped up, A split right from the start. They've got a plan.
Dimor misses the shot, not draft. Dash, no longer available, has to smoke his exit through. Jing wants to try and put the punish onto this one, put a bit of hurt into him. They run it back, leading the charge, carves up an opening and a path for his team to follow up. Forsaken, he's so fast with it. He's walking through into the smoke, but he doesn't watch the angle, doesn't watch the corner. It's Ethan's job, and he does punish that overextension still, locking down the mid angles. Jorgamo will fall. A bit of a breakaway.
Everything
make the
on
most of it. Boostio 11 HP.
They know he's here.
Has to land the shot here, but the run and gun does it. Drops him. No more util now for this side to try and push back this plan. Still a minute left. Lockdown earned. CGRS, he opts to use it close to the corner.
Don't think Ethan can contest this particularly.
Maybe. Might go for it. Is there a window for him? Off the defuse, or off the plan here. Divide doesn't opt to stick this one. Instead, just trying to take the fight to them. One player detained up close, up top. That's Team 1's job now to try and contain this one and hold it, but he oversteps it again, walking forward. CGRS with 3, and Ethan, they know where he is. To leave him to his devices, just the turret to catch the contact behind.
There's a flank on a flank here. Jing's coming through water too.
Yeah, and this is going to be, again, what Com was doing prior, the final level to it. It's a backbreaker. They're not going to expect Jing to be coming up behind. CGRS, well, he's on for the ace, denied at least that. No flip in sight, but util out in the hands of Com sets him up nice and easily. That's the Vi. We could not be more even in this map, Josh. 4-4.
It's 4-4, but in absolutely chaotic fashion. Paper X are going for plays. Multiple prongs of the hive mind, reaching out across the map at once. Probing tendrils to see whether they can make a play happen. In that round, you have Mindfreak going for a lurking to B-Link, and when that fails, it doesn't stop CGRS with Devi, I believe, from also probing into B-Link from a different position.
Hello.
Paper X, the way that they play is so fluid and loose, I think partially because they don't have an IGL.
Не, как кто-то там написал, это шоу Трумана. Я что за... Бля, в голос нахуй.
In a previous best of 5 that we might have covered, may or may not have said, you're never being quite tested like this before. Shot over a
Здорово.
very famous IGL. Now, that was relating to the pressure, to the circumstances in the grand finals. This is a lower bracket finals. Take it down a notch ever so slightly, but you're tested in a different way if you are EG, because you have to keep up with this pandemonium that is occurring. These are scenarios you're never going to be finding yourself in most of the time in your playing career in Valorant.
Yeah. And there's a lot of pressure on Boostio, just with the way that EG normally plays.
Да, после матча сейчас пойдем ранки.
I think back to the game that EG
Полетим нахуй.
Fnatic in the upper bracket finals. He went 0-5 in first kills to first deaths on the first map, the opening map on Lotus.
Лёх, ну надо тренироваться, я считаю.
Чел на Омне?
Что?
Чел на Омне?
Нет, чел на Омане, кстати, на Харборе тут чувствуется. У него просто роль, понял, ебашится. Он там стоит в эльбу и ебашится. Ему сказали, типа, тебя запускать все людей нельзя, и он, блядь, использует свою магию.
Бля, бэктрек играет, конечно, у Риута в чит. Если наидите, что у Риута в разъем на эту рпате. Надо отбить кулачки, блядь.
Both teams trying to make adjustments. It's an extra long one. Both teams getting a chance to talk.
Frustrating for the coaches. Yeah. I don't think they needed all of that time to discuss what was going on. Taking a look at the defensive setup here. EG fighting over A control so that Boostio can get the orb, I think.
Team in one. Close behind the pillar, flash in his face. Backs away though to the corner for the jump spot, so the orb is granted towards A.
Yeah, they have a good retake ult here now. And Demon 1 is giving them information whilst being set up on an aggressive line.
But look at this again, it's that little pumper utility that's just used. A bit of fire now, they're being obvious in terms of their placement here, but they love to contact up here.
That's why Demon 1's holding this angle.
Yeah. Wall up, straight across, here's a snake bite. And a swarm. From behind, here's the lockdown. Hughes caught into the corner. It's a common angle that you can spam, you can catch him. But a flash for a flash, and you got to get out of there.
Good flash from Ethan to save Demon 1.
Really nice.
А что не загадать, так съебали?
Just to peel him out. So,
Далеко. Ой, далеко все съебали. Ух, ебать. А. Ну да, блядь, а как на... Ну ладно.
And the swing player there has just hit one out of the park. What a round from Boostio. I was asking what the second layer was to PaperX. But I don't think they really had one there other than just decide to face check. CGRS is left with it all to do. And the spike in front of him. Don't think there's too much of a hope here.
Че, ютубер? 1-4?
Look at the economy on PaperX as well.
Не сегодня. Мы не во всех моментах
так он сидит, воду играет. Может, челы говорят, блядь, слезь уже, заебал.
Гуманись, здесь.
Ну, на Рейзу не убил, которая в двери вылетела.
Should in theory break this now for PaperX. They got the one rifle to carry forwards, but might choose to force up into it, but they'll be scrambling.
They were anticipating EG being stood so much further back. They thought they were going to get that first corner for free.
Как будто ЕГЭ выиграют.
Flash is posted really deep there.
Так, хорошо, Паша, я услышал.
Они в КТ уже очень много раунд набрали. У них пик, конечно, сильный. Но...
Я 2 кора. Я двушку минус 2,5 сделал. Паша, это плохо?
Я думаю, может быть хорошо.
Или это очень хорошо?
That might be very good.
But this one much more spread out by PaperX. Because they were playing for the ult orb at the beginning and didn't want to end A, it feels different from EG's point of view.
Че просто победу поставить? Если будет какой-нибудь нормальный.
There are so many angles that you have to face if you are a player in this spot. Fight's taken. Somebody util. Concern at the back of their minds, of the PaperX players, I think, that could have been a bigger purchase.
This is slowly heading towards Demon 1 and Boostio.
All setups there.
Here.
Line. Forsaken. So you're really seeking to try and get something done here. Alone onto the other side of a section.
Sure.
38 seconds left. Nana Swarms are deaded.
He's done it.
Yeah, Forsaken. He's called the rotation and called that timing. And is there really space now for PaperX to pivot and rotate and retreat? Yes, there is. I mean, they are out of there. The decision was made.
Look at Com. I mean, it doesn't really matter what
знаменитый
CGRS
же
does over
трюк.
here because if Com drops the spike and finds
Ой, это не на Energy FNS, блядь. Который бы сейчас в КТ запушил и сдох. Он, посмотрите, как он делает. Просто занял плент и ждет своих мидов. А что сделал ФНС? Пошел и обосрался. Залил 5-3.
Да не надо на FNS играть.
Не, там пизда.
Это лучший кулер современности.
And the two players that were distracted this entire time, CJRS, by the way, still alive and kicking.
Алёх, реально, ты самый лучший кулер в валике. Так, с твоей
Я.
точки зрения.
Я.
Не, ну себя это нельзя брать.
Ты докараешь, да, Лёх?
Нет.
Это плохо очень.
Бля, даже так хз. Просто бустер называть такое, у него просто отряд ёбари, блядь. Там что-нибудь за коль, все зайдет. Ну, я даже не знаю, надо подумать. С тем учетом, как все играют тут 5-3 ситуации и так далее. А чат что думает, кто лучше колер валить?
На самом деле игра так позволяет играть. Не Counter-Strike.
While Jing was being pushed back, and Jing in that corner, he got full blinded, and he still swings and gets another one. Everybody on PaperX is good for a round every now and then. Yeah, that's what makes them such a dangerous team. Or that's one of the things that makes them such a dangerous team. 2 rounds left in the half.
EG now set to try and disrupt play towards the orb. I think that Jing's going to be making a play for his ult. He's only one away. But instead, it's towards mid. Alarm bot broken early. Flash through double doors. Fighting. Actually, just a molly held. This is going to be clear and close to the corner. Clearly some thought being put into this lineup. Orchestrated. Trailblazer clears through. It's going to be pulling players and even EG questioning, wondering where this is really going to land.
Boostio again looks like he could well be the pivot player.
Этот PaperX это вообще какие-то усовершенствованные турки.
Yeah, wow, what an adjustment. Really going for more there. And the dash does get out well, barely. 51 health, but a heal online.
I mean, back up. Forsaken took the time to go into B-Link instead of going into Art. So he didn't meet Boostio, and now he's got a strange amount of map control.
He's just so willing. There's 30 seconds. Of chaos here. There's 30 seconds. What decision is going to be reached? I mean, trying to, again, fake the A presence, I think. A lot of util being expended there. It's grabbed the attention of some of the EG players, but now they're scrambling and scurrying all the way back over towards B. Giving up a lot of space. There's 19 seconds left still. Contacting all the way through. Not giving any sort of indicator.
О чем он сказал?
Close onto the corner inside the smoke. It's all going a bit haywire. Spam onto it. Divide from default spot and position. This time Com doesn't give away his life, instead of letting the plan go down. Player advantage still to EG.
Меня в такую силу так отрубаться.
All up. Time being bought now to try and fight themselves through. It's a pull and an attempt into the back of Horse. Mindfreak still alive, but eventually falls. Spam and sprayed. The high-low setup, EG. They stop, they salvage it. There's tracks there, so 6-5. Making the most of that situation when really it was quite all over the place.
Really patient play from EG. Yeah, Com just choosing to spam instead of, you know, over-investing there and plays his life. They go into a 4v3 where PaperX decide to play aggressive post plants. They don't try to play for the pull on the spike, that kind of thing. And EG are just able to group up together and clean it out. Puts them up. Minimum and even half. But PaperX have been excellent at being able to bring these back in the second. Even if the score does end 7-5. Jing's got an ult though that can blast the B site wide open.
Yeah, all on this for the final round of the half. Jump spot. Scared of the potential of maybe an operator. We'll just get some info.
I mean, and also, look at how good EG have been at getting info over towards A main. On the rounds where nobody challenges there, Boostio goes up, gets the orb, and puts an alarm bot down. They've got 4 players ready to defend B.
Ball coming through. Molly over the top. Snake bite, body blocked by the dog here. Coming out of time. Pushing even deeper now. Further forwards. Trying to contend with some of the players onto this one. Another flank also occurring. Com is watching for it in link. He knows this Cosmic Divide. There could be someone on the other side of things. Demon 1 left to try and solve it. And there's a flank.
Here's another flank.
Halted. Forsaken. Flanks on flanks. It's watched.
Что там, все рассмотрел вашу игру против Сикрана.
Aware of it. 40
Так
seconds
они с ним
left
снайперы.
now. Just 2 players.
Серьезно?
Standing Mind Freak and Jing.
Да не, расслабься, не будут этой хуйней заниматься.
Separating. Riding up into the site. Hove in the back to give a bit of room to play in, but with the lockdown planted and 28 seconds left, this is a dire situation. EG set up all the way, surely resetting. Lovely work from Mind Freak in the end, but still a little bit too much to overcome. 7-5. It's a scoreline that we're staring at here. That narrow advantage.
Я уже взял.
And they did a great job at dealing with the lurks towards the ends of this half. They found the double lurk setup. Here, one from Com, one from Boostio. A big issue that they had to deal with in prior rounds and struggled. Playing through mid very often on their tournament run in this map. None of the Pacific teams have particularly. So it took EG a while, but they finally figured it out. That's going to put massive pressure on the pistol.
Absolutely it will. Let's send it down to the desk to break it down so far.
Thank you so much, fellas, for that one. 7-5 is the scoreline as we get ready for the half, but immediately the thing that we were talking about before the game and definitely reared its fiery head this time around was Phoenix.
Yeah, it really did start for Paper X with them doing a great job of maximizing orbs for Jing on this Phoenix and building a variety of game plans around it. We saw faster rounds like this one where they forced and on round 2 managed to close out with that Phoenix ult, and also some of these slower rounds where they were using it in the late round. I think Paper X showed a lot of depth in this first half, but EG did rally back in those last few rounds.
They did, but we found themselves in fairly familiar territory because this was the exact scoreline that we saw from Paper X when they squared off against NRG. It was 7-5 at the half, them down after starting on the attack, and well, I think we know how that went. It went to overtime, and it was absolutely crazy. So that's all I can hope for this as we get ready to go into the second half.
Yeah, I think bigger picture as well with the adjustment later on in that half from EG. It almost feels like this was the approach all along. EG just wanted to kind of play damage control, damage limitation for the first half here, set themselves up so they're kind of playing with a little less pressure.
Paper X are in this position with a substitute. They're somewhere where no one expected them to be, and they're now a half away from maybe making it into the grand finals, and I think they're in a good position to do it. This double flash comp is great for Flood retaking against Harbor Viper. We'll have to see if they can again rally in a second half to close out, and this time make the finals.
I mean, given what we've been seeing here from either side, the Killjoys, that has been the focus. We'll probably zoom in on that again later on, but CTRS, he's had his moment so far. Now that he gets ready to go over to the defensive side of the KJ, we'll see if he can have as much impact as Boostio did.
Взрывал?
Да, а
есть.
Да, мне был валк.
The second half of Pearl now, you know, we mentioned
Adeptness.
pivotal in terms of the map to decide it, whether or not we get that continuation in the series all the way to map number 5, but I think for both of these teams going to be
Это next match будет, я после него спать пойду нахуй.
any sort of energy levels that they can bring back up into this. And I mean, you try and listen, humans are very good at pattern recognition, Josh, but you look at that timeline, good luck.
Well, Paper X have committed 4 players to pushing out B as aggressively as they possibly can, driving people into CGRS.
Running all the way back around.
Oh, what
Ты
a
взял?
lucky spot for him to be playing at this
Looking to spam them out. Any util at all that can clear the way. Damage is being done. Pop flash into it, reloading. He knows he's being pushed. The right click's doing so much damn work, and Ethan claims his prize. Brings him down. Side opened wide open.
Нихуя дал жарко, блядь.
As well. Looks like they want to try and make a go of it. To try and play for
Это
the
не я.
flash play through the coast. A moment here. Still trying to hold on to the
Я сам охуел, я аж глаза сразу открыл.
set up Forsaken isolating one of the fights, and now they want to put the squeeze on Boostio. No, he was here from prior. Collects the 1, collects the 3rd in the round for him. Low enough though. Single shot will do it, but eventually shut down Divide. No funny business, not getting away with it.
What a 3K from Boostio. He picks off one of the players and then gives away his positioning and gets squeezed from both sides, still manages to come up with the goods. He's so frequently the key to EG's success here at Tokyo. And doing all of this whilst IGLing for the team. Supported in that regard by Ethan and Com. But in these fragging roles, sometimes Boostio is just making the difference. He's out here 18-8. And EG managed to win both pistols on this map. Not that it made much difference.
На стенде они их выебут.
Кто
кого?
ГГ. Я вообще не помню, как Форекс эту карту играет. Я чуть, по-моему, не видел ее от них.
EG actually giving way to PaperX. They don't want to take the fight to them, even though they do have the better weaponry. It's a reclaims of the Trailblazer. They already gave up the prize that was that ult orb. The goal, try and get Jing's ult online.
Still pretty far away though.
Yeah.
The pistol round.
Точно, они же с Energy играли его. Я уже не помню.
And they ended up going for a flank retake setup, where EG were extremely cautious looking for the other parts of the flank. They didn't just get roped into looking at A main, they were still paying attention to B Link and Flowers. Look at how bold Forsaken is. He just gets all the info that that's fake pressure towards B.
14к. Я думаю, можешь расслабиться уже.
Yeah, towards mid.
Oh, it's a double pump.
Double pump, double fake. They have pulled the rotations around with this kill collected. CGRS, he falls.
30 seconds left.
Doesn't give away much. Com would be the player lurking in that position. Forsaken realizes it. Oh, I've given up the line. High tide on my face. Time to make the moment happen before him. Shots right to the cranium. Demon 1 falls. He is traded, but my God, what an effort. At this point, they don't really have the guns for it.
No, it looks extraordinarily difficult here. Jing would love to be able to pick some up to get his ult online, but other than that, EG have just got so many defensive tools to use here. PaperX may end up just looking to die to Spike, but I would rather try and get their ults online, to be honest.
Yeah, I think
especially for Divine and Jing.
Yeah, they should be making a go of this. Divine starting to play towards them. Plenty of players grouped up and collected. Sheriff in his hand. Can he make much more of it? Brought down. Last two players, Mindfreak Jing, going to be going down to the Spike just to deny a chance of EG really starting to farm up some of those ults.
So another situation where Jing's not really able to get the snowball going. Quite different to the first half, where he had his ultimate to be able to win round 2. EG, for one of the first times in this series, are in a situation where they can possibly put together something dangerous on the bonus round. PaperX have contested them in the second halves by winning pistol, or earlier in this map, getting a force buy out there instead. This time, big clash in A main potentially. But EG want none of it. They're just giving them the ult orb.
Yeah, perfectly willing to give them that space, not fight over it. I mean, it does mean that they wait out the molly, retaking the space now. There's a pull to slow down the Trailblazer. Still clears towards the backer box. Faking like they're taking that A main control.
Лёх, на кого заряжаешь?
Yeah, the map control.
Ни на кого.
Looks like it's being played well by EG.
Я уже заряжался.
A main, and now they're coming to flush out Forsaken. No support.
Such a brave angle. No support. Oh, he adjusts his aim at the wrong time of it. Flick to the side. There's no way he's been taking himself back up. He's posted back up onto the position. Insanity from Forsaken, but why not?
There is a very fine line between bravery and foolishness. That may have been on the wrong side of it there. But I gotta say, if he manages to get 2 and he's in a position where he might, makes the round look incredibly different. Sometimes you gotta go for those risks. They are behind in the map.
Behind in the map now, behind in the player advantage with the plan down for EG. Set up for that success. And already PaperX.
Лёх, еще 5-я карта, можно еще быть, походу.
Охуенно.
Hard one. Letting these rounds slip away from you. Every instance now as well. These are the moments that leaving yourself kicking because you're thinking, man, didn't even get to play in this one.
Yeah, those are tough rounds for the A players.
Я уже не помню, 12 может.
PaperX's game on Pearl when they played against NRG.
Такой вареный.
It kind of matched this the whole way through. Up until this. The 7-5 half went up to 9-5 and then PaperX responded. And this was where PaperX really started to get the ball rolling and get some
В смысле уставшие? Они играют на X-день. Сегодня один матч, алло.
5-round deficit with EG's economy still booming. It looks really difficult. It looks set for us to go to a 5th map.
Surely does.
But I know the PaperX don't give up on maps like this.
They'll be throwing everything at them. Timeout. Called here for PaperX. Time to adjust. One of the things we haven't really touched on too much as well, Josh, you know, it's whittled it down to our top 3 at Masters Tokyo here. Representatives from EMEA, from the Americas, and also Pacific.
That's
what this fight is really about. Not just to make it all the way to the grand finals, but also a chance to really represent your region there at the grand finals and maybe earn an extra slot for champs.
That would be a major victory for whatever region was able to do it. In terms of the strategy adjustments here from PaperX, it's easier for us to be able to tell we have access to the whole minimap. But what I'm noticing from EG, especially in that prior round, is that they're not fighting for map control early. They're going and taking it away from PaperX after PaperX have done that initial grab for info. So in that round, A main controlled by PaperX, taken away by EG, and then PaperX don't have enough utility to be able to re-clear that area instantly. And EG find that timing to pivot to the other side of the map. So sometimes it's not as good to have early map control as to save your utility to re-clear it once the attackers have been in that area. Especially if you think they're going to pivot a lot instead of re-hitting. Well, that's an early push.
Yep, straight through mid. Good luck trying to catch that one still.
And Jing goes for the re-clear there.
Yeah, and it's Jing who catches the bullet to the head.
Yeah, because EG are ready for it.
So 4 versus 4, still holding the angle here. They expect and anticipate this re-clearance. Oh, really playing anti-flash as a pull to punish. An attempt of it, but really no one can really close the gap.
But look at how different this is in terms of map control. PaperX now have all of that area over towards A main, and that's info.
But they had to give up mid as a result of it. You can see how passive the players are playing. It's Forsaken just looking to try and contain in case somebody is in mid. Barreling forwards now, EG. Laying claim to this area of the map, towards the site. Snakebite at the back here, spam through, onto the wall. They're walking right into him. It's a crossfire setup where people are just given individuals, and it's a spray and chance of random luck that has given this advantage to PaperX.
But the plant is down, and Jorgamo, if he finds a position, finds a safe timing, he might be able to get off a reckoning. It is tough from this spot, though, because he'll never feel safe.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to give away his positioning at all here. He's just holding his ground with the rifle. No time to really pull it out here. Never a chance to make him feel safe. Come! That is insane! How's he pulling that one out? Precision. But eventually shut down. Divide drops to the floor. Tap onto it, running around, aimlessly hunting for Jorgamo, that last remaining player.
Только что был тут.
Enough on the clock here. Round win for PaperX. It's been a while. These guys, they earned a bit of respite, but yeah, not quite anymore. It's like 400 push-ups. They're going to be feeling it tomorrow, by the way, guys. That's dangerous stuff. You're not going to be able to lift any objects.
I mean, it doesn't get any better for them either. This is either a PaperX comeback, where they put more and more rounds on the board, or it goes to 5 and they have to keep doing push-ups as PaperX play a whole other map.
Yeah.
Now what was this as well, though?
Oh, you can't even see anything, man.
No, that's So EG tried the same kind of stuff, a fight in A main, a quick pivot to B. Now they're mixing it up. Everybody slowly collecting in the B side of
trap play off of Forsaken. Forsaken's holding contact. They have 2 people holding flashes in case.
Yeah.
And I think what... Okay.
They're just trying to
down to the point. Yeah, it's slowed down to the point. I mean, this is going to be baiting a fight. Up front and personal. The firing line holds it. It's a pre-fire wide swing onto the corner. Jing brought down, taken out. Divide, got to second guess that now. Both teams getting themselves out of there.
And a little impatient perhaps from PaperX. But as the defenders, they're constantly worried about gaps in their defense. People walking through mid, you know, B-link. And it forced them to make some kind of aggressive play. EG just holding for it. And in the right place at the right time, too. Now, the contact re-clear of A main.
Well, it's just a fake again that they're taking control of it. But with Mindfreak pushed up this hard...
Yeah, they can call their bluff.
Yeah, absolutely.
the issue here is, I don't think CGRS is going to rotate off. So even though they know it's heading towards B, there's still only 2 players able to defend.
Second holds the line. Wide face, he fell asleep at the wheel. Demon 1 takes him out, wins the aim duel. Here's the reckoning now. Parting away onto the site here. There's a Nana Swarm of flash, everything being expended just to take the space towards it. Devi tucked to the corner. He feels like he has to make a play. You can feel it. Side by side, shoulder to shoulder. Sky players not deciding to step past the smokes. Mindfreak is going to be spotted there on that flank here. Devi still pushing forwards now on the corner. Tap, trying to force the util, but Jogoma pushes forwards and presses his advantage. All the way grouped up, trying to watch onto the flank. They had a player there, Mindfreak. He was offered an isolated 1 versus 1, but the time is now running a little bit too short for this one. Quick jump spot, Com, crouched down, holding close, not revealing anything. And the round is won. Mindfreak, not enough time to really get a jog on as well and move all the way over there. This is EG taking it away, bringing themselves up to 11.
Oh, Mindfreak comes out on top in the end there. But it is a consolation, a silver lining to a dark rain cloud hovering over the top of PaperX. EG have just controlled the tempo in a way that they haven't been able to exactly on some of these prior maps. But any aggression from PaperX is getting stifled. And broadly speaking, Boostio's been able to call the right side.
Да, let's go 5 карт.
The mid part of Pearl unexplored now, just completely unknown territory for either team.
I've seen this before. Watching the Pacific teams try and play it, but here's something that we haven't seen in quite some time. Updraft play with the flash, set it up. A chance. Yeah, very much nearly. Forsaken, of course he wants to go for it again.
Well, this is the problem. If they allow them the whole of B long, then the lockdown can come through, and the lockdown will buy space for the Viper's pit.
And there it is.
So they want to try and contest this location early, because otherwise, you get put in a very tough spot.
Yeah, Forsaken doesn't really have any gun or tool to try and dissuade and push us back. Can't go for any attempt of it. 2 knives left, needs a refresher.
Starting
to go down into the cone, pushing forwards, does get a refresher traded all the way. Trying to take some space towards the back of the site. Demon 1 is not letting anything loose. Shorty to the face to buy, none the wiser. Mindfreak left alone. Is that 1 versus 3? Enough stars that he can sow a bit of chaos, but as soon as one player takes contact, Demon 1 will shut it down.
Good trades from Demon 1 there, punishing the PaperX players that tried to get aggressive as the pit was blooming. EG know that they've got certain timings they need to be aware of. They need to deal with the early push, and then the lockdown will control things, and then they need to deal with that secondary push as the pit is getting deployed. And after that, the ults will do their work. Very controlled map from EG. Considering that PaperX would just
Не знаю, они замену играют.
Ты же ставил на минус 2-5?
To set up for this
Давай,
match.
давай, болеем за сучку, за нашу.
Very impressive performance here from Evil Geniuses.
Да? Я знаешь, сколько такой хуйни навиделся?
Representatives of America in Masters Tokyo.
PaperX еще такие парни, они могут сосать, и им вообще похуй, они дальше будут играть и выигрывать. Как будто вообще не тильтится.
Double flashes again of somebody's contact. These trap plays have not really been working though for PaperX because EG is so diligent with it.
Incredible diligence, Com into mid and opening is granted.
Forsaken's getting pushed into a locker in this game too. All of his refights on Jet. He's having his lunch money taken.
Автомат-флешки сейчас склонялся.
Да.
Save it for map 5 because it's on the table and more. 1 round.
Yeah. It's looking disastrous. Mindfreak is going to hear this like a stampede heading towards him.
And he's got to do so much here. But does the corner get cleared? It does. Fully and entirely.
No chances.
Bustio aware of it. Out in the open. Runner back taken away. Jing. Nana Swarm at his feet. There are just no gaps in the play. EG. Sheer domination
on display here. Reckoning, flash over the top. Divide pushing forward, seeks to deny. The right click's not doing enough. Everybody falling. It's just down to Jing. Spam into the corner. 5 seconds remaining. Needs to stay alive. It's not possible. Map 5, we are going there.
Ща, короче, приду.
And EG, what a performance. Limiting PaperX with their Phoenix comp, which so many teams have struggled with, limiting PaperX to only 6 rounds. On top of that, only 6 first bloods. Something we were talking about was so topsy-turvy on Split, the fact that PaperX have not been getting many first kills in this match, and yet still able to turn the percentages on their head. Here, EG controlled the game from from start to finish. There were some big moments, some big plays, you know, the force buy came through.
Hello.
But apart from that, EG's slower pace prevailed. And I think that that's somewhat similar to map 1, right? We said all the way back in map 1 on on Fracture, that it was the EG structure being able to outplay the PaperX chaos. And I felt like that's the same story in this map. Doesn't mean it's going to be the same story in the 5th. Still a whole chapter to go of this tale.
And I am so curious as to what is going to be played on the set, man. I mean, at full strength, this PaperX squad will be pulling out some absolutely just nut stuff. I mean, with the Reyna and Harbor play on a set, normally such a standard map. In this instance, what are they going to be doing? How are they going to be putting CGRS in? I'm not too sure, but I don't know. It's all going to be decided there. The final match we played here in our lower bracket finals. EG done the most to pull it back. Nice and even here. Final chance for both teams to show what they've got.
And what a clash for the lower bracket final. These 2 runs.
Да нет, Алексей Дадепов.
As well to try and earn the right to take it to a team that's already won lock-in. Fnatic awaiting them at the trophy, right at the seat of it, but still one more map to go. We'll see you in just a bit.
Я чувака скину, еба, смотри.
Да я видел.
Бля, какие прогнозы по 3-й карте?
Я хуй знает. По 3-й?
Вот твой 5-й уже будет наш сейчас.
По 5 точно, да. А вот, можешь пока кайфануть, хочешь?
Ну, сейчас приду.
Да. Кайфак сейчас будем двигаться. О, да, ёптить. Давай вместе тогда посмотрим данное произведение.
Давай, запускаем. Все.
Давай, раз, два.
Легенда хайлайтов.
Слышь, я вырубаю нахуй. Я
не
буду эту хуйню
Вечно долго хотела.
Там самая имба начинается, бро.
Я не буду смотреть хайлайты. Я не буду смотреть хайлайты под эту песню ебаную. Идите нахуй.
У него минус 2 жестко.
Ты не шаришь ступиться.
Тут он за МКаст играет.
А чё ты, Влад, стал так рано?
Я в матч посмотреть по валику встал.
Я думал, тебе надо куда-то идти, блядь. Фрикстер.
Вот красава, он развивается как капитан.
А ты
смотрит матч.
встал по шоку вчера?
Где-то 6, ну в 5.
А я и не вставал.
Я не ложился. А я матч смотрю. А мы играли до 6 утра. Я просто думал, мы с Лехой дальше пойдем, а Леха уже Уже не возит, конечно.
Кто был и Спаш?
Ну, я вообще спокойно. Я бы сейчас полетел бы и играл бы.
Пойдем, бро.
Думаешь? Мне нужен плюс жесткий до вечера желательно. До ночи. До ночи, до вечера.
Ты восстанавливаешь? Я тоже на восстановлении. Но я думал так, до 3 посидеть, уснуть, проснуться там нормально в часик.
Когда сколько проснулся?
Не помню. В 4, наверное. А сколько у нас браки были? В 3, наверное, даже.
Алёк, ну сколько? Ну, не сегодня, он только встал.
Не, я же не спал тоже.
Нарик.
Просто новости, так сказать, адреналина подняли в крови. Сказать, да. Интересно стало, читал новости, смотрел ТикТок, читал.
Очень интересно.
Answers at the end there. Yeah, and I think the big win condition obviously is built around this Phoenix. Unfortunately, EG were so controlling, and time again they were given advantage in rounds. Whether it is conceding the first one, conceding some space, or
Я понял, прошло 10 минут ровно. Баян.
Unfortunately crumbled, in that moment, Mimi. But that being said, got to give the credit to EG for being able to hold them back the way that they did.
Yeah, their second half game plan worked so well in this one. I think for EG, ever since they lost that 13-0 to Loud on this map, they have actually become such a strong Pearl team. I think their execution with this Harbor Viper has been on point, and especially I think similar to a lot of the other maps, the way that they combine utility in these late rounds when that initial plan doesn't work out is really good, and that stuff is so important against a team like PaperX.
I mean, that's what you need to do. If you have a map that is that big of a weakness, you either buckle down, you figure it out, you just grind that map until you have it to a winnable position, or you just permaban it. But they've opted to go for the former, and it has looked very good. I mean, only getting one round on the defending side here from PaperX, that is catastrophic.
And they've gone back to things that were working for them before. It was those pistol rounds and bonus rounds that made their run throughout Masters Tokyo thus far, getting those early advantages and continuing to convert through with that momentum. Ever since we saw them play Fnatic, they weren't able to achieve quite the same thing against some of these top teams. But in this series, the second half, when the pistol convert that bonus, and they just rolled their way through to a quite dominant map victory.
I think as well, when you see those kind of stats pay off again for EG, like you said, winning bonuses and whatnot, it's visible in the rounds. Their willingness to take engagements and really dig their heels in, commit to fighting, it's fantastic to watch.
And then, of course, we have to talk about Busio and CGRS because, I mean, Busio's been having one heck of a game, Seth.
He has, but for CGRS, it was very rough around the edges. I wanted to see more impact from him on that KJ, on the defending side, but he just didn't quite find his footing like he did when he was playing against NRG.
And those guys are going to be very important now heading towards the end of the series, towards map number 5.
Ваня,
Busio in particular, as that IGL, he's been stepping up in such a big way for his team throughout this series. Not just in the calls, but as an individual as well, he's been fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, putting up insane numbers as well. This guy right now, I think he has 20 multi-kills across the series. He's getting a multi-kill every 4 rounds, which is absolutely
And he's playing
mind-blowing.
Killjoy.
Yeah, he's playing Killjoy, he's playing Astor on the previous. He's time and time again, not just the late round anchor, but the first point of contact for EG in terms of absorbing some of these PRX executes.
Well, I'm actually really glad that you mentioned Busio because that leads us straight to our HyperX reflex moment. And of course, we're going to give it to Busio for this 3K that he managed to pull off here. I mean, just so that we can take a moment to appreciate just the event that this young man is having. He is truly defining himself not just as a great in-game leader, but a fantastic player as well, Achilleos.
And this just goes to show, I mean, he's able to capitalize on this kind of ham-fisted style that PaperX likes to play so very often. They're just rushing out onto the site. This time, though, the timings are a bit off. You have a double swing coming through from Jinx, and like, before that flash has come through, the guiding light, you see it just kind of drifting by, but it's already too late. 2 players are dead on the ground. And that is something that absolutely needs to get cleaned up because going into map 5, this is where I start becoming absolutely terrified for PaperX.
Are you a doomer now?
We have not seen this from them since the Grand Finals versus DRX. That's when something's in the roster. And compared to the lineup that they used back then, I have no idea what they have prepared for today.
I think as well, just coming back to a discussion that was kind of happening at the start of the day, in terms of map veto, a lot of the concerns lied with EG, right? Where things were, you know, kind of rinse and repeat in terms of performance we've seen across Fracture and kind of having that comfort pick there. Actually, now we come into the last map of this series, and it's a big question mark for PaperX. I have no idea what we're going to see here.
This was the map that really impressed people, kind of, I think, sold people again that in 2023, PaperX could be a top team. Playing in Pacific, they had such cool ideas. They're playing a harbor composition where they're running Arena and a Sky, and they have all these weird little combinations with Arena Lear and then a Sky Flash. But it worked so well, and they actually had real little combos with this composition. And when it was weird, it worked so well for them. And now the question is, with CGRS, with this substitute, in map 5 of a lower final, will they be able to continue this run? Will they have something new cooked up? Because that is a hard comp to replicate with a new player.
Yeah, I just really am not sure what they want to do here. Is it going to be Forsaken just going, you know, back over to the Jet? Does he himself want to bring out the Reyna and then have CGRS then fill in on something like the Harbor? There's so many questions surrounding this one. I just don't know what they're going to piece together, but I'm so damn curious to see it once we do get into that Prime Gaming Agent select.
And on the other side, for EG, they have rallied back in this series. We thought after Lotus, it could be trouble for this squad, but winning Pearl dominantly, now they had to ascend. This has been one of their best maps in history. They took down Loud on this one in America. Some of their biggest upsets have come off of wins here on
They did
Ascent.
that here too, pretty sure.
It's where they're comfortable.
Oh, man. That kind of leaves a question mark, right? It's like, well, obviously, what happens here with PaperX? What are they cooking? What's Alex got cooking in the fryer right now? Because I'm genuinely worried here.
I mean, the last time we were concerned about this was before they showed Pearl versus NRG. We hadn't seen that map from them. We said, okay, without something, does Forsaken just go back to playing Jet? They did, and CGRS showed that he could play a very adequate, if not very surprisingly strong Killjoy. So I'm curious if they just do that same thing where it's keep the same composition and just slot people into different roles, or if they have to completely retool and rehaul this thing.
I think that's been key as well, and something we mentioned earlier on with CGRS actually demonstrating he has the flexibility to stray away from the get-go, play a different agent, and pick up a different role entirely for PaperX. Concern being, I feel like we enter here, final map, and Demon 1 is just going to be completely unleashed.
Oh.
This is where he made a name for himself. Remember the history of this guy. He was the guy who replaced BCJ. Everyone was mad about the roster move, doubting EG, thinking they would stay a bottom team in Americas. He comes into the roster. They rally. They just barely make it to playoffs. They qualify to Tokyo by upsetting Cloud9, by beating Loud, the teams that everyone thought would be able to come here and be favorites. And now they've made it here. They've made this run happen all the way to almost beating Fnatic and now being in the lower finals. That's been the path for Demon 1, a guy who months ago was an unknown name in Tier 2.
The path that these two teams have taken, although they are similar yet different at the same time, it really has just been about them persevering through whatever adversity has been thrown their way. And they have time and time again risen to the occasion, and now basically they all have their fate in their hands, right? For EG, it started off with them, as you had mentioned before, not having that control of their destiny. This is their control of their destiny here. And it's the same thing with PaperX. You think, oh, something's not going to be here. It's, you know what, we'll try, we'll give it our best. But you're here at this moment, and you're about to make history. That weighs a lot on these 10 players here as we get ready for this one, Achilleos. And of course, do want to let everyone know there was a tech pause on the stage. We're just going to make sure we get that resolved, and then once that's good to go, of course, because this match deserves nothing less, we will jump right into the action. But for the time being here, we'll continue to talk about what to expect as we go into Ascent. And we do have the Prime Gaming Agent Select to give us some tools here. And
okay.
Wow. Holy crap.
Okay, so it's a massive... This is a big jump back into the past for the side of PaperX. This was their composition before they started working in the Reyna and the Harbor. This is what they were running back in the day. It does look bizarre, but they are still widely very comfortable playing this, but obviously a very different look. You have Jing playing a non-duels for the first time in the series.
The biggest things I'm looking at here is, first of all, that Sage. On their attacking side, expect a lot of splits, popping down that Sage wall somewhere. And on the defense, flood retakes, allowing that wall to give you a gap to get back into sight. And on top of that, I'm looking at the difference in initiators here. CGRS pulling out that fade, and another fairly comfortable role for him.
Yeah, I think as well, this is interesting, particularly for EG's attacking half, actually, obviously, to get through to that. But obviously, this, I feel, is EG's most proactive defense. This is one they're happiest to play aggressive.
Let's see how this all plays out. One last map to decide which team faces off against Fnatic in the grand finals tomorrow. Who's going to take the series? I send it back over to Brennan Sideshow to find out.
It's all going to get decided here, isn't it? Map 5, the heat is turned up. Wardrobe etiquette out the window, Josh. My jacket's off, man. I want to get into this ASAP because EG versus PaperX. And again, bit of flashbacks, honestly, as well with the chops and changes, the compositions pushed all the way into Map 5. Yeah. Where have we seen this one before? PaperX, Copenhagen Grand Finals.
Where they pulled out a Breach, Yoru, Fade Neon comp in order to play on Breeze of all maps. Now, this isn't as ludicrous as the comp that we might have been expecting if something was here. It doesn't have the Harbor, the Neon. It's actually, as Achilles was saying, the previous comp that they've played. So I'm going to be taking a look at CGRS on the Fade and Jing. Jing has got to step up to get PaperX over the line here in my eyes. He's got an exactly 1 KD in the series so far when he's got the ability to do so much more.
Saw what he was capable of. Map number 1, Fracture. Absolutely popping off at numerous moments here, but this has been slowed down. The entirety of the arena holding bated breath.
Там Джо на Омане.
Waiting for the first opening, waiting for the time to strike. Wine control for Mindfreak. Tucked himself in there at some point, didn't he?
Contact
Джо.
punish.
Джо Гема.
That's exactly what EG were looking for. This slow-paced approach, trying to punish people, pushing. The CGRS just goes for the info swing.
Не знаю. Что-то, думаю, может спать ебаться.
Я вижу уже вот эту слабость. Старый все равно.
But I think PaperX are going to be able to reinforce the B side.
Да не, меня норм. Просто 5 заруинило, мне кажется. Уже заебался что-то 4 часа сидеть.
Завтра буду смотреть.
Да, точно.
Towards the back, they notice CGRS is there. Good util. It's clearing them out, near-sighted. Really needs to get a kill here. Maybe more! Why not? Absolutely fluid with it! He's on for the ace, and he's only gone and done it! A boost around win!
Сигаретус.
Lucky upstart, a content creator, but a round winner nevertheless.
What a monstrous round from CGRS! Was he tapped into what Achilles was saying?
I have no idea.
Achilles is like, I want to see more from CGRS. Look at what he's done there.
Tapped into something illegal with plays like this. I mean,
В этом чел раздал. Открой стримбот.
it's disgusting.
Вижу.
We said he needs to be the difference maker, anchoring towards the back. The slight smile on Alex's face. He knows he's gotten away with murder.
I mean, that just tells you
Вот
all,
с
doesn't
тренером
it?
Егосит.
EG trying to control the chaos, and it comes
Смотрите.
from the most unexpected
Maybe.
origins. Where had that come from? That aim looked so snappy.
Big game player, apparently.
Demon 1 is going
Я хлустнул опять, походу.
try to get as many ult orbs as possible here. A Blade Storm in this round could be exactly what the Doctor ordered. But otherwise, I mean, the Fade ult's going to be
Он
online
грамотно
soon.
делает, потому что...
Not sure if it'll make too much of a difference.
За кого болеешь, Пшок?
CGRS keeps something like that.
За PaperX, of course.
He might get caught with util out in his hands. I think he wants to use the wall around him.
Шансов нет в финале у них.
Opting for the guns.
Да, у ЕГЭ пиздец есть.
Hands it over to Boostio.
ВГ как будто побольше, не?
Turns with fire. Not able
За
to pick
ним.
up the upgrade. Still waiting there. Dash to the side. Cuts it up with the dart. That is a beautiful.
Просто дуо Форсаки на Джинк это лучший парень. Джейсон, we have troll team.
Put a stop to Boostio, who's potentially looking up onto this one, but with 35 seconds left, what direction?
Разбуди свой торнадо.
Там кто-то
Down
может еще
to
ебать.
straight into the sight line of Forsaken, but he doesn't do enough damage. To them, it's all over the place, man. Scrappy at its core.
But Demon 1 and Boostio are so weak here.
Еле-еле нахуй.
Surely they can't make anything of this.
Затыкали.
Try and get through all of this util. Wait out the nade. Guns picked up, playing together here, but close, deep angle. CGRS brought down, but only gets the one, and now finally dealing with Boostio. Right at the beginning of the round, making it that much more dangerous just by him on his lonesome.
А у него нормально по пуле вообще?
And Demon One has built up the blade.
Один и две
If he wanted to go for an attack operator, which we've seen
запасе, так
using their
сказать.
games against Loud before,
Из 3 пули в дигле осталось.
to generate that level of
Алло.
with your economy.
Да, Лёх, там твой любимый Джо на Омане играет.
Проебали, Лига.
А кто такой Джо? Это Сом? Ком?
Это долбоёб.
Джо Гема. Джо Гема. Просто его Тарик называется, потому что Джо.
So if you looked at most of their VODs, it would be of this.
Low orb used early there. Top of the box, Forsaken. Wanted to take that angle, but just opts into breaking the turret instead.
Boostio, across the 4 maps being played, has taken 30 first duels, by the way.
Yeah, okay. What, playing mainly Killjoy?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
А там пик, конечно, у Paper X.
16 and 14.
It's insane the value he's
Интересный.
getting.
Нравится тебе такой Влад, возьмем?
Stepping up to the task here, but...
Тоже какая-то хуйня. А чем они ульт Killjoy будут ломать? Ну, только ее можешь кинуть.
Там сложно сломать.
Так, ты,
Двойной путь нереально.
Лёх, там пестик проебал, там интересно был. Она.
Ну, что там было?
Ну, можешь посмотреть. Мотнуть.
Там раунд жизни был от сигареты.
Клатч хоть жесткий?
Там сигарета выебал всех.
Ну, ютубер, я правильно понимаю?
Правильно.
Да, да.
TP across, still across, and now a fight into mid on top of it. Smoke at their feet, spamming right through it. Caught in the seas, connection near-sighted. Nobody can see a bloody thing. Where is the salvage? Where's the answer back? Swinging through the smokes. There's no time at all. Only 11 seconds remaining. They've got to get themselves onto the site.
Можно не спать, по-моему, ставить.
Ебать.
Успевают.
А чё мужик на джинге так обосрался?
Ёбаный рот. Значит, плоховато, походу, стало.
Короче, бля, я понял. Легкий шеф для Fnatic.
Выглядит когда?
Ты чё, Лау?
Я тебе говорю, твоя Лау дается.
Gorgeous little play there from Paper X. And then it all comes down to the final moments. Don't know how EG managed to scramble to sight that quickly. And Jing had an opportunity to shut it all down. But it was Divine who put the final nail in the coffin. EG are on an eco on their attack side. Remember, they're coming off a 13-5 victory over Loud.
Вообще интернет все лагает. Из-за обстановки в стране.
Twitch вообще 5 раз в жизни грузит. 5 раз обновить надо страницу.
And we're talking about that being one of EG's greatest strengths at the beginning
Че
of this
это нож был
tournament
такой
run.
плотный?
Snatched
А это
away.
право человек?
Boostio. God damn, he's clean with it.
There's another one of those first duels. He's so aggressive.
Aim held down with a sheriff enough to get the one. Alarmbot spots it. He knows Boostio's close to the corner. Forsaken. Desperate to clear. You challenge him and you might just get tested. Unfortunately,
Мог еще третьего убить.
they bring him down. Updraft over the top. Knives.
Надо же, тут попал.
Out of the hands of Hot Flash play. It's covered from the
Вот
side.
это.
Just like that. Swings and bloody roundabouts. It's going to be another thrifty.
Блин, я не успел фору взять.
But only 15 health remaining on
Там я был
Mindfreak. You
нормальный.
can't do anything about this. EG off the back of Boostio's incredible
4-5,
top
по-моему, 1
mid.
3 каф, 1-4.
And then finding a Jing tucked in the corner where he can't possibly escape off the drone Bladestorm play. EG have found their first.
I love it.
What an answer back to a round that was anyone's to take.
Yeah. Breathing life back into the CG.
А чего вы за тур играли? Где вы против Оксижа играли?
Seeing a 4-0 deficit this early on.
And beyond
Ah,
just
Qualm?
Boostio hitting a couple of nice shots, that's the A-side pressure. Finding a hole there as CGRS just walks through mid. I mean, he is really exposed in that position. And he is playing an anti-eco, so maybe he's not as worried as he possibly should be in some of the gun rounds. But Boostio punished him for it. And this is where, you know, the opening on the pistol, where CGRS just has all the confidence in the world. This is where you see the other side of that, I think. Him just getting caught out and Forsaken trying to come in to bail. We already know the words.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're so good. We've heard it before.
I'm that guy. Blah, blah, blah. But he has been putting up the numbers.
Yeah, he's been walking the walk.
Как тебе, Ванек, команда? Один AGL играет на Jet, другой AGL играет на Killjoy.
Интересно.
Праваду давать Jet, я считаю.
Согласен. У нас второго agile нет.
I'm looking at CGRS's ult here. They want Jing to get an aggressive wall down, but if it gets broken, do they have some kind of counter-aggression using the Nightfall?
Я не agile.
Так а зачем AGL? Я же говорю, видишь, две разные команды, то что AGL не играет на смогах саппорта. Потому что в одной команде играет Killjoy на AGL, а на другой Jet.
EG are very spread
out without controlling too much of anything.
Yeah, they lost mid control on the defense side still.
Откуда такая инфа?
В Твиттере писали. Или в интервью где-то у Джинга видел.
Интересно вообще.
О, ножик.
А нахуя там-то майнфрик?
Better weaponry will win the day.
And CGRS there with just a small mistake. He was holding his Fade ultimate, tried to use it, and it got taken away from him. So they were really attempting to fight that B main incredibly heavily, and they just couldn't quite get the ultimate off in time. That's really taken the sting out of this round. And you're right, Bren, watch out for those Demon 1 lurks. He'll play entry with them sometimes, and hard lurk at other times on the attack side, even with an operator in his hand. One of the big changes that EG have made to their gameplay that caused them to be able to beat the best teams in the world.
Пошло.
Бля, я просто не могу, я так урубает.
Why it would have been just absolutely awful for them to get that 0-4 beginning in terms of the rounds, winning that thrifty, getting it moving into something else.
Пойдем по шокам хуярить, тоже с вебкой запускай. Назад откидывайся чисто из спида.
Непах, бери долика, беги на плюсовая, либо ты, либо тебя, и пока спишь, пока раунд идет.
Да, это грамотно. Я не могу так засыпать. Мне, чтобы заснуть, нужно, блядь, минимум минут 20-30.
Ну, бро, сутки не спишь, как нехуй.
Не, в любом состоянии.
Реально?
Да.
Я помню, такую я тоже, когда на праке посидел, что еще в десятке, по-моему, даже. Я что-то сижу, тоже день не спал. Что, блядь, так вырубает, мы, по-моему, на разборе сидели или что-то такое, вообще пиздец. Просто каждые 5 минут рубит. Оп, глазки прикрыл, что-то там кто-то орёт, нахуй, назад открываешь.
Бля, не могут просто все раунд заражить, и другие тоже, плиз. Чисто нам есть не падло.
Ты просто по корпусу хуяришь, а как вырубается. На лайке, парни. Коп выключился.
Вот это, кстати, была тэпка. Это уже юзаю. Спейсфик сделал.
All the way around here, Com has to try and at least stop this one, clears it with a slide off angle, expects the second player.
Что-то всю жизнь там сидит, блядь, на этом соне.
Eventually planted. Com seeks to reposition now, waiting it out.
Не ульта.
The footsteps, a bit of a sound bait from him. Very intelligent plays.
Это гений байта.
А почему? Не ульта шоковый.
Да. Пошел на билку выкинул, пошел назад сидеть. А если бы у него челы не вышли, что думаешь по этому поводу?
Я думаю, они уже он увидел, что они вышли, поэтому он типа там стал.
Там тоже ульта была. Тут видишь, чел твоих убил. Чуть-чуть и все, пизда. Тоже верно.
Ну, может почаще так играть. Так, норм.
Паш, прикинь, вот если бы ты так кричал в нашей команде, мы бы как играли жестко.
Говорите, Влад, если он будет кричать. А тебя?
Он такой же, как ты.
Говоришь, что хуйло.
Но если только так кричать.
Ну, все такой же, как Паш.
Ты не кричишь особо.
Ну да.
Ну, с ладом пассивы.
Да нет, я просто понял, ты кричишь, да нет, нахуй, нихуя не заедет.
Как об стенку Барон.
Да, как Барон бьется, блять, в ворота, нахуй, бам-бам-бам, там вообще похуй.
Бам-бам-бам.
Проще любишь, отпусти. Вот я отпускаю.
А ты кого любишь?
Данька.
Он ты поводил, кстати, поза Десна, я так понимаю, что не спал.
Бля, у меня Twitch не грузит его, нахуй, я тоже посмотрел, что там за поза.
Что тихо выглядит 20
Да? Просто бро, вебку вырубаешь, нахуй, спинку откидываешь, микрофон выключаешь, вот это.
Я никаков не буду ставить.
У нас неплохо получается вроде.
Только не за атаку.
Там, тем более, любимый игрок Лехи на Омане играет.
Ну, значит, надо против ЕГЭ.
Конечно, интересно у них вообще, типа, пики в команде устроены. Демон на джетке играет на Длине, этот на Рейзе и на Омане, блядь.
А нахуй, вот он, вот он, Джо.
Раунд жизни, блядь.
Не, раунд жизни, там у сигареты был в первом раунде. Застряли раунд жизни.
Вот у Джо была посадка, он что-то пуз вывалил, назад облокотился, он кофеек закинул. Жвачку пожевал. Жвачку жрет, кофе еще пьет.
Это чит какой-то, ёбаный. Значит, так по сиське себе хуярит жестко.
Нихуя не прикольно. Давай. Да, ну ты Джо. Куда он лезет?
Пепперекс не выигрывает, потому что у них Джин на Сейджа играет, а не на Коре.
На Резе он им солил.
Да он и на Феникс там нормально и бурил.
Да, на Феникс там. Там овердрафт был, знаешь, как в доте бывает, когда типа шансов нет.
Я бы сказал, это сейчас запрещено такое слово. Почему?
А, типа у типов Харбор и нахуй Вайпера, у типа, блядь, Феникс.
Ну да, да. Это факт.
Вот нравится на Харборе играть?
Ему очень нравится.
Это средний. Мне кажется, чего-то не хватает этому герою.
Ему настолько нравится, что он даже в матчмейке не пикает его каждый раз.
Я просто понял, когда Астра вышла, короче, пересел, когда с Омана на Астра, это пиздец вообще был. Потому что я привык, ну типа там, более агрессивно, так скажем, поиграть на флешечку, да, а там нахуй тебе нужно вообще супер это. Сзади нахуй. Еще своим кнопки накидывать пацанам. Да не, Омана просто хейт.
Ну да. Он хорош.
Бля, знаешь, что ты только понял, Ладно. МК Вагнер же едут в Москву?
Да.
Ну, они едут с юга, а мы с тобой на юге.
Ёбаный рот. Мы не подумали, бро.
Да.
У меня пока ничего тут не ездит, пока...
Ну, они только в Воронеже. 5 часов от Воронежа до Москвы. Ну, им часов 7.
Если танк протаранчит, то дома, придется на буткемпе жить.
Очень плохо.
Не надо, да, лучше.
Леха, успеешь до 28-го Валить, что Вагнер не приехал.
Я надеюсь.
Так как я понял, они
Успеть за 4 дня.
Мне кажется, они понял,
Ладно, хралях.
короче, у них группы, типа, заходят. Одни в Ростове, одни там, блядь, в Воронеже, одни уже, блядь, к Москве приближаются. Там вообще, типа, непонятная тема.
Бандура грамотно, он как только увидел новость, сразу свалил, да?
Не-не, ну кухня.
Специально за нас играл, когда Лёх ходил, там что-то ушел с собакой гулять, понял?
Он на кухне свалил, все нормально, парни. Его там не достанут.
Лёха работает, он ему завтра готовит.
Слышь, Паша? Вот это я называю базой.
Джавгем тут, блядь, один нахуй x9 хуярится. А у Лёх вопросы? Вот. Побежал. Только похвалил сразу. А.
Это база, пиздец.
Да это уважение, Лёх.
Чё там?
Смотрите, стрим, скинули, интересно. У тебя же на стриме не откроется, надеюсь?
Откроется, но я не могу смотреть пока.
Не, ну что, не открывай.
Так, в смысле, Лёха же сам ёбнул.
Ты то, что типа забанил за то, что написал.
Так может у него, ну типа...
Модеры?
Банслова, не? Банслова может быть такое.
Голдфур, потому что он уже 4 матча откомментировал, он уже устал.
Или потому что
4 карты. 4 карты точно.
Нахуй наебашило, блядь, стримы. Дайте стримс. А у вас секунда?
Не знаю, у меня по-разному. Я то официально открою, то Лёх.
Официальный каут.
16, 15, 14.
О, нормально, нормально. Пролайкить. Обычно так перезагружаешь, что у вас уже, блядь, раунд закончился, а у меня тут начался.
Usually teams are still able to put up very respectable performances. So diligence is shown here with the util, clearing to be with the paranoia. Forsaken. Bonus is on him to see if he can hit somebody's shots as well and return with the fire blind. Spam the shots, they're rattling. But no recipients, no targets to be found collected. Instead it is to still on CJRS towards the
Не, тут Джо в зоне. Когда Джо в зоне, я сразу вижу, что надо ставить.
Да тут демон в зоне, я бы сказал.
Да не, демон слабенький. Джо это легенда игры. Как он на Лотосе играл,
ну, конечно, у него усы, блядь, ёбнутые.
Лёхе это будет сниться, мне кажется, в ближайшие недели точно.
Это будет жесткий хайлайт года. Поехал. Бам-бам-бам. Ай, блядь. Тут Джо уже, нахуй.
Джо, блядь. Джо вообще нахуй не чувствует. Так, на фиде Джо.
Бля, мне так нравится, что белки, бронза, блядь, хиллеров так все ставят.
На нахуй. Блядь,
EG are absolutely running away with this final map. I've seen Paper X pull off some ridiculous stuff across this run, across their previous tournament runs as well. They're a very experienced team in BO5, but this has gotta shake you. Demon 1 looks like he's absolutely on fire. The game plan is working perfectly. The slow play pace dismantling all of the early picks going the way of EG. How do they respond? How can Paper X get anything out of this?
Не, Оман хороший, просто Лёхе не понравился, как он отыграл на данном персонаже на Лотус. Получается, ванаункер отменяется?
has to use the dash and disengage. He's still locked into the corner. Boostio was waiting for the audio cue.
Ответ убил.
Ответ убил.
It's gonna take magic.
Служили.
Massive moment. Shot through the wall. That landed. That connected. Straight to the head. Flash to set them up. Pushing back in. It's dismantled in an instant.
And they hear the classic EG play again. Leave Demon 1 posted up in B main so they can entry from the opposite side to the initiators. The pinch comes through and Jing left reeling.
Нахуй ты себя обучаешь? Просто выруби и спать пойди.
Да уже досмотрел. Все равно в одну калитку накидывают.
Ну да, пока да.
Да, они когда дожмут.
9-3. Курс.
А P3, Влад, когда я говорил, какой был 1.5, наверное, да? 1.4. А вот, да.
Looking like they are on a warpath towards their first grand finals ever and a rematch with VALORANT.
Ну ты говорил 1.4, но я не уверен, что это было на ЕГЭ.
За 1.4. Я при 3.3 сказал просто Владу ставить, типа, я не знаю, какой там, как он сказал, маленький.
Ты говорил, что 1.4 на кого-то было.
Similar again, updraft play. No command's actually going to be forced out by PaperX. Takes away the knives. Do they still want to fight fair? They may control, they don't really have the util for it. There's a flash, hot flash underhanded. Winning out that duel, but a paranoia meets them. They have to back away and respect it. Avoiding it, aim's reset enough. It's a little bit strained. All over the top, Jing! No way, when does this smoke fade?
Батин делает, конечно, вообще. Страшный чел.
Players lurking their way into mid, out in the open. Hunter's Fury clearing it. Boostio, he was called out and he was dealt with.
У него не ультанет просто, он же на минимапе светится.
Sometimes takes a bit of chaos has been sewed into it.
Плохо.
A lot of individuality on show.
PaperX looking good to be able to get
плохо.
Where a pistol round, a bonus round, something like that might be able to save things. Jing with a repush.
There was a sound bait.
Bam.
Good awareness. Just with a jiggle. Good
Там 1.4. Проверяем.
Drop down to 59 health. Has the dart.
Поехали, 9-3 курс.
Setting his sight towards the A side. Damage. So much of it being done. Can't quite land enough shots as well to do the job and bring down the opposition. It's all waiting for him. No winning in that scenario. So, 4 rounds earned through sweat and tears for PaperX. 4 rounds could be enough.
PaperX will be hoping that it is. The belief in themselves, I'm sure, won't falter.
Let's send it down to Yinsu with a special guest as well. Interview down on the floor.
Thank you very much, Saisho and Brent. What a great half that was for EG, and I'm joined by Boostio's mom, one of the great EG supporters here in the arena. First of all, Kelly, you know, they managed to bring it back the map before as well, and they're doing great here. So how are you feeling?
Oh, I am so pumped. I'm so excited. It's Doll's birthday, so we're going to win this for him at least.
Oh, I think they're going to win it for all the fans that are supporting them as well.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And speaking of those fans, a lot of people, you know, doubted this team coming into this tournament. So what have you made of their journey and the fact they're able to get this far?
Never give up, never surrender is my son's motto. And I'm just so impressed and hyped and can't believe I'm here. This is amazing country. Everybody is so
Раньше у ЕГЭ капитан за 4 карты больше всех набил.
I think he's living the dream as well, I'll bet.
Интересно вообще.
And speaking of Boostio, you know, how do you feel, how proud are you of the fact that he's not
И опытом больше всего.
he's leading his
Он там с ЛП жестко ходил и распикивал. Он же вейпер еще. Он на вейпер капитан. А киллджой опорник. Ну да. Опорник, а вейпер капитан.
Well, I mean, in terms of that,
Да,
how does
ЕГЭ
it
вместо
mean
него.
to you, and do you think what it would mean to him as well to be able to win today and reach a grand final?
Ему вот с Лёхой только рядом сесть.
I would die.
Поспать.
No, I literally am amazed and so pumped, and everybody rooting for all of us. Couldn't ask for more.
If you could say anything to him right now, you know, he's up there, what would you say?
Я насколько теперь проснулся спать в 6, но...
Сколько ты спишь?
Thank you so much, Kelly, for joining me. EG, Oh, no problem at all. EG, they're on the precipice of making that grand final. Saisho and Brent.
8-9, я думаю, просяжешь.
If they can indeed close this out.
Ты за 10 часов поспишь.
Set the stage for it. It's that 4-round lead. Love to see the support from the families as well. I mean, listen, you know, it's nervous energy, of course, but it's almost within their grasp. Just can't let it slip here and now.
And I'm sure the fans, the family, more nervous than even the players in this kind of situation, who've been building up to it their whole careers, looking for a moment like
Here's
this.
a switch up. Tempo increased to the max. Set lineups towards the back. That's a paranoia. Jorgamo couldn't see much. Gio, okay, Demon 1 from heaven. Ethan off to the side.
Да, тут уже выносить, короче.
Miles away. The full attempt from EG pays off almost instantly.
Уже уносите.
And Mindfreak left alone, as he has been in so many situations on this map.
Они что-то и так дохуя далеко прошли, точнее.
Thoughts rushing through his head of how
Замена еще.
quickly this has all turned against him. The round, in some sense, being a microcosm of the map, because it's slipping away from Paper X. It looked good to start there, a lot of pressure, but EG were ready to solve it. Flash recon combo, people spamming through, all over in the blink of an eye.
A relatively standard setup here by EG. You know, you have Demon 1 close to the corner, taking his time with it. Ethan seeking as well to help out. You can see the pop flash there. I'm pretty sure Colm fires his dart as well from spawn when he knows that his pressure's coming in over towards A.
Yeah. And they completely dismantle that Paper X push. Ethan with a groan. He's about the only player on EG that's used to situations like this. So if it's doing that to Ethan, what's it going to be doing to the rest of them?
Barreling forward, straight down, Cat taking a fight, turn, but enough to reset. Demon 1. He's out for blood, he's hunting for more. 2 away. Ace on the card.
Пошел фармить.
Denied his chance at a clip. But it'll take a bit more than that for Paper X to deny his chance at a grand final. They're closing in, tightening the net around Mindfreak and Devi.
Cutting noise, but a spike out in the open. Really no chance in this round. It would have to be
anything away.
Insane shot for the high-low setup. Doubled up, another face round the side. That is going to be 10 rounds now for EG. On the precipice, on the brink.
For Demon 1, top of the scoreboard currently, 19-7. This is his first big event ever in VALORANT. He's played the playoffs in Americas, of course, but in terms of global competition, he didn't even come to lock in. No. Everybody else, basically, in franchising, got their opportunity to dip their toes in the waters early and feel out what a stage like this is like. Not Demon 1. Does it appear to have hurt him? Not at all. He's risen to the occasion.
Stepping up when his team needed it. Fast. Off to the side here. It's a cheeky wall over the top. Demon 1 was separated. Removed. A lot of util being expended and sent towards the back of the site. Com trying to anchor from that position. He's slowed down to a crawl. So, just like that, an immediate answer of Paper X. Won't be as easy as a path as you might have intended, because that is flawless. All the weapons staying alive. Players healthy.
And that's a very common exec by Paper X, one that they were running a lot of the time over in Pacific. The wall boost up, people flooding in, applying a ton of pressure onto the players hard anchoring the site. This an anti-bonus, so Paper X had better weaponry, and Mindfreak making sure that there wasn't a push coming through mid. One of the most common counters to a team that runs a B-pop like that is going to be to push 2 players, maybe even 3, out through mid to flank B main. Here instead, this looks like some kind of recon spam setup over towards tiles.
Flash. Demon 1's pushed off again. Is this the exact same play, really?
Yep.
Ultimate. See the util being cycled now to try and get themselves into the site. But no one really maps the back bit.
Пошла sleeping session.
Это задувка котла. Тут даже Димасик зашел в ахуе.
Finding the 2, shot down. Gets to get off his perch. Away from the wall, TP. It's a fake count. He's teaching him a very harsh lesson.
Yeah, don't gonna do it to him like that.
Papa speed.
Yeah, that's just nasty.
What's the reason he's pulled that one out?
Absolute fake out.
Леха, чуть-чуть осталось, 2 раунда.
Depths of TikTok or something. I don't know, man. I don't
Просто
know.
сразу вырубай с ноги компьютер. И в кровать нахуй рыбкой.
Да, посмотрите карты, кафик 2 был на ЕГЭ. ЕГЭ.
Like he could be going into the smoke or on top of the wall.
Yeah, you can barely believe it. I really did pull that off. The cider map.
And listen,
lower bracket finals.
Imagine what's going through the EG players' heads right now. They're 2 rounds
Демон
away from
1,
making it to the grand
21-9.
finals.
Credit to the players immediately coming up with an answer as well to disrupt that B hit when it was coming through. Just lost a round to it this time. It's in a prior round, absorbing it. Here's a drone. Com's going to be spotting out Forsaken. Down mid. Odin at play, Odin at work. Alarm bot. Spam off the contact. Arrow angle for Demon 1. Takes it, pushed back. There's going to be flanks all over the place here. And Forsaken has found his timing. Disrespect showcase.
Уже нечего ловить.
I think this is spotted.
Doesn't. Oh.
Yeah, Jogamo was actually trying to set Oh my! They weren't aware of it.
Камбэк.
Just a little bit too deep.
Раунд отменять, Лёх. Надо подсобраться немного.
Boostio anchored towards the back.
Или тут джуджмейстер будет чем показан.
Judge in his hand. Do you dare claim him? Do you dare try to clear him out? It's a face together. It nets them the kill. And at this point, Ethan left to back away here. Unwinnable. Facing the wrong way. 4 for Forsaken.
Not allowed to save. Not at all. What a play by Forsaken, though. He finds the perfect timing through on a very similar play to one that you might expect to see from Demon 1 on the attack side, becoming the lurking jet. But the fact that he also swings and deletes comp. They need more of that from him. They are going to rely on Forsaken so heavily to get this deficit back under control. And it's still all fun and games for EG. They don't really believe the comeback's possible for PaperX on the attack side. But this round, it's a gamble. They're all over towards B. It's the wrong side of the map, so PaperX are going to get a very easy plant and post-plant here.
Now, they did spend all their util with this exec. That's the downside of playing so quickly at the beginning, is that, okay, when you realize there's nobody on the site, you've kind of just used all those key pieces of util. Wall, propped up against the door. It's going to be really difficult to chew through when you don't have the weapons for it.
Yeah, that kind of wall is just impenetrable, essentially.
That's how you go. Didn't realize they were already up on the line. It's Demon 1 to answer. Smoke prop down, Divide close to the corner. This is getting a bit dicey, a bit dangerous. There needs to be containment, and there it is. 2 players left standing now.
Flash recon.
Dart, yep. Great combo. Blinded up, yet Forsaken, he is dealing with it well enough. Lighting them up. Disrespect being showcased. Everyone's hunting and trying to scramble for the final kill.
But despite the fact that that took a few rifles out of the hands of PaperX, their economy is still looking in a good spot. Within 4 rounds now. And PaperX's composition, it doesn't have that killjoy. It's still really effective on the attack and defense side. It's perhaps a bit more of a balanced composition, you could argue, than the meta comp that EG are running. But EG are on the favored side of this map. One where most teams are going to be able to rack up many rounds in a row. PaperX would need to take the ults that they've earned and turn them into a snowball here.
It's all in again. Nightfall to the back. Scores a back side of it. No one's suspecting it. Forsaken, who's right over the top. Not sure if it's a Nightfall or what. Com seeks to equalize, unleashing the Hunter's Fury, and does connect it onto Jing,
who was on top of the wall again. So anticipating the play, they know what it looks like right now from PaperX. They're just choosing to play full retake with no command.
Yeah, Ethan's got that one. Lets it loose. Pushing them back, no util to be used in this instance. Already just starting to flood the way back into the site. Has to be the big moments. Demon 1. This guy is just spectacular.
Да, зато в 10 хбов СК не попал ни разу. Да. Да.
They could feel it. Tension's running high, but maybe they can start to breathe a sigh of relief. That is the 12th round earned for them.
Match point gain for Evil Geniuses in only their 2nd ever best of 5. They have 5 opportunities now to be able to head to a grand finals rematch. and the anime arc would continue. Them a second shot
Давайте,
taking down the
господа.
Titan.
Давай. User disconnected from your channel.
And the belief must be absolutely flowing in the camp currently. EG can feel it. It's within touching distance. The biggest moment of their careers.
Will there be the nuance from Paper X? They've been all in at the beginning of almost every single one of these rounds. No strangers to it now. You can see pushing into mid, close to the corner, sprayed down, but traded. Player advantage this time to Paper X. It was a different turn of events. And Ethan bait the reswing.
Ethan alone. It looks like an A split where he's going to be under incredible pressure here.
It's Ethan to try and finalize. Shut this down before it gets going. Prowler, flash over the top. That's caught onto a multitude of players. Nade, barreling forwards. Heaven control is dealt with. Com's still there, pushing the issue and forcing a fight towards him. Can't stand up to it, but the spike is going to be denied. Boostio has brought it into a 1v2. Rez is available. Jing wants to use it. Don't want this round to escape them.
Boostio's going for the big wraparound play. Has he found the timing early enough? I mean, for some reason, Paper X seemed to think he could be back up at Heaven here.
Yeah.
I think the wall would have blocked that from happening.
It is being watched out, just an angle, but now he knows exactly where he is. Mindfreak holding the cross, Shorty in his hand. Extension of play in the series. We keep going.
4 opportunities. These are going to tick down, and EG, their economy is not in a great spot. Probably the best decision here would be for EG to take an eco round. But then the score, you're thinking 12-9. And suddenly, all of the laughing on the EG side of the camp, the carefree attitude, you might see some doubts start to creep in.
Might start to fade away.
Paper X have got to keep it absolutely clean, literal perfection from them, round after round being put up on the board. But as they get closer, the mental pressure on EG is going to increase.
For a team like Paper X, defied all expectations to even get here in the first place. I mean, substituting one of your best players, who you've essentially defined all of your strategies, your compositions around, you know, sometimes pulling out his Reina play. Subbing in CJRS with, 10 days practice at the beginning before this event even kicked off. I don't think even themselves, listen, I think it's fair to say, I don't think they were even expecting to be able to go on the run in the fashion that they have so far.
I think you could say that about both teams. Yeah. Something that EG kept repeating in press conferences was, we have no expectations. And when you have no expectations, but you continue to perform excellently, you get runs like this from both of these teams. Defying the odds and clashing here in the lower bracket final.
There's tension in the air.
Demon 1, 27 kills across 20 rounds, almost double the next player on EG.
The lone rifle for his team that's otherwise on the half pipe. For Paper X looking, just grab another one. This is rare for them, isn't it? Slow down once more. No big all-ins on either side of the extremities, just exploring towards mid, keeping control of A main.
Trying to feel out some kind of tactic from EG. Remember, this team is known for their trap plays. Making something happen like that would be a great way to push it over the line.
Here's a close play. It's Boostio to take the contact. Ethan holding a flash. He's going to be swinging off of it. Boostio sees it. Lands it, pop flash in his face, jumping right clicks. This is getting dangerous. More than dangerous, a little bit prior. It was Demon 1 who also ripped off the head of one of the players. Paper X now, it's a scramble. 40 seconds remaining.
How many times do we see it where a comeback like this gets halted by a Thrifty? While teams just freeze up. Forsaken could be the difference maker here.
Still
trying to lead his team in.
Nice cold of it, slow to try and cross in. 4 positions gained. TP into the back of the site, showing up those defenses. They handed the rifle over to Ethan. He does not get the kill, but blinded up. Jorgamo is in the action. He's in the fight, and players are loaded. He might just be able to do it. Jump in spot is shut down. Tavai, surely he's finished. It's a 1v1 to save them in the series. The spike needs to be planted, and Com knows it. He's slowed it all the way down. He's playing it safe. The shock darts at play. There needs to be the plan. There needs to be the fight.
Поздравляю, бро, можете спать.
Я пошел, пацаны.
Спокойно.
Disconnected.
Да читаем, что выиграют, блядь. Читаем гол, что они сплита дадут. Сори, пацаны, что я так залипал. Ну, вы сами поймете, я сутки назад встал. Давайте, завтра финальчик бодро посмотрим. Давайте, пока-пока, приходите завтра на ТГ, не забудьте подписаться. Там, где я, блядь, охуенные прогнозы кидаю по своим время. В скобочках нет. Давайте, до завтра.